A 5-minute walk. 10 years ago, the distance between her and Seung Jo Lee was enough. She told her mother she was heading to tutoring. Her mother immediately jumped up and tried to stop her, asking Yeon to wait. The girl looked back, asking what her mother needed since she was short on time and already running late. Her mother tried smoothing out her clothes and adjusting everything so she'd look her best. Yeon didn't understand why she was doing it. Nothing weird, her mother said. Young Master Seung Jo would be there too. While her daughter was still confused, her mother wore a suspicious smile. She told her to hurry or she'd be late. The mother worked as a housekeeper for Jaekyung Group's chairman, Hyunbae Lee. Yeon slammed the door and left the house. She tried to check her skirt. She didn't know what had been wrong with it until now. Yeon's father was Hyunbae Lee's personal driver. The daughter asked what he was doing here, where the boss was, but he wanted to know how she was doing. As soon as she finished, he could take her home. The daughter asked her father to drive carefully. He replied not to worry, he was always attentive. Once a week on Sundays, she went to the employer's home for work. So she planned to see her father later. If you walk along the staff path from their house, you can see the Jaekyung Group manor with a small garden. The house was simply luxurious, surrounded by greenery and many flowering plants, with a huge fountain out front. Everything around the house looked tidy, as if everything was exactly in place. The mansion was massive and surrounded by a high fence. Staff members always entered the house through a narrow pathway. Climbing the stairs to the top felt like entering paradise. Looking up, you could see a huge chandelier hanging almost overhead, seeming to glow with thousands of bulbs. But there was no time to admire it. They had to get to work. For Yeon, it was hard. Everything annoyed her every time she saw it. It felt like they were abruptly stepping into another world, and she wasn't the only one impressed. Yeon stood in front of the stairs she needed to climb to get to work. This was where the Jaekyung Group family began. The main rule of this house was to be quiet and pass through without attracting attention. She approached the doors and gently knocked. After waiting a bit, she opened the door and stepped into the room. Thinking she didn't feel like working, she walked very quietly through the room. Lee Mun-jo was the illegitimate son of Vice Chairman Lee Do-kyung and Chairman Lee Hyunbae's grandson. She approached him and asked if he had already done his homework. What she saw on the computer screen knocked her off her feet. The boy hurriedly tried to shut off the screen to hide what he'd been doing instead of homework. He got very agitated and started blaming her for not learning how to knock on the door. But she only cared that he did his homework. Nothing else interested her. She was a third-year student forced to work, and he was part of her job. Yeon tried to explain she knocked several times, but he probably didn't hear because he was too busy. She told him she'd come back in 5 minutes so he could get himself together, and then they'd start. She stepped outside, not knowing where to go or what to do next. Maybe she just needed to wait a little. She was simply asked to tutor him, and she was curious what would come of it. Waiting outside the door until her student got ready, she noticed someone she didn't expect to meet there. His appearance was splendid. Not long ago, he was small, but now he had grown. He looked like a real man with regal manners and proper etiquette. Even when he drank plain water from a glass, it looked incredibly sophisticated. Seung Jo Lee was much better than Mun-jo. The difference was huge, for he was like a sacred bone, a rightful heir. Seung Jo Lee paused because he noticed the girl standing by the room. It was impossible not to feel drawn to someone like him. The guy looked at her and greeted her. Could it really be him? The girl blushed a little but greeted him in return. 19-year-old Ayeon Chu had a crush on this Seung Jo Lee. He asked if she was waiting for a tutoring with Mun-jo. She'd have to compete with him. He was sure she'd seen his last year's exam results. He agreed. It was hard work tutoring Mun-jo. Yeon noticed he looked as if he taught ethics and morals. Besides, he had an impeccable walk you could watch forever. She remembered her skirt, which her mother had tried to fix. Now she understood why her mother pulled it higher. She knocked on the door and reported that 5 minutes had passed, asking if she could enter. She heard permission and began the lesson. Even after opening her book, she couldn't start because her mind was occupied with that handsome guy. She knew she had no right to desire him, but she didn't want him to leave. The boy asked if he had done his homework properly. Yeon was surprised. Could it really have been done by him? Had he paid someone or threatened another kid to do it? He had been a boy who didn't want to study, focused on fun. But the boy protested angrily that how could she think such things of him? He really had done it himself. What was so odd about that she didn't like? Surprisingly, he did it correctly. The work was simply wonderful. Absolutely no mistakes. If his exam grades improve this time, she'll grant his wish. And his wish was very simple. She would have to give him a kiss. On hearing this, she hit him hard on the head, but she was proud of his work and regretted hitting him. The boy started complaining that she had a heavy hand. Yeon calmed down a little and explained that he'd get his kiss later from his girlfriend. She gently patted his head to soothe him. He wondered if he could visit his mother since he hadn't seen her in a long time. Yeon promised that if his grades improved, she'd talk to his father and as a reward, they could watch a movie. But he wanted to watch the movie with his mom, not with Nuna, older sister. If he gave her his phone number, she would let him know in advance. The boy called her by her name, but the girl said she shouldn't do that. He should call her Nuna. But he didn't want to, he liked her too much. Yeon thought it was all too much and that Munjo Lee had dreamed it all. Munjo Lee asked the girl if she had a boyfriend. While Nuna thought of an answer, he stopped her, saying he didn't want to hear anything if he didn't like it. Yeon said she wanted a huge chandelier. The young guy jumped in place, asking if she really wanted a chandelier, did she like it that much? But the girl replied no, one shouldn't be so trusting. She didn't like the chandelier in the living room. It even annoyed her, and she wanted to break it. A life in which she wasn't at the mercy of money or power. 19-year-old Yeon Chu dared to dream of that. Secretary Chu, was she mocking? The girl said nothing, just apologized. She had to tell Seung Jo that this was the last time the girl waited for him so long. And she agreed to pay for laundry for clothes she ruined in a fit of anger when she knocked a glass over on the girl. She closed her wallet, thinking she gave enough money to cover all the laundry costs. So that next time they met, Secretary Chu hoped she wouldn't regret it. Perhaps a wife or a lover, but her face looked displeased. She believed serious matters should be addressed immediately. The girl tried to shake water from her clothes and watched the women leave. She barely held back her anger, but understood they were valuable guests. What should be done with the food she ordered? She opened her bag and told them to give everything to her. She could eat it all herself. Her mood wasn't affected by this adventure. She was used to similar trials. What to do if she couldn't eat it because the steak was too fatty? She had to live on rice provided by the Jaekyung Group. At that moment, the managing director called her, so she couldn't ignore it. He immediately asked how she was. Did he want to know what happened at their establishment? After tasting a small piece of meat, her lips burned. It was too spicy. Secretary Chu started coughing loudly into the phone, and the man thought she was teasing him. She explained that the woman poured water in her face, gave money for laundry, then left 10 minutes ago. Mr. Lee responded understandingly and acknowledged she had been through much because of him. He said good job. She had kept her dignity. By the way, he remembered he completely forgot about lunch, so asked her to order sushi. Secretary Chu liked the idea and promised to get ready and come over in half an hour. She put down the phone and thought that if not for the good salary, she would have quit this job long ago. Seung Jo Lee from her past had been the perfect man. She never thought he would become someone who didn't care about others' feelings. She admitted he deceived her, but it was her work assigned by Seung Jo. But how could one forget their fiancé's birthday? It didn't make sense. A 5-minute walk, and she was already at the meeting point. Seung Jo Lee was the executive managing director of Jaekyung Group, and she was his direct assistant. 10 years had passed, and they were still that far apart. There was only physical distance between them. The man noticed Secretary Chu arrived very quickly. 29-year-old Yeon Chu was still in love with Seung Jo Lee. Seung Jo Lee waited for his lunch, delivered by Secretary Chu. He asked her why her outfit looked odd. She hadn't changed her blouse, hoping it would dry on the way and leave no stains. He wanted more details about her mishap earlier today. She assured him she was fine, but he persisted because her appearance was unprofessional. He believed his secretary's attire didn't match his role as executive director. Hadn't he heard her say that Ms. Cha had spilled water on her? As always, he only chose to hear what was directly useful for him. If the man he met yesterday was insignificant, he wouldn't remember his face. Same with his secretary. He didn't care if she was wet. She insisted she'd dry off by the time she got home and asked if she could leave. He thanked her for her work and allowed her to leave early. Before she left, he had one question that bothered him. He wondered if he was really such a terrible boyfriend. She immediately said he was a good person, though she couldn't say everything she wanted. He deserved only praise. He understood she wasn't talking about him as a man. He asked her to imagine meeting a man like him. If he invited her out once, would she refuse immediately or agree after some thought? She didn't understand why he asked such inappropriate questions she couldn't answer right away. He gently brushed his hand over her face, feeling the trickles of cold water running down it. It was always like that. He'd be cold or tender. He noticed her suffering and thought about giving her a raise. He draped his jacket over her shoulders and reminded her never to lose her dignity. She said her current salary was sufficient. He offered to fulfill any desire she had, but she asked to think about it until tomorrow. He wanted an answer right then. He couldn't wait long. Why did she still have feelings for a man she couldn't be with or get close to? Respect and admiration from afar, is that how it must be? She listened carefully, but wanted a short break. He asked how much time she needed. She wanted just 2 days, 4 including the weekend. He considered what tasks were planned for those days. She only needed to complete and submit paperwork. After that, she'd be free for a few days. The girl left his office with racing heart. Why was she still nervous after the conversation? Just need to hold on 3 more years. Everything would settle after Seung Jo Lee married. The woman wanted to see her son, though family, she saw him too rarely. Secretary Chu reported that Mr. Lee just came from donating money to the human marker fire victims in the morning. He has a full schedule, but made sure to run here as soon as possible at his mother's request. The woman smiled and said that she didn't believe their words. She was sure that the son had only come because Chu's secretary had insisted on it, but the girl was quick to assure the woman that she was wrong. The mother thought about her 2 daughters, already had 5 children, but Seung Jo had delayed due to work, and he was 34. The mother asked if he truly would marry Ju-hui next year. The man subtly glanced at Secretary Chu. His mother asked because she worried. He didn't understand why. The usual reason. She suspected Ju-hui didn't truly attract him, and she couldn't change that. True. The Ju-hui family would be a source of strength for his father and him as future successor. Plus, a long-held promise between families. He knew all this, so no issues. Ju-hui told her he was very good. Families are first based on love to live well and happily. That's what sensible people say, but for them, work and business came first. As the eldest son, he knew the heavy burden he carried. As heir to Jaekyung Group, he held great responsibility for its prosperity. The next manager of Jaekyung Group will be Seung Jo Lee. He had to grow up under tough conditions. That's why he didn't open his heart and rarely showed emotion, unlike his younger sisters who were raised with love. In contrast, his father gave his daughters much of his attention. It would be nice to meet someone good to date and marry, but he couldn't. He didn't even have time to enjoy a peaceful cup of coffee. His mother insisted he stay a bit longer, but he promised to have coffee with her next time. Today, he had to leave. She asked Secretary Chu if her son was really that busy. The secretary replied that the director worked very hard and had no time to see his mother, even if he wanted to. An iced coffee would be perfect right now, the secretary suggested to the director. He found the suggestion inappropriate. She knew well he had to leave. Knowing he didn't like it, she tried not to meet his gaze. So she went to the kitchen to prepare the coffee herself. The director didn't argue and accepted the situation with a faint smile. The man's mother often noticed his expressions change around Secretary Chu, but assumed it was her imagination. Love marriages were nice, just not with that girl. She wasn't fit for that role, especially considering her father, the pitiful driver Song Tae-chu, was blamed for his grandfather's death years ago. From childhood, Yeon Chu had been an intelligent and quick-thinking girl, and the woman knew that it was a miracle that this girl turned Munjo into a decent human being. She feared Munjo would take her away, so she had recommended her as Seung Jo's assistant instead. She never imagined they would end up flirting with each other. The secretary understood mother and son hadn't seen each other in a while and suggested waiting outside while she adjusted his schedule. No need to rush. His mother asked the secretary to stay a bit longer. She wanted Secretary Chu to make time this Saturday. She would arrange a meeting. The girl was surprised by the lady's words. Madame asked her age, and if she was the same age as Ju-hui. The girl said she was 29. Madame replied, it's tough for women at that age, and if there's a chance, she should find a good man. As the girl grew up before her eyes, the woman assured her that she had a few decent men in mind that fit her status. Yeon promised Madame she'd make time and they'd stay in touch through Secretary Jong. A man suddenly jumped up and urged them to leave. They'd stayed longer than planned. Yeon Chu said the director was in a hurry. Besides, he planned to open a new art department for the business in the department store and had much to check today. The girl hurried to catch up with the director, promising to visit again. She wanted to figure out what was wrong with the director this time. She'd been trying to adjust to his pace lately. The man seemed unhappy again with Secretary Chu's work. She shouldn't adjust his schedule without his permission going forward. She knew arguing was pointless, so she pretended to agree. It was the perfect time to stop by a cafe and grab a bite. She rarely had time for a proper lunch. Yeon Chu didn't understand what was going on. Was she turning everyone down just to stay close to the director? Could someone like her really dare to do that? Madame feared she'd steal her precious son. Munjo Lee asked what Yeon was thinking and whether she planned to eat. She said it wasn't lunch, just a snack. She was starving. How can you lie so easily without blinking? He asked. She replied it was a gift from birth. Doesn't your boss even give you time for a proper meal? He asked. But even the director hadn't eaten today. How could a regular worker know that? Why was she ignoring everyone? That former troublemaker, who looked like a thug, was now the nicest guy in the world. The girl loudly slammed her coffee cup on the table, clearly signaling the conversation annoyed her. The guy quickly reached out for the cup from across the table. But it was her coffee, one she'd waited long for. Secretary Chu tried to bite into her oversized sandwich while watching the guy's actions. Without asking if she minded, he brazenly drank nearly all her coffee. She was furious. His boldness irritated her, so she told him to put the cup down immediately. He replied he wouldn't. At least not while she kept refusing to kiss him. He wanted her to say once more what she was doing here. Secretary Chu tried to explain that she had the right to come here during working hours. But why did he care? She had heard he stood out among the new employees. The guy got annoyed, saying he simply worked hard and that's why he stood out. Then he asked why she was giving him such a strange look. She needed to get married. She was turning 29 this year. The chairman's wife said a woman should marry before 30. The girl smiled and asked Munjo Lee if he still liked her. He smiled back and said his feelings hadn't changed. She believed he'd eventually be ashamed that he once liked her, but he didn't understand what she meant. When he saw her, his body would tremble slightly. He asked if she'd ever felt the same. But she replied honestly that she hadn't, and she didn't want to lie. He asked how she felt about his brother. He noticed that whenever he mentioned his brother, Secretary Chu would get visibly nervous. She was tired of Munjo Lee mocking her. If she wasn't going to date him, then she should stop whining like she used to in the old days. She agreed it was best to drop this issue, as it made her uncomfortable. In the future, Munjo Lee would inherit the Lines Hotel and manage the business. He also had plans to acquire 3% of Jaekyung Group's shares. Poor little ugly duckling, she thought. Didn't he know how things really were? His mother, the second madam, couldn't be his shield forever. The power his father, the current chairman, had handed to his mother could disappear if he made one wrong move. That's why he needed to build strong alliances to increase his influence. If he wanted to compete with Seung Jo Lee for the chairman's position, he needed to be with a woman who could give him power. And she wasn't that woman. He needed to think carefully about what was more important, becoming Jaekyung Group's director or starting a family with Secretary Chu. Wasn't the answer obvious? Secretary Chu returned to work. A co-worker was surprised to see her back so quickly. When she got to her desk, she noticed a package had arrived. Miss Song had received it while she was away. She couldn't tell what was inside the envelope. It felt like documents. When she opened it, she was unpleasantly shocked. Inside were intimate photos showing Seung Jo Lee's fiancé with another man. A note said the girl must deliver them to the director. If the message was for him, she had no choice but to pass it on. Still, she wondered why it had been sent to her and not directly to him. She didn't like this game. It would only cause problems. Of course, there was nothing between Seung Jo Lee and Juhui Cha. He had no feelings for her, so it wouldn't hurt Seung Jo. But if the alliance between the two families broke apart, it would lead to a major scandal. That's why the envelope had to come to her. For now, she had to postpone speaking to the director. It was just another Saturday morning. Her mom woke her up very early. But Yeon was exhausted. Why should she get up? Her mother didn't want to disturb her, but Yoon-seo was bringing a girl home today. Yeon was surprised. She didn't even know he was dating anyone. She admitted her brother was talented in music, but she didn't want to worry about him forever. She'd paid for his college. Did she have to keep helping him? Loud music blasted from his room, so he didn't hear her knock. Yeon-chu lost patience and swung the door open. She immediately asked if he had gotten a part-time job. He replied that he had. She didn't need to worry. He'd take care of it himself. He was still playing guitar, even after returning from the army. She asked if it was finally time for him to start dating. But he wasn't just playing. He had been performing in Hongdae. The girl was hurt when her brother told her to go live on her own and get married. She was almost 30, had never dated, and if things continued this way, she'd be alone forever. Her brother said she had a good job, but she needed to find a decent guy. In his opinion, she should start going on blind dates and find a nice guy. Suddenly, the girl remembered she had to leave. She completely forgot about her blind date organized by the chairman's wife. She had to get ready quickly. Being late was not an option. In 4 years as a secretary, she had never forgotten her schedule. Yet now she'd made such a mistake. Her brother asked where she was rushing off to. Is it some important meeting? She replied, yes, do you have a problem with that? The meeting was at the Line's hotel. Maybe he wanted to come too? He said she was crazy. He had his own date to get to. She wondered how old his girlfriend was. He said she was 20. Her parents were lawyers. The sister thought she was still just a child. How could he date someone like that? He said age didn't matter. It didn't define a person. Besides, he didn't want to date a woman who'd suffer like his older sister had. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. Was she that unattractive? Dating didn't mean marriage. It was just a relationship. Nothing more. Yoon Chu had no right to talk like that. If the girl had really wanted to, she could have found a good man and married him last year. After their father's death, she'd practically become the head of the family, providing for everyone. Her job was to repay the 300 million won debt their father had secretly left behind. 6 years ago, her father had an accident while driving drowsily with Chairman Lee. The autopsy showed he had sleeping pills in his blood. It was announced that he had a 300 million won debt. People turned against them. Her father would never have done something like that. The police searched their home all night and kept questioning them. High-ranking officials, including the Prime Minister, attended President Lee's funeral, but everyone saw her father as a criminal, not someone who'd died in a tragic accident. Knowing her father wasn't to blame made it even more painful, but there was no one to complain to. Only Seung Jo noticed her pain and quietly offered his support. That day, she cried in his arms for a long time. They kept this part of the story hidden from the then-young Yoon Seo. Yeon Chu's phone started ringing. It was the director. They rarely called each other on weekends. She thought something might have happened. When she picked up, the director asked where she was. She replied that she was on her way to a blind date arranged by his mother. Yeon Chu was in a hurry. She was already stepping outside as she spoke. His prolonged silence told her that something really had happened. She asked several times why he wasn't saying anything. All he said was for her to call him after the meeting, and he wished her luck. She didn't understand. He was cold and angry again. The girl finally reached the meeting place and, surprisingly, was almost on time. At the hotel restaurant, Kim Yoo-jin was already waiting. He greeted her warmly. She introduced herself as Yeon Chu and apologized again for making him wait. Kim Yoo-jin was very polite and pleasantly attentive. There was a brief pause at the table as they struggled to find a topic to start the conversation. In fact, she was even more beautiful than he'd been told. A few days ago, his aunt had suggested he meet her. He was busy but still agreed. She wondered if he really meant what he said or if it was just politeness. He recalled meeting a girl once on a blind date. They had started dating, but it ended badly. He wanted to say he was tired of blind dates. Honestly, he'd initially planned to turn her down, but the moment he saw how beautiful Yeon Chu was, he agreed immediately. Was he saying she had caught his interest right away? He joked that maybe he'd used up all his luck for the year. She'd heard he was a neurosurgeon and thought he would be colder due to his profession, but he was nothing like that. He asked if she liked the food. Everything had been ordered by his aunt, so her preferences weren't considered. Still, Yeon Chu liked it. She often visited this place. She explained that the hotel was a branch of where she worked, so she often came here for business. The doctor remarked she was very lucky. He seemed to her like a humble and decent man. Suddenly, she remembered the director's words. He'd asked her to call after the meeting and had wished her luck. Maybe she should step out for a moment and call him from the restroom. But then again, he did say to call after the meeting. It probably wasn't urgent. He wasn't sure, but he thought this hotel branch belonged to the Jaekyung Group. He'd heard Miss Yeon was a secretary in the operational department of the Jaekyung Group department store. It was a well-known branch of Jaekyung Group. He asked if her job was difficult. She replied that the first few years had been hard, but now she was used to it. The man thought they'd finished eating and suggested they move to another place for coffee. Yeon Chu figured she'd probably have to pay for the coffee. Suddenly, someone grabbed her wrist and held on tightly. She didn't like it and tried to pull her hand away. There he was, holding her wrist as if trying to stop her, trying to end her meeting with the doctor. She was shocked. Why had he shown up here without any warning? Her first question was how he even found her. And second, why was he acting so insolently toward her? Munjo behaved arrogantly, speaking in a rude and commanding tone, demanding they leave the place. He'd buy them coffee. Yeon glanced toward her new acquaintance, the doctor. Why was he taking so long to pay for lunch? It felt like he was at the counter forever. When the girl tried to go to the Kim Yoo-jin, Munjo grabbed her arm tightly, trying to stop her. She struggled to free herself, but his grip was firm. How did he even know her meeting would be here? Had Yoonso told him? She thought Yoonseo was a complete fool. Since when did Munjo start listening to him? And now that idiot was saying how lucky he'd been this year? Chu Lee Yeon was furious he'd eavesdropped on their conversation. But the guy said it didn't matter. Did she really intend to drink coffee with that man? Their date had ended well enough. He insisted she clean herself up and leave with him. Was Lee Munjo seriously mocking her? She really didn't like this at all. She thought she had clearly explained what kind of meeting this was, but he didn't care. He didn't even react when she raised her voice. She wanted him gone, so she stomped on his foot with her heel as hard as she could. She made him crystal clear. If he ever brought this up again, it'd be better if he never appeared before her again. What was he supposed to do if he liked her? Jealousy burned in him when she simply smiled at another man. He'd been watching them the entire lunch. She understood Munjo's emotional turmoil, but she had her own life, one that had nothing to do with him. Why was she speaking this way again? Was it just to hurt him all over? No matter what he did, Chu Lee Yeon would never be in a relationship with him. The only man for her was Lee Seung Jo. Munjo brushed off his suit, trying to compose himself after the confrontation. He hated that she was saying such things. She had wanted to remain friends for a while longer, but now she knew that would be wrong. She turned to leave first, hoping he would finally understand and stop chasing her. Lee Munjo was angry, but the disappointment and pain inside him were even stronger. Kim Yoo-jin was already waiting for her in his car. She'd completely forgotten about the director while arguing with Munjo. She wanted to ask Mr. Yoo-jin something, but felt awkward about it. It wasn't anything special, just that earlier the director had called her. Something had happened, but he hadn't said what. She knew it was rude, but her job was to help him, even on weekends. She thought she should check what was going on first. Was she really planning to call Lee Seung-jo right now? Kim Yoo-jin promised to keep quiet so she could talk freely. Yeon was very grateful for his understanding. When she called the director, she explained the traffic was terrible and she hadn't been able to contact him. The man asked if her meeting had ended already. He had asked her to call only after it was over. She replied it hadn't ended, but she couldn't wait. She had a feeling something had happened. The director asked her to call a doctor. Chu Lee Yeon got worried about his health and promised to call the family physician right away. Was he sick, she wondered, and asked if he was injured during training. The director said it was nothing serious. He just needed her to call the doctor. He didn't have to say anything else. She'd be there in a minute. But when he said she didn't need to come, she felt like he was lying. She had to make sure he was really okay. As his secretary, and as someone who loved him, she rushed to his place and tried to unlock the door with her key. Chu Yeon quickly kicked off her shoes and ran toward the director's room. She was already at his door, knocking for him to open. When Lee Seung-jo allowed her in, she opened the door and was shocked by what she saw. The doctor had arrived quickly for the checkup. He said he'd been nearby and got there before her. The director was sitting on the bed, his right arm clearly injured. The doctor said it was a good thing she was there. He would need to avoid using the arm for 3 weeks. Secretary Chu would have to take very good care of him. The doctor prescribed treatment and said it was time to go. Secretary Chu offered to walk him out. She then went to get the director a glass of water. When she returned, she noticed he was no longer on the bed. As always, Seung Jo looked serious and reserved. He looked her up and down and asked, was this really how she had dressed for a date? As always, his gaze was sharp and penetrating, so with a trembling voice, she said she had left in the middle of the meeting. Maybe she was upset that the meeting had been interrupted. But for her, it wasn't surprising. The meeting wasn't important anyway. The director took a few sips of water. Looking at her, he could tell she wasn't lying. It was clear the meeting didn't matter much. She looked just like always. Her hair was clumsily styled. Her outfit wasn't suited for a romantic date, more like office dress code. Secretary Chu felt awkward. The director had never commented on her appearance before. What was she going to do now? The director had been careless and ended up injured. Wasn't it her duty to take care of him when he was unwell? So he asked her to make pasta. He was starving. Had he not eaten at all? That might explain why he was so irritable. How could she not notice herself that he wasn't in a condition to cook anything? She asked him to wait a few minutes. She'd order something from a restaurant quickly. His arm hurt badly, so he planned to stay home for a while. Probably he'd work from home tomorrow. If that was the case, they had no choice. They'd have to work from home. It was truly a nightmare. A pleasant Sunday morning. The weather was mostly cloudy. The temperature was 7 degrees, with a high of 14 for the day. Passing by her brother's room, she figured he must have come home at dawn after performing. When she entered the room, the girl saw her brother lying on the bed fully dressed. He was mumbling to himself and kept apologizing to Nuna. She asked what had happened. From the way he looked, it was clear he'd run into some trouble. She decided not to bother him with questions just yet. They could talk in the evening. Besides, she was running late for work. As she left her brother's room, she saw her mother, who had also woken up early. Chu Lee Yeon thought she came to see her off for work, but her mom was heading to the bathroom. Her mother was surprised she was leaving so early, but the girl explained that her director had injured his arm, so she had to help him. She had woken up early and would be on time. If only her father hadn't gambled, if only his insurance hadn't been stolen, her daughter wouldn't be suffering like this. She thought her mom shouldn't blame herself. She wasn't at fault, and surely her father had reasons for what he did. Her mother, who had been depressed for a long time after his death, didn't know the full truth. She left the house thinking she'd return soon. The family needed a proper breakfast. Later, it was revealed someone had spiked her father's drink with sleeping pills, but the Jaekyung Group kept silent. Vice Chairman Lee Do-kyung rose to the position of chairman. Seo Era, Munjo's mother, who was hated by many, was promoted to executive director. Min Kyung-hae, Lee Seung-jo's mother, also inherited part of the chairman's inheritance. The chairman's death had worked in everyone's favor. The Jaekyung Group held the key to the truth, but they hid it, kept it buried. That's why she had joined the Jaekyung Group, to uncover the truth behind her father's death and expose it. Then everything would fall into place. She would reveal the real killer, of both the president and her father. Secretary Chu had already arrived at the director's house. He wished her a good workday. She had to make sure not to lose sight of her original purpose. Why did she ring the doorbell if she had the key card? But Secretary Chu thought maybe he was changing and didn't want to embarrass him. He told her not to worry about that. Next time, she could just come in without asking. She used to come here every Monday to confirm the schedule. Maybe she felt unsure because it was the first time she came this early in the morning. It was curious why she was so nervous. This wasn't her first time coming to the director's home. Since she decided to work from home, there were many things she needed to take care of. Yellow tags were just for review, but anything marked in red had to be studied in detail. The schedule she had prepared for today was extremely packed. It seemed she wouldn't have enough time to finish everything on time. The director asked if she had already gone through the papers on his desk. She had handled the paperwork, but she was worried about his condition, though it seemed he was feeling much better. He was really hungry and decided to eat a big red tomato. Could he really eat it just like that? For her, it tasted awful. Secretary Chu looked at him and felt like she was falling even more in love with him. But for some reason, she always got shy when he was near. Lee Seung Jo stared at her without looking away. His gaze showed a slight interest in her appearance. Secretary Chu didn't know what to do. She even blushed a little, not used to being the sole focus of his attention. The director asked if she was hungry. Maybe they could have breakfast together. But why was she just standing there? Maybe she wanted to offer to cook him breakfast. But for him, a tomato and some milk were enough. If he ate too much in the morning, he wouldn't feel well. The secretary offered to pour him some milk. He agreed. He would need help anyway, as it was hard to do with one hand. The director thanked her for the care, but he still needed to go over the documents on the table and tell her what else he needed. She didn't understand how anyone could drink milk so early, especially paired with a tomato. He drank all the milk she poured him in one go. Maybe she should have breakfast too, but the secretary declined. It was still very early. She said she'd buy herself something to snack on later while he worked. There was no need to buy anything. He had food in the fridge. Mrs. Jang had made several side dishes yesterday. All right, that's what she'd do. For the first time, the girl felt someone cared about her, and that feeling was really nice. Then came the stock market news. All the attention was on Cha Ji-won, the leading presidential candidate. She needed to update the schedule. The golf meeting with Senator Cha Ji-won was canceled. He wasn't busy, but didn't want to play golf every 2 months. If it weren't for the family's insistence, the director wouldn't bother. Plus, it was awkward with his fiancé's father, Cha Juin. Chu Yeon called to notify that the director wouldn't attend the golf game. He had injured his arm during training and was taking a break from sports. His arm was in a cast. She asked them to relay this to the senator. It seemed she handled everything well. The main thing now was not to forget anything truly important. The director noticed she looked a bit more relaxed, so he assumed she was done working and called her over. He needed Secretary Chu to help him write an email. He got up and offered her his seat. She felt awkward, so the director had to insist. She settled into the chair, though still felt a little uncomfortable. The director, meanwhile, managed to sneak in a few jokes at her expense. She felt a bit uneasy with him standing right behind her. What was wrong with her? They stood like that in the elevator every day. It was unusual to work this close together, but she really liked it. The email was addressed to Division Director Song Gangjin. When the girl reached for the computer mouse, he did too. They both grabbed it at the same time. Chu Lee Yeon accidentally held his hand, but didn't want to let go. Then quickly pulled her hand back, pretending nothing had happened. The director pretended nothing had happened too, but didn't hurry to pull his hand away either. Seung Jo asked if she had slept well. He noticed she seemed a little nervous. Secretary Chu denied it, saying he was imagining things, and told him to focus on dictating the rest of the message. The director continued dictating the contents of his email. First came the greeting, then the sender's name and the company he worked for. Then he suddenly went quiet, as if frozen, lost in thought. He noticed her hairstyle today was much neater and more attractive compared to yesterday. Each curl was perfectly in place. She tried to bring him back to reality and out of his daydreaming. Lee Seung Jo didn't respond to her words at all. It was as if he hadn't heard what she was saying. He was curious about what time she had gotten up to make herself look so presentable. The secretary raised her voice, trying to get him to continue dictating the email. He told her to finish the email herself and send it. She figured that was for the best. She'd finish it much faster on her own. While she worked on the email, he said he'd go make some coffee. He'd try to do it one-handed. First, she had to draft the message carefully, making sure every detail was correct with no mistakes. Then double-check everything and copy it to her computer. At last, the email was ready and sent. But now she wanted to finish work, and she could technically leave at any moment. She was already exhausted, but she still needed to hurry and send him a photo of Cha Ju-hui's lover. She asked Lee Seung Jo if he could bring her 2 cups of coffee. One wouldn't be enough to wake her up. The director had already made the coffee and was on his way to her room. But he had to turn back to fulfill his assistant's new request. Making a second cup wasn't hard. In fact, it was pleasant, knowing it would cheer her up. The secretary approached the director and offered to help with the coffee, saying he must be tired. He agreed to her help. His injured arm was really hurting. He asked her to bring the coffee out to the terrace. As she made the coffee and headed to the terrace, she noticed that he looked downcast. Yeon handed the man a cup of coffee, packed with ice. To him, coffee made by his assistant always tasted the best. But today's coffee was different from what she usually made at the office. He asked what had inspired her to prepare it this way. She knew this recipe was one he especially liked. The director was surprised. How did she know that? He'd never told her. They needed a proper meal. There were still tons of documents to go through in the afternoon. And really, there was nothing strange about having a sweet tooth. The coffee was delicious, just the way the director liked it. He wondered, did she really know everything about him? She seemed to remember even the smallest details of his preferences. How did she manage to memorize everything without ever once asking him directly? If she studied him that closely, he might start to misunderstand her. Lee Seung Jo was the heir of the Jaekyung Group, admired by all. But perhaps he was just a carefully crafted image. He was like bitter espresso in flavor. Yet in truth, Jaekyung preferred sweet coffee. Everyone called him the perfect heir to the family, but maybe he just wanted to live freely, without any family obligations. He even envied Lee Mun-jo, who lived for his own pleasure and didn't follow any family rules. All of his desires were immediately suppressed. Perhaps he only survived by locking himself into the narrow mold Jaekyung Group had shaped for him. As a child, she had liked his gloomy and arrogant aura, something no one could handle. And now she was falling in love with the opposite side of him, the one that was lonely and locked behind layers of walls. She understood that this was the real Lee Seung Jo. He was just himself. When the director said that the girl knew him well, she never thought about it, but maybe she misunderstood him. That couldn't be true. How could she know everything about him when they mostly spoke about work? His words left her slightly uneasy. Seung Jo couldn't understand why Secretary Chu always denied the obvious. When he called her straightforward and meant it as a compliment, she was surprised to see him smile while saying it. When she didn't understand something or felt awkward, she had this funny expression on her face. The director found it amusing. It made him smile. And then, right on time, Lee Mun-jo called Secretary Chu. Lee Seung Jo asked why she wasn't answering. Mun-jo would be disappointed. She didn't want to pick up. She knew the call wouldn't bring anything good. For the first time, the director acted recklessly. He grabbed the phone right out of her hands. Without even asking her permission, he decided to answer the call himself. She tried to snatch the phone back, but it slipped and landed on the couch next to them. Neither of them noticed that the call had already been answered. Munjo asked why Chu Yeon hadn't picked up. They had grown up together, so this felt like personal life interrupting work. She didn't want it to happen like this, but there was nothing she could do. Munjo asked where she was. He was downstairs at the cafe. Seung Jo listened and then calmly replied that he didn't want to see him and was ending the call. Why did he speak so harshly to Munjo when he knew they were friends? It was uncomfortable to think the director considered him an enemy. Munjo said he regretted what he had said to her last time. She could be mad at him, but shouldn't push him away. He wouldn't pressure her. He hadn't confessed before because he thought she would see it as nonsense. Seung Jo turned on speaker mode. Munjo was thinking about what Yeon had said to him and whether she'd confess she liked Seung Jo. Secretary Chu couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed the phone and told Munjo she was at the director's home and would call later. But the man didn't want to listen. He only asked why that jerk had called her to his house. His voice was full of embarrassment and anger, so the director took the phone back and decided to handle it himself. When Seung Jo responded, he said he was indeed that jerk, and he would be the one talking. Calmly, he explained, Secretary Chu was working. Didn't Munjo have a job too? Or was he just wandering around while others were busy? Maybe he thought being the second son meant he didn't have to work. Munjo was furious. He said his brother was twisting the truth. He had only stepped out for coffee. But of course the almighty director wouldn't know anything about that since his assistant did everything for him. The girl was upset. She didn't want the brothers to argue again, especially not because of her. Munjo said he had only wanted to see Chu Yeon, but now knowing she was alone with another man, his brother, he couldn't calm down. What irritated him even more was that it was his brother, the one who always stood a step above him. He wanted him to step aside because he planned to marry Secretary Chu, but what if the girl didn't choose him? Was he really that confident? And if Seung Jo was going to marry, he'd have to fire someone. He should be prepared for that. He explained that Munjo was acting carelessly and foolishly, and warned him that this behavior could cost him his job. It was the first time Chu Yeon saw the director so angry, and so serious. Munjo didn't want to hear anything else and ended the call abruptly. He had been too persistent with the girl. That's probably why the director got so mad. The girl pointed out that the director had indeed spoken very harshly to his brother. By the way, Seung Jo wanted to ask if she liked the man she had gone on a date with earlier. Secretary Chu replied that she did like him, but it was only one date, so she couldn't really say much. She tried to explain that she didn't mean anything by it and didn't want her words to hurt anyone. After a while, Chu Yeon admired the director for continuing to arrange meetings even with an injured arm. The aide informed Seung Jo that Secretary Chu had ordered food delivery and went home first, but had done all her work first. Sometimes Seung Jo really couldn't understand her. She was always so unpredictable. She needed at least stayed to say hi. Chu Yeon was the kind of woman who came and went as she pleased, and somehow always managed to provoke him. Did she know what kind of an effect eel has on a man's libido? Did she really want him to spend half the night under a cold shower? The director asked the manager to bring him more ice. When the manager saw that the director was holding a bottle of wine, he was surprised. But Seung Jo said he only wanted a single glass. But Secretary Chu said he shouldn't drink. He was still on medication. The director replied that Chu Yeon wouldn't find out unless the manager told her himself. The manager couldn't argue with the director, so he had no choice but to agree. Seung Jo suddenly saw a file folder lying on the couch beside him. Secretary Chu handed them to him the day before, and the man replied that she had nothing to worry about. Seung Jo didn't want her to show up unexpectedly. Then he'd have to explain himself. He told the manager he could leave, that he wanted to be alone. But the manager hesitated, saying Secretary Chu had asked him to keep an eye on the director until morning. Eventually, he understood the director was serious, so he quietly left. Seung Jo downed nearly a full glass of alcohol. He began to feel a bit weak and uncomfortable. Then, frustrated, he tore off the bandage from his injured arm and flung it across the room. He still wanted more to drink, so he poured himself another glass. Why was that girl always on his mind? Why couldn't he think of anything else? Her name lingered on his lips. Whatever he did, it always came back to her. She had many different sides, but always looked beautiful and elegant. A girl like her wasn't easy to break, yet she had left him alone, saying she was simply too tired. But he was the only one thinking of her. He followed her schedule through the entire day. Still, she had the upper hand. She never broke the rules and never gave up. It was foolish to remove the bandage. His arm started hurting even more. The director decided to put it back on. Why had he done something so stupid to himself? He felt miserable and alone, but maybe it was time to accept that. He stepped outside for fresh air. He wasn't feeling well. He really shouldn't have had any alcohol. Secretary Chu ran up quickly, calling out for the director. But maybe she shouldn't have rushed like that. She asked what happened so suddenly and why he was outside. The moment she got closer, she smelled alcohol on him. She asked if he had really been drinking. Seung Jo didn't deny it, he just told her the truth. He noticed that she seemed irritated. Was she angry at him? But the girl smiled and said she wasn't upset. He'd worked hard today, he deserved a little break. He couldn't believe those words were coming from his secretary. That wasn't like her at all. Usually, she scolded him for things like this. She shouldn't smile at other men the way she smiled at him. Chu Lee Yeon finally made it home. It had been a long, exhausting day, and now she could finally get some rest. She liked scrolling through social media in the evening, when everything was quiet and peaceful. In this photo, Seung Jo looked especially tired. She had a packed schedule today, so the director suggested she leave work early. Still, she couldn't help wondering what's going to happen with Cha Ju-hui now. Was she really planning to keep everything secret and just get married? But it was a business relationship, so it didn't really matter who she was dating. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't understand how someone could act like that without thinking about the consequences. Still, that was their personal game, and their own private world. It stung to realize she would never be able to enter that special world of theirs. Lost in thought and exhausted, the girl dozed off for a bit, but a late-night call on her phone woke her. She was surprised to hear the director's voice. He asked if she was asleep. He'd feel bad if he had disturbed her. Now she realized he was drunk. His joke didn't even make sense. But what puzzled her more was why he was calling her so late at night. She didn't know what he needed. Maybe he needed help getting home. The director replied that he already had a great secretary who helped him at work. But was she planning to become his bodyguard now and take charge of his safety too? Chu Lee Yeon took it seriously and informed him that she held a black belt in Taekwondo. That was so adorable, he thought he was going crazy. She looked like a delicate doll. Seung Jo suggested they take a walk through the city at night. Without hesitation, she agreed. As always, she was caring and asked if he had eaten well. The director said the eel over rice was delicious. She was relieved that everything was fine. But most of the conversation was still about work. The director told her not to call the manager tomorrow. He had sent him home. Seung Jo asked how Yunseo was doing. He hadn't seen Yunseo since childhood, so he was curious. Maybe it's uncomfortable for you to talk about the past? The director asked. She did feel a little uneasy discussing it with him. He didn't know why he even brought up her brother. Maybe just to change the subject from work. It reminded him of the good old days. He remembered how Yunseo once asked his grandfather for money, and it was hilarious. But Aeon didn't find it funny at all and got a little angry. It wasn't funny. It was a nightmare for her, even if it was a fond memory for him. The chairman Lee Hyunbae loved children and always celebrated Children's Day by inviting employees' kids and giving them gifts. Back then, her parents were deep in debt, and Yunseo asked the family's steward for money. He had plenty. The next day, the steward paid off all her parents' debts. That's why her parents felt even more obligated to show respect to the Jaekyung Group. She remembered how much she hated Yunseo for begging for that money. That memory still haunted her. Seung Jo didn't understand why she felt that way. She hated it without grasping the full consequences. She knew the director was curious why she started working at Jaekyung Group, so she answered honestly. It was because of him. Her father's job was just a convenient excuse. Jaekyung offered the best conditions. Even entry-level pay was high, and the company's reputation spoke for itself. Then Secretary Chu can enjoy all of that, thanks to the best director, Seung Jo said. But he wasn't sure if it was sarcasm or a compliment. She had this peculiar ability to speak in a way that left people unsure of what she truly meant. He didn't like how she smiled, as if she were quietly mocking him. While walking, they passed a strange place, one better left ignored. It was too depressing. That area was known for muggings. Criminals liked to hang out there and rob people. Chu Lee Yeon got scared, grabbed the director's arm, and suggested they turn back. He was surprised. Hadn't she said she had a black belt in Taekwondo? She thought this wasn't the time or place to argue over past conversations. What mattered now was getting back quickly. He gently grabbed her waist and tried to calm her, convinced everything would be okay. They moved closer to the wall so no one could sneak up behind them. He quickly led her to a safer area. She stopped caring about the criminal. What struck her more was the realization that maybe no one had ever protected her before. She'd always had to fend for herself. Seung Jo whispered for her not to turn around until he told her to. She didn't understand what he was planning or why she should obey. The man walked past them, maybe even a little envious of their youth. That time of his life was long gone. Chu Lee Yeon glanced carefully at the man. He passed by without even bothering them. The threat was gone. So why were they still standing so close? The director stood near her, staring as if seeing her for the first time. He had never seen her as a beautiful woman before. To him, she'd always been the irreplaceable assistant he couldn't do without. She had a look on her face like she was scared again. Did she think he might actually dare to kiss her? But what she really wanted to say was that she wasn't scared at all, because she really liked him. She had tried so hard not to have feelings for him, but it didn't work. Still, she had chosen to admit it now, hoping she could fix everything afterward. It was the first time Seung Jo had heard such words from Secretary Chu. Until now, she had never shown the slightest sign that she liked him. He gently brushed his hand along her soft, full lips. She couldn't understand how the director truly felt about her. He had never shown her any affection before. He thought she already knew. The way he looked at her should have been enough. Was that why she had been avoiding him all day? If he kissed her now, their relationship would never be the same. But Chu Lee Yeon was sure nothing would change. And after the kiss, she'd have to leave the company. And possibly even get slapped by his future wife. Had he forgotten he was engaged to Cha Ju-hui? That would make her his mistress. Just like Munjo's mother, the woman the director despised. Chu Lee Yeon pleaded with him not to do this. Once they crossed the line, it would be hard to go back. They might ruin their friendship, and it would definitely affect their work relationship. Right now, she looked like she was about to cry. It would have been better to stop and just go home. But Seung Jo didn't listen, because he wanted to kiss her too much. His desire was stronger than his reason. He wasn't thinking about the consequences at all. And so, he kissed Chu Lee Yeon. And that kiss truly was the most unforgettable of her life. Even though she knew the consequences, she couldn't push him away, because the kiss meant so much to her. For some reason, she felt calm. It was a gentle, longed-for kiss, one she had dreamed about almost every night. At last, the cold and hardened heart of her director shattered into pieces. The day started as usual. It was time to resume her duties as the director's assistant. When she entered the room, the director was surprised to see her already at her desk. He had just returned from his morning run. Although the doctor had forbidden strenuous activity, a light jog was actually good for him. Chu Lee Yeon reminded herself to stay calm, as always. She offered to bring him some tomatoes and milk if he was busy. After the run, Seung Jo wanted to take a shower before eating. While washing the tomato, the girl's head was full of thoughts. How was she supposed to face the director? What should she say first? She had tossed and turned all night, anxious about what had happened. She knew the kiss had happened while Seung Jo was heavily intoxicated. When she told him he should go home, that was the only thing she could manage to say in that moment. There was no need to say anything more or do anything else. It should have ended there. She was so deep in thought that she didn't hear the man calling from the bathroom the first time. She rushed to him, realizing he might not be able to manage on his own. He needed her help. Carefully, she opened the door and asked what he needed her to do. He was holding shaving foam. Until now, he had been doing it with his left hand, but if Secretary Chu was nearby, he wouldn't have to suffer. But she stood frozen. She had never seen her director like this. It was the first time she saw him undressed, and it only made her like him more. His body was well-built and in great shape. She apologized, saying she had no experience shaving anyone. She offered to call the manager, but Seung Jo didn't want anyone else touching his face. But wasn't she someone else too? Still, to him, a secretary wasn't someone else. She was his right hand. Even if she made a mistake, it wasn't a big deal. No need to worry. He just wanted to wash up, so they should hurry. He offered to guide her step by step. She just had to follow instructions. First, apply the foam, then gently shave it off. Yeon was nervous, but she began following his instructions. As she applied the foam, he couldn't sit still and kept trying to talk. The moment he brought up last night, she covered his mouth with shaving foam. She then suggested rinsing it off quickly before it got into his mouth. The girl didn't want to remember what had happened the night before. It made her feel awkward and uncomfortable. Carefully, she tried to shave the foam off his face just as he instructed. She was extremely nervous. Large drops of sweat were sliding down her face. What happened last night? They'd have to talk about it, and then forget it. She explained that she hadn't been able to reject the kiss because he was her director. There had been others she didn't like but hadn't been able to refuse simply because they were her superiors. She was intoxicated by the atmosphere and acted foolishly. She regretted it and wished she'd shown more restraint. From now on, she would be more cautious to avoid such mistakes. Her hands were shaking from nerves, and she accidentally scraped his face too hard with the razor. She panicked when she saw she'd made a deep cut on his face. She immediately rushed to get medicine to treat the wound. But he stopped her. He didn't want her to leave. He insisted she stay. He grabbed her hand and pulled her back, assuring her the cut wasn't serious. Seung Jo had pulled her so suddenly that she crashed right into his bare chest. Why had he done that? The contact made her extremely embarrassed. Yeon was so frightened that she jumped back several feet away. He reminded her not to return without his permission. Had she already forgotten? Was that the only excuse she had? Was it really a mistake? Or was this how she always handled mistakes? He was different. He thought things through many times before doing anything. But he understood what she meant. If it wasn't a mistake, what was he planning to do now? Saying he always thinks before acting meant he wanted to take responsibility. But did he really think she didn't consider her actions beforehand? Did he imagine she hadn't spent the whole night tossing in bed, drowning in doubts? And he didn't need to call her by name. To him, she was still Secretary Chu. She would go get ointment and a bandage, with his permission. He didn't understand why the girl was acting this way or saying such strange things. Why was he silent? Was he not going to give her permission to leave him alone? He didn't want to let her go, but he also didn't want to act irrationally. After thinking it over, he decided to let her go. It seemed like the right thing to do for now. Chu Lee Yeon knocked on the door and reminded him it was time for dinner. The director looked upset and clearly had no desire to talk to her. Seung Jo left the room and went to the dining hall, looking as gloomy and unfriendly as always. It was immediately clear that he was upset with her because he didn't understand her behavior or the excuses about their adventure. But still, the secretary tried to do her job, so she offered him help. She noticed the director was putting on a shirt, so her help would be necessary for him. Why did he put on a shirt? It meant his injured arm was causing discomfort. If he was uncomfortable, she could help, but the man refused, explaining that he could manage everything himself. It would be hard to button the buttons and tie the tie. He refused help until the last moment, but it was still difficult for him to handle the buttons and the tie. Secretary Chu carefully buttoned the director's shirt while he watched how she did it, with tenderness and care. She managed the buttons, but now the tie needed to be picked out. Yeon looked carefully at the tie collection, wanting to choose the best one. She liked the black tie and immediately offered it to the director. The guy didn't even look, but agreed because he trusted Chu Yeon's taste. Since childhood, she knew how to tie a tie well, and she even liked doing it. Lee Seung Jo couldn't take his eyes off her again. His eyes were full of admiration and curiosity. Yeon was very diligent in her work, doing everything flawlessly to make it truly beautiful. But still, she remembered that magical kiss from the day before. She even felt a little embarrassed because her thoughts and how close she was standing to him caused a strange feeling inside her. The girl was very nervous, and it was very noticeable. He decided to calm her down and asked what exactly was causing her inexplicable anxiety. But she shouldn't worry because she needed to be a professional in everything. Also, carefully hide her emotions and feelings and always keep herself under control. When she pushed him away, he gave up. But why was she trembling so much when she touched him? But the girl objected. She didn't want to show her weakness at all and couldn't display her emotions in front of the director. When he took her hand, Chu Yeon wanted to pull it away, pointing out that he shouldn't touch her. Seung Jo pretended not to hear her at all and acted on the call of his own desires. He wanted it to be her who touched him. It was even pleasant and amusing because he could see her trembling. This man was truly unpredictable. He already knew in advance that she would definitely pull her hand away. Once again, he would try to reach her and her feelings, showing his true face. The only thing stopping him was that he was already late and they needed to hurry. Chu Yeon tried to tie the tie quickly so the director would look his best, but he would have to button his pants himself, and she left. It didn't matter if he didn't like her reaction. The remnants of her emotions were crushed and broken. That morning, Yeon accompanied her director to a meeting with his parents. When Min Kyung-hae saw their son, she was surprised by what had happened to his face. Was he injured? The mother immediately scolded Secretary Chu, asking why she wasn't doing her duties properly. Wasn't a broken arm enough? And now the face too? Seung Jo immediately tried to explain to his mother that he had just shaved with his left hand and accidentally cut himself. So there was nothing to worry about. His mother was surprised why he did it himself when the secretary could have helped him. He explained that he didn't want anyone to touch his face, so he tried to do it himself. Then he asked his mother where his father was since he had promised to attend the meeting. It was immediately obvious that his mother was very angry. She said that his father would come with Munjo. He had been enjoying a vacation with Seo Era under the pretext of a business trip abroad. Seung Jo tried to calm his mother and asked why she wouldn't go to the store herself. It would be better to walk and get some fresh air instead of making Secretary Chu do it. But his mother didn't consider it fun, and besides, Secretary Chu had better taste than she. It was true because the last dress she had chosen was simply wonderful. Chu Yeon was pleased to hear such nice feedback about her work from Madame. But the woman actually wanted to meet her future daughter-in-law and go shopping with her. Juhui seemed busy lately because she was preparing for a fashion show. His mother believed that Juhui had wonderful talent. After finishing college, she became a team leader. It was unpleasant for Yeon to listen about her director's future wife, so she wanted to leave as soon as her work was done. The girl felt that her work for today was over, and Madame agreed because the secretary had worked diligently so she could calmly go and rest. The girl left the house accompanied by Madame's assistant. The assistant asked why she seemed so upset. Had something happened? After all, there had always been a very cold atmosphere in the house, and he thought his mistress was a very harsh person. Chu Yeon couldn't argue with such a woman. She believed that if she was ordered to do something, she absolutely had to obey. But the assistant still considered her a unique person who could control her emotions in front of others. Even his wife admired Secretary Chu because she treated everyone with special attention. The girl replied that she had lived in this house for a very long time. The assistant was surprised. He couldn't believe her words. But the girl was sure that he had heard about it. For a long time, her father had been the driver for Lee Hyun-bae. The chairman liked to be surrounded by many people, so many employees lived in this small garden estate. But the current chairman didn't like it, so he evicted everyone except the kitchen staff. They noticed the chairman's car driving by, which then stopped near them. The chairman Lee Do-kyung and his young madam greeted Secretary Chu. He asked the girl if she would have lunch with them. But she replied that she was already about to go home, and the man said that he had something to say, so he wanted to see her later. There was nothing left to do but return to the house, even though she didn't really want to. The table was set as if for a big celebration. The various dishes looked delicious, and there were countless appetizers. The chairman addressed Secretary Chu, and she was ready to listen to him. He made an important announcement. From now on, she would be Munjo's secretary instead of Seung Jo's. But this would only start in January when Munjo became director. Until then, Secretary Chu would be helping him. He believed Seung Jo would do fine without a secretary, so there was no need to worry. But Munjo needed help and care. She should watch over him like in the old days, and he would handle the personnel arrangements. The girl understood that this wasn't a request but a real order that had to be fulfilled immediately, so she agreed right away to avoid angering the chairman. Munjo was pleased with his father's decision and couldn't wait for the time when he would be able to manage Secretary Chu. Seung Jo didn't understand why his father had made such a decision that went against his interests. The young Madame Seo Era asked the dear president where he planned to place Munjo. There were already good and influential people at the Jaekyung department store, so he wanted to offer him the position of managing director at the Lines Hotel. The chairman's wife was surprised and angered by her husband's decision. Was he really going to let the son of that dirty woman follow in the same footsteps as Seung Jo? The chairman didn't like his decisions being discussed or argued with. He planned to gift his son a hotel and didn't see anything shameful in that. His wife wanted to explain exactly why she didn't like his decision, but the chairman didn't want to listen. He said she was his wife, but sometimes her mouth spoke strange things. The young madam didn't want quarrels to arise because of her and her son, but she liked the chairman's idea since her son would hold a high position. Seung Jo was upset because he didn't want his secretary to be transferred to another job. Min Kyung-hae was upset too, but she had no right to argue because she didn't want to cause her husband's displeasure. She thought that if the president's father had been alive, he would have definitely scolded him. Seo Era would never have dared to sit at this table, in this special place. She always wondered how the young mother could send her 2-year-old son to a stranger's home. But now she understood everything. She had always wanted her son to take the older brother's place. She felt very sorry. She had made a mistake. She hadn't wanted to say that. It annoyed her that the talented secretary was leaving because of Munjo, but it worked. Otherwise, she didn't know what she would have done about Secretary Chu's feelings for Seung Jo. Instead of Secretary Chu, Seung Jo could be assigned a male secretary since he still needed someone's help. But the father believed his elder son could handle things well on his own, and besides, Secretary Chu could still help him with simpler tasks. Munjo asked who would then work for the good of the company if Secretary Chu would also be busy with other things. Moreover, there were rumors that if the secretary took even a few days off, the whole office would stop functioning. That's right, because Seung Jo had a lot of work. That's why the chairman had appointed Secretary Chu as his assistant. In any case, there was still time before she officially started her new position. Although at first Chu Yeon didn't like the chairman's idea, she thought it might actually be better for her. Besides, there were rumors that she spoke with Seung Jo almost like with a friend. When the chairman suddenly asked how the blind date that the first madam had arranged for her went, and the girl said that it went wonderfully, both of Lee Do-kyung's sons frowned. The chairman intended to act toward the secretary as his father had once done. When she got married, he planned to give her a big house as a gift. He still felt regret that he couldn't properly honor her father's funeral. He believed he absolutely had to help her. Otherwise, his heart would remain troubled. Chu Yeon was surprised and thanked the chairman for his attention. Lee Do-kyung got angry because by the look on the secretary's face, he realized she was refusing his help. The girl denied it, saying she was very grateful to him. Then it's settled, said the president, adding that it was on the condition that she would get married. But she shouldn't delay. She should find someone soon. And when she had children, work wouldn't be a problem. Since everything was decided, the girl could now go home. Munjo caught up with the girl and asked her why she looked so beautiful today, more than ever. She was curious whether Munjo knew he would be managing the line's hotel. The man said he hadn't known until his mother told him on the way there. The only thing he had asked his mother was to make sure that she, Seung Jo's secretary, would be his secretary. Chu Ayan knew that Munjo had always been like this. If he wanted something, he had to get it. Do you really have to do this? The girl wondered. But Munjo didn't understand what she meant. Does he really have to take her away from director Seung Jo? But what else could he do? After all, she was the most important person to him. If Lee Seung Jo married next year, it would clearly be very hard for her. He thought he was saving her from great pain. Secretary Chu wished he would let go of her hand because it hurt. Just then, Seung Jo came over and ordered his brother to let go of Secretary Chu's hand. In this respect, Lee Munjo and Lee Seung Jo were completely different. Seung Jo insisted that his brother let the girl go because he clearly understood she didn't like it. Munjo didn't want to do it and thought his brother was interfering. Couldn't he see they were talking? But Seung Jo didn't hesitate and punched his brother in the face. Chu Ayon really didn't want the director to resort to indecent actions toward his own brother. She noticed that his hand was injured and needed to be treated. She had never seen Seung Jo like this before. He had never allowed himself to raise a hand against anyone. Secretary Chu asked the manager for help because someone had to stop the fight between the brothers. Munjo didn't expect that Seung Jo would actually dare to hit him. Yeon tried to calm him down, but the boy wouldn't listen and kept pushing her away. Was she really still asking him to stop, even after what she'd seen? In his opinion, she should just accept it and get out of his way. All his life, he had endured bullying from others. So it wasn't surprising that right now he wanted to fight back, but the secretary was still trying to persuade him not to do it. Her words calmed him down a little. He even stopped trembling with anger and listened to her carefully. She held his hand, channeling her energy to ease his irritation. Seung Jo didn't like that Chu Yeon was giving so much attention to his brother. It seemed to him that it was he who needed care and sympathy. She wanted Lee Munjo to look at her and hear what she was saying. Everything around him seemed so unpredictable, yet Lee Munjo himself was kind and gentle inside. The girl understood that he was hurt and upset, but he needed to go home before his mother came out. If she came out, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, so he needed to hurry and put some ice on his face. Munjo didn't understand why Chu Yeon was pretending to care about him. When the man left, Secretary Chu promised to call him to make sure he was okay. He really wanted to believe that Ayon cared about him, but he just couldn't. Before, she had never shown any concern for him. Lee Seung Jo, who had always been honest, was now faking his injury. Munjo was sure that Lee Seung Jo had also fallen under Chu Yeon's spell. Couldn't he see that nothing was working out? And the girl herself was going through hard times now. The girl was angry. She wanted Munjo to go home quickly. The man didn't want to argue or annoy the girl, so he immediately headed home. Chu Ayan also decided to leave, but the manager offered her a ride. She didn't want to bother anyone and told him to take care of the director instead since her working hours were over. But the director didn't want to let her go and asked her to stay. She didn't want to stay, so she pretended not to hear his request. He caught up with her and tried to stop her by holding her hand. Why didn't she stop when he asked? Didn't she hear him? Chu Lee Yeon was upset, wondering why he was acting this way with her. But Seung Jo couldn't understand what she meant because he thought his actions were completely normal. Why the hell was he doing this? Was he going through puberty or something? Seung Jo fully agreed with her thought. He had been like that for the past few days. The man suggested they go to his place and talk about it. He knew Chu Lee Yeon was worried someone might see them together, so it was better if they went. She agreed to his suggestion because she also felt there were many questions and misunderstandings that needed to be discussed. Seung Jo's house wasn't far, so they got there quickly on foot. First of all, Chu Yeon wanted to treat the director's wounds that he got during the fight. She thought it would be better for her to leave, but the director asked what she meant by that. She planned to train another secretary to replace her, but Seung Jo believed that wasn't what she truly wanted and that she actually thought differently. The girl tried to explain that it was dangerous for them, and he knew that very well. But they hadn't done anything yet to provoke anger toward themselves. When the director kissed her, Secretary Chu thought it was a huge mistake. They shouldn't have done it, but their relationship would never be the same again. Seung Jo felt Secretary Chu wasn't to blame because he was the one who insisted on the kiss. She really didn't like when the director called her by name. She had already told him that several times, so next time he shouldn't forget it. She decided she needed to rest, so she ended the conversation and went home. The director wished her a good rest as she left. The girl replied that she definitely would, because it was unfair she had been working alone while the director was sick. She would finish what she was doing now and then take a break starting next Thursday. Seung Jo didn't want to let her go, so he said that he wanted ramyeon. The girl was surprised, but apparently after dinner with his parents, he really felt like eating ramen. She understood correctly. He wanted instant noodles, which were unhealthy, so he usually didn't eat them. Even though this dish was very unhealthy, it was delicious. He suggested they eat together because he felt bored being alone. Chu Lee Yeon hadn't eaten ramen in a long time. The director had noticed she barely ate anything at dinner. So he decided to buy a few packs because he wanted to taste poor people's food. The girl needed to look in the second drawer from the left. She would find them there. Seung Jo asked Secretary Chu a strange question. What kind of man did she think he was? The girl, without even thinking, immediately answered that she considered him the perfect man. To her, he was the best, without a single flaw. She couldn't believe she could actually find something like ramyeon in the director's house. At that moment, Lee Munjo called her. She asked him if he was already home and whether he had treated his wounds and bruises. Lee Munjo suggested they have lunch together tomorrow. He wanted to eat ramyeon with Chu Lee Yeon. She realized how similar these two brothers were. She spoke to him very gently, but this made the man feel uneasy, so he suggested she call him by name as usual. The girl replied that she was a bit busy now, so they could talk tomorrow. The director came up very quietly and carefully watched as the girl prepared ramen. She was startled, not expecting it at all because she hadn't noticed him come closer. Her mother called, but the girl couldn't answer because the director was nearby. But he told her she could answer the call. He didn't mind at all. Her mother was very worried why she wasn't home yet since she had said earlier that she wouldn't be late at work today. Yeon told her mother that she was at the director's house but had just finished and would soon be home. She asked if there was anything she should buy on the way, what they wanted for dinner. The woman told Chu Lee Yeon to buy some chicken so they could cook it for dinner. After preparing ramyeon for the director, she decided to go home. The man sat alone, tasting this poor people's food. Chu Lee Yeon wanted to leave for home, but she felt as if something wouldn't let her go. Every time she tried to leave, she came back and couldn't walk away calmly. She thought she was being stupid. She was working hard, but maybe in a past life she had done nothing but rest. She wondered if Seung Jo liked the taste of the dish. After all, she had always thought he didn't like the taste of instant food. She sat down next to him again, watching him eat food that was so unusual for him. Seung Jo realized that Secretary Chu didn't really want to go home. She enjoyed being near him. Someone rang the doorbell and Secretary Chu asked the director if he was expecting anyone. His future fiancée, Cha Ju-hui, had come to visit him. She was surprised to see that Seung Jo was at his home alone with Secretary Chu. Cha Ju-hui asked the secretary what she was doing there so late. The girl felt awkward and replied that she was about to leave as she had finished all her work. Ju-hui didn't believe they were really working at home. Maybe work was just an excuse to spend time with her fiancé. But Secretary Chu insisted that she misunderstood. At that moment, Seung Jo also asked Ju-hui what had brought her to visit him so late. She was furious because the girl had cooked ramyeon for the director. Was that really part of her duties? Since when do secretaries take care of their bosses like this? Lee Seung Jo didn't like his fiance's tone and ordered her to behave properly. And the secretary Chu didn't even argue about it. Well, right now the man was clearly siding with this worthless girl instead of her. Joo-hee took a glass of water from the table and came up with nothing better than to throw the water on Secretary Chu. His future fiance's behavior was disgraceful and had no justification. When Seung Jo asked why she did it, Joo-hee answered that she didn't want him to think she was naive. She understood everything perfectly. Chu Lee Yeon hadn't thought the girl would make such a scene, as she hadn't done anything wrong. The director turned to the secretary and told her she could go home to rest while he needed to talk alone with his fiancée. Joo-hee looked at the secretary with an angry gaze, as if she could attack her at any moment. She unexpectedly slapped Seung Jo. The man got angry. He didn't understand why she did it or what right she had. Why her and not Secretary Chu? She had done everything to be near the director. She really couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it either, so the secretary thought this was their personal matter and decided it was better to leave. But Joo-hee stopped her before she could go, asking if she had shown the director the photos she'd sent. The girl was surprised. She hadn't realized those photos had come from Cha Joo-hee and why she would do that. Had he known all along but said nothing? But then why had he stayed silent? Maybe he felt sorry for her. The girl wondered why Joo-hee had done this, but it seemed this was the only way she could get Seung Jo's attention. Had he never seen a real woman in her? But the man thought she was making things up. He couldn't remember ever giving her a reason to think that way. The girl smiled but trembled with anger. She could see Seung Jo had never really been interested in other people because he was always immersed in his work. She knew he didn't have feelings for her, yet Seung Jo still intended to marry her. But why did he see a real woman only in the secretary? She thought she'd been foolish to hope, knowing he'd never love her. Seung Jo just wanted his fiancée to stop arguing and calm down. They should break off the engagement and pretend they'd never planned to marry. Whether he could convince their families no longer mattered to her. He could just confess honestly about his relationship with Secretary Chu. And if that didn't work, he could get her pregnant. Seung Jo couldn't understand where she got such nonsense in her head, pouring it all out on him and the secretary. Joo-hee said the secretary had done a great job. She'd managed to steal someone else's man. She knew perfectly well the secretary had long been in love with the director and did everything she could to show her loyalty and obedience. Even though Secretary Chu had done nothing wrong, she'd expected something like this might happen and had even warned the director. Chu Lee Yeon thought she shouldn't listen to all this, as she didn't deserve such insults. Summoning her courage, she told Joo-hee to apologize because she'd never tried to seduce the director or steal someone else's man. Joo-hee didn't think she needed to apologize, and it only made her angrier. The girl said it was very shameful to behave like this and humiliate herself in front of a man. Joo-hee immediately reacted by slapping the Secretary Chu in the face, as she had nothing to say to justify herself. Seung Jo grabbed his fiancée by the hand and ordered her to stop because she looked insane, and that she must apologize to the secretary. Joo-hee thought it humiliating to apologize to a secretary, and maybe Seung Jo really did like her, or maybe he just wanted her body. Joo-hee kept insulting the secretary. She'd stolen her fiancé, so now she could be satisfied. By accident and out of anger, the man crushed the glass in his hand. Seung Jo didn't want to hear anything more from his fiancée and ordered her to leave his house. His hand was cut again by the glass, and blood was everywhere. If she was fine with a marriage of convenience, he would do it, but she shouldn't expect anything more from him. He had turned a blind eye to her actions because he saw it as her choice to do dirty things and betray him. But he still couldn't understand why she decided to act that way. She'd enjoyed herself, but when the wedding date was set, maybe she got scared. So she decided to live comfortably before marriage. Joo-hee denied everything. Seung Jo had wanted to wait until the fashion show ended, but now he couldn't anymore, so he suggested doing as she wanted. But it was impossible because neither her father nor the president would allow it. They couldn't break up even if both wanted to. And she hadn't sent those photos to break off the engagement, but to get his attention. Seung Jo told her she shouldn't have trusted him. The girl apologized, saying she'd said it all in anger and didn't want him to worry. She promised to become better in the future. But the man no longer wanted to listen to her and only wished she'd leave his house. Didn't she understand him right away when he first pointed her to the door? The director turned to the secretary and asked how she was feeling. Chu Lee Yeon still tried to go home, but the director kept holding her back. She apologized, saying she really didn't want to talk today. They could talk tomorrow. Lee Seung Jo wanted to follow her, but she told him not to. He didn't want her to leave, but he understood. She wondered why she kept working at the Jaekyung Group next to Seung Jo. After all, she wasn't Cinderella. She shouldn't have to fulfill all their whims. She kept telling herself she needed to let it all go and give up. Chu Lee Yeon fixed her makeup, thinking the mark left by the slap wouldn't be too noticeable. She wondered if a bag of fried chicken must have felt like to her father after a terrible day at work. Right now, she really wanted to see her father. Chu Lee Yeon was finally home. Her mother peeked out from the kitchen and told her to wash her hands and come in. They were happy to see the girl had brought home chicken. Her mother asked if she would have dinner with them, but the girl refused, saying she wasn't hungry and that they could eat together without her. Her brother immediately said he wanted to eat the drumsticks. Their mother scolded him to stop yelling. Didn't he see how tired his sister's face looked? The woman realized things weren't going so well, so hard times might be coming. She told him not to be naughty and to listen to his sister. Under no circumstances should he get mixed up with strange people or jobs. But the brother said a fortune teller had told him he'd be rich at 30, though admittedly, she had something weird about her face. The brother called for his sister, but their mother stopped him, saying Yeon was tired and needed to rest. The girl went into her room. She was completely exhausted and worn out. Today really had been very hard. In all the years she'd worked, she'd never faced anything like this. There were a lot of messages from Munjo on her phone, but she decided to call back tomorrow. Right then, her phone rang in her hand. She thought it was Munjo again, but it was the director calling. Why was he bothering her when they'd agreed to talk tomorrow? Maybe she shouldn't answer, she thought. But he was very persistent, so she picked up the call. He asked what Chu Lee Yeon wanted him to do for her. Whatever it was, he'd do anything for her. She understood she shouldn't take these warm words from Seung Jo literally. Nothing could change their relationship anymore. She hoped he wouldn't do anything, that he'd simply let her work in peace. But Seung Jo believed she belonged only to him. He thought about her so much that he always kept her close. Chu Lee Yeon, however, didn't want to know anything not related to work. Even if she didn't want to listen to him, she still had to know that his patience also had a limit. If he had nothing more to say, she decided to end the conversation. He still wanted to explain so much, but the girl didn't want to hear anything more. He couldn't understand what he'd done wrong. He always thought he'd been doing everything right. The reason he kept calling Cha Ju-hui his fiancée was because he had actually intended to marry her. Most marriages were arranged through agreements. A bride had been quickly found for him, and he had actually intended. He knew that Ju-hui truly loved him, but he restrained himself and didn't let those feelings into his heart. It was convenient for everyone. After all, they were both young, even if they hardly knew each other. They were supposed to walk this path together and build a strong family. He had an example in his parents' marriage. Despite all the difficulties in their life, they stayed together and managed important family matters. But he kept watching Chu Lee Yeon until he realized he couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how ascetic his lifestyle was, it wasn't hard for him. But he felt a deep thirst just looking at her. The desire to hold her tight only grew stronger. He tried to accept it, even tried to end it, but everything turned out as it did. He wished so much that he didn't love Chu Lee Yeon. But whenever he closed his eyes, he still saw her. His thoughts were tied to her, and when she was near, he didn't want to let her go. The colleague asked whether Secretary Chu had arrived at work yet. She mentioned that there had been something strange in the news since morning, but Secretary Chu hadn't seen or heard anything yet. All the news reported that the director had broken off his engagement with Ju-hui. After hearing this, Chu Lee Yeon finally decided to go to the director's office. As always, he was busy with work. He looked as if nothing had happened, as if everything was the same as before. The girl noticed that the director's tie was perfectly tied. The wound on his hand had been treated and neatly bandaged. Was it really a lie that he didn't know how to tie a tie? He had clearly managed fine on his own. He confirmed it. From now on, he'd try to do everything he could. But he shouldn't have done that. His desires were impulsive. The man felt he'd acted badly toward Secretary Chu. He suggested that from now on, he'd behave differently. After all, he'd promised himself to only work with her. He couldn't even forbid her from coming into the office. He just couldn't concentrate. She really wanted to ask if he truly planned to break off the engagement. But the director replied, hadn't she seen the article? Or at least heard the rumors spreading around the office? There would be some noise about it for a while, but Secretary Chu would handle it. She assured him she'd do whatever he told her to. But he still didn't answer her question. The director preferred not to answer and simply showed her his hand. Hadn't she noticed the missing ring? After all, she'd seen everything yesterday. And after talking with Cha Ju-hui, they had to inform their families. It was over with Juhui. He planned to tell his family everything. If he didn't do it first, things could go badly. He had to settle it between the two families. It irritated and exhausted him. Cha Juhui kept coming up with cunning traps to hurt Chu Yeon. He couldn't give Juhui or her family time to think. At first, he thought of waiting until the fashion show to see if Juhui would really dare to slap Chu Yeon. Most likely, it would turn into a tough fight. There could also be articles criticizing him. He remembered that Secretary Chu would be going on vacation starting Thursday as planned. The director asked if she had any plans yet for where to go, but the girl hadn't decided. Knowing this, he had reserved a luxury suite at a hotel in Gangwon-do under Secretary Chu's name. She shouldn't feel uncomfortable. She just needed to rest. This was her reward for caring so devotedly for her boss. The hotel was right in the city center near City Hall. Chu Yeon felt grateful to her director. By the way, she could cancel the planned lunch with Munjo. He couldn't stand that scoundrel. But why did the director speak like that? Why had he been treating his brother so coldly lately? Seung Jo had disliked the way his brother behaved since they were kids, thinking him worthless from birth. The girl thought they treated each other about equally. The director asked her, since he knew she actually shared his opinion. When she had tutored him, she'd called Munjo an idiot. He'd heard it many times and considered her judgment quite fair. When she went out for her lunch break, she ran into Munjo at the cafe. He offered to eat ramyeon together, but she was curious why they had to dine in a separate room. Munjo said there were too many noisy kids outside, and here it was quiet, so they could be alone. She looked at his face. It seemed normal again. The swelling had gone down. He didn't want her to bring up this topic. He still felt bad, but the girl thought he'd done the right thing, that he accepted it without turning it into a huge scandal. To her, he was like a small child she tried to teach. She knew that his scars from loneliness were hurting again. Had she forgotten what they talked about yesterday? How she'd promised him to be kind to him? He suggested they should just eat and stop lecturing him. But Chu Yeon warned him. If he kept flirting, his mother would hear about it. So it'd be better if he didn't behave the way he had before. But that was the problem. She knew him too well. And he knew perfectly well who she liked and who she didn't. So it was time to end his hopeless attempts. She wasn't really tired, but was it right for her to become Munjo's secretary? She wanted to help the little bird fly high, but would that end up hurting Seung Jo? Even while having lunch with Munjo, she kept worrying about Seung Jo. She knew that no one could do anything better for her than she could do for herself. But if she kept drifting in her thoughts, she wouldn't be able to have a real conversation with Munjo. She didn't even notice when the man asked if it was true that Seung Jo had broken off his engagement. But if he had questions, he could just ask his brother directly. For now, she didn't know what to say about the situation. He asked whose side she was on. What was more important to her, the affairs of the Jaekyung Group or Seung Jo's personal life? He was just asking, just in case. After all, she was the main reason his brother had broken off the engagement. If something happened to her because of this engagement, he wouldn't just stand by and watch. Didn't she feel pain when she was beaten? But he had always been there to support her. That's how it had always been. And sometimes he felt he might lose control. But when he thought about her, he strangely managed to calm himself so as not to hurt anyone. Once before, he'd had to make a choice. There would come a time when she shouldn't walk away from him, and she should remember that he could always find her. In the past, it had been hard for her to choose a side, so she preferred not to act at all. That's how she behaved. Maybe by doing so, she'd made Munjo believe in something that had never existed between them. If so, then now she had to draw a line that would separate them completely. She wanted Munjo to meet someone much better than her, to meet someone who could truly heal his wounds. Maybe then he wouldn't give her such conditions and warnings. She sincerely felt sorry for the inexperienced Munjo. Munjo didn't like that she set such conditions and warnings for him. Chu Yeon thought she'd already heard enough and wasn't sure she could calmly have lunch in his presence. It was really sad that he had to grow up surrounded by financial problems, but that was exactly why she stayed by his side. Chu Yeon didn't like it when Munjo spoke badly about his brother. If she didn't like it, he would try to restrain himself, although there was a lot he could say. But if someone couldn't be his, then what should he do next? He was too bad of a person to somehow keep her by his side. Secretary Chu agreed with his words, but the guy was surprised. Had he really been that bad from the very start? A begging wretch trying to steal a jewel from his noble older brother. Those cruel words he had heard almost every day since childhood. He knew this for sure. His brother had never expressed any dissatisfaction toward him. He watched his grandfather. And it was all because his father ignored his very existence. His older sisters were also very cruel to him. He didn't like any of this, so he looked for a place to hide. Every time something like this happened, he would run into Chu Lee Yeon in the hallway. Every time they bumped into each other, they exchanged annoyed looks. But sometimes Chu Lee Yeon would give him a candy. He never thanked her because he was too angry and would simply throw the candy away. But even then, she tried to scold him gently, hinting that it was rude to do that. Those were the first words Chu Lee Yeon had ever spoken to him. She said you shouldn't throw anything away, but she lied because she had just done exactly that herself. The girl heard her name announced over the loudspeaker. She was urgently called back to work because the chairman himself was about to arrive any minute. Finally, he's coming, thought Chu Yeon, and she felt she was ready for this meeting. Song Kwajang had to hide the things in the storage room that shouldn't be lying around. Kim Joo-im definitely had to prepare chrysanthemum tea, but not hot. Chu Yeon wanted to go to the director and personally warn him about the chairman's visit. It was important to her that the director wasn't caught off guard and was ready for the meeting. Seung Jo noticed the worried look on Secretary Chu's face and immediately asked what had happened. She said that the chairman was already on his way, and she thought the director might need some time to prepare. But the guy didn't understand how exactly he should do that. She told him to prepare the tea that the chairman loved so much. He couldn't just say whatever came to his mind because that would be dangerous. She thought he needed to carefully think through his response. It was obvious that Secretary Chu was even more worried than Seung Jo. The director noticed that whenever she came into his office without knocking, he would get very nervous. Did she really need to leave now? Maybe the chairman would throw something at him? It was clear the chairman Lee Do-kyung would be furious. She had to personally prepare the tea, but she couldn't just leave him alone. She had never been this afraid of the chairman before. Usually, the director never went against his will, but now everything was different. And what could she do? She wanted to help somehow. The elevator carrying Lee Do-kyung had already arrived on their floor. The moment he stepped out, he immediately called for Seung Jo to come to him. Secretary Chu greeted the chairman and reported that the director was in his office. The chairman didn't even want to speak to her because he had more questions for his son. But still, he asked if she knew that Seung Jo was planning to break off the engagement. She didn't know his intentions, but her conscience troubled her, and she still couldn't tell the truth. She didn't expect an article to appear so quickly. He didn't believe her because he knew Seung Jo wouldn't lie to his secretary. The secretary knocked on the director's office door. She worried about this director because he really didn't want to prepare for the meeting with the chairman. She didn't know what Seung Jo would answer the chairman's questions. Would he really try to justify himself? She decided to give him a little hint and guide his thoughts in the right direction. She hinted that he should say he regretted what had happened. Seung Jo was pleased that Secretary Chu cared about his future, even though she herself could get into trouble. She tried to instruct him to quickly say what she was suggesting. The secretary waved her hands and gestured something to him, but he didn't understand why she was so worried. The director invited the chairman to sit down, but this only made his father angrier. No one knew what would happen next. What was going on in there? What was happening? No one could find out right away. Does Seung Jo know how much money they've lost now? Has he gone crazy and lost control of his actions? Business wasn't the most important thing, since everything had already been done. Whatever he lost from this breakup, he'd just earn back. But his father didn't agree, as if he didn't know that there was another candidate for the president's position, Cha Jun. And he was a strong contender. Seung Jo knew that. His father had nearly become a criminal, and only thanks to Senator Cha Jun did he get this position of chairman. He needed to stop because he knew that to him he probably looked ridiculous now. In this case, even prayer wouldn't help. Chu Lee Yeon realized that the director was digging his own grave. Even so, Cha Ju-hui's private life hadn't been revealed. Was this really the Seung Jo she knew? The article mentioned there had been some incident. His father wanted to know what had happened. But Seung Jo didn't want to go into details and had discussed everything directly with Ju-hui herself. His father grabbed him by the suit and shouted loudly, demanding who gave him permission to break off the engagement without his knowledge. Maybe it seemed like a joke to him, but how much money had he spent to make this engagement happen? He would get married, but why did the president only care about money? He immediately said that whatever they lost, they'd earn back just as much. But his father believed that the only place to make money was through Ju-hui's family, so they absolutely had to become related by marriage. Family isn't about money. It's about people caring for each other. Seung Jo had tried to make that happen, but he wasn't interested in it anymore. He had never counted how much money they might gain. But that was exactly what his father had bet everything on, and if it didn't work out, he'd suffer huge losses. He saw that in the company, his father had done a lot of things secretly and had to hide them. But Seung Jo planned to go home today and explain everything. And he was saying this now, since his father had come and caused a scandal anyway. His father couldn't hold back his anger because his son had ruined all his plans with a single wrong move. Someone tried to interrupt the conversation between the chairman and his son. The girl brought tea, but the chairman immediately asked why she came in right at that moment. Chu Lee Yeon felt guilty because she was the one who had given the order to bring the tea right now, and Kim Joo-im ended up coming at the worst possible time. Kim Joo-im wasn't at fault because she had knocked, but no one answered. The girl stood there, not knowing what to do, waiting for instructions. Chu Yeon told her to quickly clean everything up and leave the office. The chairman noticed how swiftly the secretary resolved the problem. He had a request for her that she had to fulfill immediately. Secretary Chu ordered Kim Joo-im to prepare the car. Didn't she notice that no one wanted tea right now? Unexpectedly, they heard the chairman ordering her to come back and pour the tea anyway. But the secretary still tried to get rid of the girl, practically pushing her out of the office. At last, she got rid of her and firmly closed the director's office door. Then she turned to the chairman, saying that there were many eyes and ears around, so they should speak more quietly. If he sat down, she would personally bring him his favorite tea. But the director asked her not to walk around the chairman because he already intended to leave. Didn't he hear that the director told him to get out? Enough wandering around here. He should quickly leave the office. The secretary Chu decided to wait outside, hoping there wouldn't be any problems. The news about the director's breakup was the top headline that morning. But after 3 hours, all the news unexpectedly got deleted. It was all thanks to her work as a secretary. The rumors spreading online couldn't be fully stopped. A colleague was helping the secretary by answering calls coming into the company to confirm the information. Even if all the office staff asked to remove the post, new messages would keep appearing. She didn't touch anything that wasn't serious slander against the director. The real problem was articles mocking the executive director. Busy people wouldn't waste time on that anyway. Chu Yeon was already tired of rereading so many posts about the director's life. Some mocked him, some envied him, and the rest just commented without thinking about what they wrote. She called attorney Yoon because she realized the director's meeting time was running out, but the secretary promised to be there in person in a minute. They were an hour behind schedule, but it looked like the harmful articles had been deleted. Attorney Yoon was supposed to come soon. They needed to help him sort out the complaint. By the way, tomorrow the director would wear a new suit for the Lines Hotel's 10th anniversary. She had already asked to pick it up in advance, so it was important to make sure of that. The colleague was surprised. Was the director really planning to go to this event tomorrow? But they didn't know whether they'd go to the event too, since the situation was tense. Many reporters would come, and who knew if everything would be okay? Breaking off the engagement shouldn't have affected work, so they had to go anyway since everyone knew how much the director loved that hotel. The colleague promised to pick up the director's suit, but Secretary Chu was supposed to go on vacation, so she wasn't sure she'd attend the event. She was surprised because that morning, the director had already taken care of it himself. Ms. Song was very curious, so she knew everything about the secretary's and the director's affairs. The colleague was sure that Secretary Chu needed rest because it had been tough for her when the director broke his arm. It was time for the secretary to leave because it was late. The colleague wished her a good day. She wanted to make sure the director was okay before she left. She wondered why people talked and blamed others when they didn't really know anything. And just then, she heard the chairman blaming his son for everything, calling him a spoiled brat. He said he had raised an ungrateful bastard who had gotten used to ignoring his father. She didn't know what the two of them had been talking about, but the director thought breaking off the engagement was the only way out. He had never before allowed himself to go against his father's wishes. Chu Yeon couldn't understand why he kept arguing with the chairman. Turning to the director, she reminded him he had skipped dinner. But the young man replied that he wasn't in the mood to eat, and besides, he wasn't hungry at all. The girl saw that the director was very upset, so she wanted to cheer him up a little. When she asked if he was okay, he replied that he was in his right mind and fully understood the consequences that would come after today's conversation. The chairman had told him many times that he was simply insane. The director needed to clear his thoughts, so he suggested that the secretary leave work together with him. They called the elevator and waited for it to arrive. After a hard day, they were both tired, so they rode in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. It was the same elevator she had taken countless times over the past 4 years. She was so exhausted that even breathing in and out felt heavy. The director was standing behind her, staring without looking away. His question about whether she had lunch with Munjo caught her by surprise. Didn't he say before that he wasn't against them meeting? She honestly replied that she had lunch with his brother, but she didn't want to go into details. The director even asked what they had for lunch, but the girl thought that was too personal, so she didn't want to answer. Seung Jo started calling his brother all sorts of insulting names, so the girl replied that she could hear everything. Was he talking to himself? And why did his voice sound so sad? It was the perfect moment when she could ask the director something personal. She really wanted to know what he was thinking about at that moment. He thought that he needed to buy something delicious so his meal would cost more than what his brother treated her to. Right now, he acted like a child who'd had his favorite toy taken away. He wanted Chu Lee Yeon to eat together with him. Just the two of them. They arrived at the 6th floor and the elevator doors opened. He knew the secretary would refuse him, and she had the right to, but he still planned to do what he wanted. People waiting for the elevator greeted the director, but their judging looks were still noticeable. The director politely offered for the secretary to step out of the elevator first, but she needed to exit from the far corner of the elevator. Or maybe they would go further down together. The girl agreed and suggested he press the button to go down. Now it felt like they had switched places. The director was standing in front and she was watching him closely. The meeting would happen later than planned. The director had to meet with Senator Cha Ji-eun, an engagement where the bride and groom's opinions didn't matter. She had convinced Seung Jo to invite the senator, but she shouldn't have done that. The desire to hug this person was overwhelming. It was so hard, but she had no right to even think about it. Greed, and still, if she didn't refuse, then what would they do? Why did she always have to deny herself things for the sake of others? Were her own desires really so unimportant, always bringing trouble? But what if she didn't refuse? Then what would they do? She couldn't even imagine. The elevator doors opened carefully, and behind them was the manager, who had been waiting for the director for a long time. The director looked at Secretary Chu very seriously, as if waiting for her answer. Chu Lee Yeon stood there with her head lowered. She still couldn't give him an answer. The director stepped out of the elevator and walked off, talking with the manager. She never got the answer to her question. The director had met with the artist before, so he knew whose painting was hanging in the main room of the art gallery. Maybe he really was losing his mind now. 4 years ago, the director started working on improving the company's efficiency. The Lines Hotel held a central place in the Jaekyung Company. As soon as he came to power, he managed to create a premium status for the Jaekyung Group. As a result, very wealthy and influential people started cooperating with this company. Of course, this also led to increased sales. And in addition to the VIP and VVIP client tiers, last year, an even higher tier, Trinity, was introduced. The works displayed in the gallery were freely accessible to everyone, but only those with Trinity status could buy them, so the painting's prices were extremely high. He agreed with this, but why did he choose a painting by a new artist? Chu Lee Yeon was sure that the director liked that painting the most. The late chairman Lee Hyun-bae had been a true art lover. For him, it wasn't just a hobby. He also painted very skillfully. Perhaps the director inherited this from him. It was incredible, but that's how it really was, even if it was hard to believe. The director chose the painting after listening to Secretary Chu's opinion, but she had only expressed her thoughts, and he had simply listened. Seung Jo had a look on his face as if he was hiding the fact that something bothered him. He had the same look when he was staring at the new artist's painting. It seemed he really liked it. And what else could she say except that she liked it too? Seung Jo enjoyed running the gallery. Soon the doors would open, and this painting would be presented to all visitors. The Trinity clients would soon arrive too. Wealthy people would try to snatch up the limited edition, and the Jaekyung Group would use the money they spent to fuel its success. Finally, the director returned. The secretary asked if he had managed to handle the current matters well. He looked thoughtful. She was curious what he was going to say. She suggested the manager tell the artist that the director and she would be about 5 minutes late. What did the director want to say to her? And was he uncomfortable during the meeting? Or was it something else? He confirmed her guess. He really had felt uncomfortable at the meeting. For the first time, it really bothered him. For a while, they stared at each other again, each lost in their own thoughts. The girl guessed that maybe he was trying to answer the question she had asked him in the elevator. Back then, it had been just the two of them, but now it would be completely inappropriate. There were many people around now, so they were just a man and a woman, not a director and his executive secretary. She really was bothered by it after his question. The director tried to remind Secretary Chu about something she had said to him in the elevator. Surprised, but still, she thought it wasn't the right time to talk about it now. But why did he bring it up only after they had left the elevator? Didn't he realize that it was easier for her to look at the back of his head? It was just impossible. She couldn't look him straight in the eyes. She suggested they talk about it after the meeting. Then she quickly switched to another topic, reminding him that he had a very tight schedule and they needed to hurry to get everything done. The director didn't object and agreed that they should work, but why did he keep smiling? And why wasn't he embarrassed by his behavior? Everything else could be checked in person. But did they have any other questions at all? Chu Lee Yeon checked everything carefully because it was important to her to do her job perfectly. She apologized to the writer but asked to step away for a moment to take a call. The woman didn't mind, so Secretary Chu left. She needed to find a place where there weren't many people. The first round had come from Chairman Lee Do-gyang, and now it was the second round. It was Madam calling, asking where Seung Jo was, and where she was, and what she was doing. The director was finishing his meeting and planned to return to the office. She was waiting for him nearby. The chairman had come to see him but had already left. Madame asked why the secretary didn't call her back and didn't answer her calls promptly. He had immediately called Senator Cha Ji-eun and spoke with him for a long time. As soon as the call ended, the director left. In the evening, the director would go home. Of course, he needed to come and explain everything. That their entire plan was basically sinking before their eyes. Madame asked the girl how her personal life was. After all, she knew she really liked her blind date, so she should at least meet that guy a few times. To be honest, strange thoughts kept coming to her mind. So as not to be misunderstood, she and Seung Jo had a strange relationship, and Madame hoped the secretary understood what she meant. It felt very rude of Madame to say that. It was like a huge lump stuck in the girl's throat. So the girl promised Madame she would behave properly. It was complete chaos. Her mind and body couldn't comprehend any of it. Still, she kept thinking about Madame's words and tried to recall that guy. His name was Kim Yoo-jin. How could she have forgotten? A message had arrived, but she'd been busy and hadn't checked her private messages. She dared to call Kim Yoo-jin. The man understood why she hadn't answered for so long. He knew she'd been very busy. He had almost decided to stop waiting to meet her if she didn't call by the end of the week. Chu Lee Yeon felt awkward because she was used to doing everything on time. As an apology, she suggested they meet tonight even though she really didn't want to. She really didn't want to waste her time on him, but she had promised Madame to meet him at least 3 times. She couldn't allow anyone to misunderstand the relationship between her and the director. She waited for Kim Yoo-jin's reply. It was already past 9 p.m., so maybe the meeting would have to be tomorrow. Then they could just have a cup of coffee. She could come to the restaurant near the hotel at 9 a.m. Maybe she would call him again later. She still had a ton of personal errands, for which she had no time at all. She had to answer the director, who was already asking where she was and why it was taking so long. She'd been looking for a dress for tomorrow's anniversary party. The finance team was coming soon with the data he'd requested earlier. Why was Secretary Chu doing all of this herself? That's what they hired sending Supervisor Kim for. Next time, she would probably use that girl even more often. The director ordered her to hurry upstairs, but however it worked out, she would be there in 5 minutes. She got into the elevator with lots of shopping bags. The doors began to close. They hadn't fully closed yet when someone tried to stop them and open the doors again. Who was so bold as to open the doors so brazenly? In the doorway, she saw Lee Mun-jo, who was also trying to get into the elevator. Mun-jo looked persistent and a bit defiant. He loosened his tie to seem less formal. He snatched the heavy bags from Secretary Chu's hands, trying to show her some attention. He hadn't come there for her, so she shouldn't feel nervous. They were all going to dinner together. The management team had sent him to pick up her bags. But why did she keep looking at him so strangely? She apologized, saying she needed to answer a call. Once again, she had many messages from her mother and brother, who had also heard the news about the director and his engagement. But Mun-jo's message had arrived first. It was his reply to her words, telling him not to touch her. His back looked pitiful and defeated, but she could no longer allow herself to comfort him or hug him. The best she could do was not to bother him. A colleague looked at Secretary Chu and Lee Mun-jo strangely as they entered the office together. The man immediately thought that new wrong rumors would spread, interfering with his work. The colleague thanked him for the bags and asked if he was their new coworker. The man confirmed her guess, and she was pleased that the company now had such a handsome young man. He immediately explained that he was from the company's management team. If he had any problems, she would gladly help. The management team reported directly to the director. It would be nice to have lunch together sometime. Chu Lee Yeon quickly interrupted and said that attorney Yoon would be here soon, and they had a meeting at 6:30. The colleague didn't want to leave, but there was work to do immediately. The secretary thanked her and wanted to get rid of the overly chatty colleague right away. Now it was Munjo's turn to leave. They shouldn't linger together. But why should he leave? Maybe he still had things to do and wanted to stay in the office. But she remembered he'd said earlier that he was in a hurry for dinner, so he could go. The director, noticing his secretary talking to his brother, asked what she was doing there. If she had any documents with her, she should have brought them to him already. She hurriedly said she was just about to bring the papers. He shouldn't be mad at her. She knew this wasn't the time to worry. The director immediately told his brother not to bother Chu Lee Yeon. Although she was already very tired, there was still a lot of important work to finish. A new message came from Kim Yoo-jin, and this time he was lucky because she saw it right away. He invited her to a cafe across from the company. He promised not to keep her long, so she had to come out. He would wait for her. Chu Lee Yeon promised she'd come down to the cafe soon, and she still kept in mind that she needed to meet him a few more times. Just as she was about to leave, the director called her. He asked if she was still working, but the secretary replied that she was just about to go. It was already late, and her workday was over. Maybe he wanted to say something else, but she really had to hurry. The director offered to drive her home and asked her to come downstairs. But he wasn't actually planning to go home. He wanted to wait for her. She had an appointment, and when the director asked what kind of meeting it was, she didn't want to answer and said it was personal. He asked if this meeting was really so important to her, and she answered yes. She didn't have time to talk more with the director, so she said goodbye until tomorrow. She wanted to end the call quickly. At the cafe near the company, Kim Yoo-jin was already waiting for her, greeting her with a happy smile. The more they talked, the clearer he seemed to her. She was sure he was a very good person, but even at that moment, she could only remember the director's voice she had just spoken with. Kim Yoo-jin asked when they could meet again. Chu Lee Yeon wanted to be honest with him and explained that she couldn't give him her heart. The man was actually very hurt. She knew it was very harsh, but Madam had cared about her all her life, and she couldn't refuse Madam's request. Kim Yoo-jin understood everything. After all, it was written all over her face. He felt embarrassed to ask Chu Yeon this, but could she give him another chance? The girl hesitated. She didn't know what to answer. Seung Jo drove by the cafe in his car and through the window noticed his secretary on a date with another man. He ordered the driver to stop. He wanted to see what was happening there. The air felt very unpleasant that day. He had thought they would spend time alone, so he had bought a delicious dessert. The secretary had said the meeting was very important and personal, something she didn't want to tell him about. Those words kept echoing in his head, and it hurt more and more. He thought this was the same guy she had met last time. How many times had they met that he had become such an important person to her? When he saw everything and there was nothing else for him to do, he ordered the driver to head home. At home, he wasn't welcomed warmly either, because they also thought he had made a huge mistake. What was he doing? Had he lost his mind? Didn't he have the patience to discuss everything in advance? He really didn't want to listen to accusations, especially since he was already in a bad mood. The only thing they could do was argue about his madness. He was tired of playing the role of the proper eldest son in the family. His sisters shouldn't talk to their brother like that. Maybe Seung Jo had his own plan. He himself wanted to take care of his marriage, but his sisters thought he didn't have the right. He couldn't say that, and even if he wanted to choose his own wife, it still wouldn't truly be his decision. What was the reason he broke off the engagement with Cha Ju-hui? They understood it as his stubbornness. Seung Jo and Cha Ju-hui had gotten along well for over 20 years, but the man replied that it only seemed that way to everyone, but in reality, it wasn't like that at all. And now it was finally time to let go of the past. The thing was, there was a girl he really loved. His sisters were stunned by the statement from their older brother, who had never shown feelings for another girl before. Still, he wanted to finally be heard and understood, but he didn't expect any support. It was time for him to leave. He was going to break off the engagement anyway, so he released the statement but didn't want to do anything else. As for Cha Ju-hui, they had agreed not to tell the journalists anything. Well, now the most important thing remained: Senator Cha Ji-eun. Cha Ju-hui was his beloved daughter, so it was obvious he would want revenge. So they had to respond wisely and press on his weak spot. So Jong-hun called him. Lee Seung Jo didn't really want to talk to him that often, but he couldn't make Chu Lee Yeon do it instead. His personal secretary. Maybe there was some request for him? He had already received the documents. All that was left was to finish the work and write the report. The director approved his work. It was done very well. Sometimes life felt deeply disappointing. A world where everyone tried to get more than they had. A world that had turned its back on conscience and human dignity. And everything he didn't like doing, he still had to do, because everyone behaved that way. So he ended up being the same, no different from anyone else. The director had a request for the personal secretary. He needed to get information about someone as soon as possible. The director reflected that he was completely different from the polished image people saw. No one knew what he was really like. How much time would it take to push Chu Yeon away from him without ever getting close to her? Seung Jo kept holding himself back. He didn't know where the path he chose would lead him. He told the driver to go to Chu Yeon's house. Chu Yeon finally got home. She texted her mom to let her know she'd arrived. Her brother needed to talk to Nuna, but she was too exhausted and didn't want to talk. Chu Yeon wanted to wash up and go to bed, but her brother insisted on talking. Grabbing his sister by the hand, he quickly pulled her along. He wanted her to see for herself what he had to show. On the table was a huge basket of fruit and a few boxes of chocolates. The girl asked what it was. Did someone come over to visit? Mom said Seung Jo had come by and brought those gifts. Chu Yeon was surprised since the director hadn't told her about his visit. It was strange that the man had suddenly come to her house. But why did he show up right when the news about their breakup came out? Didn't he think about how it would look? The girl opened one of the boxes and was pleasantly surprised to find her favorite macarons inside. Her mom was very worried and asked her to sit next to her. Her brother also told her to sit down because mom wanted to talk about something serious. She didn't understand what could be so important that she had to sit down for it. She decided she didn't want to hear anything right now. She was tired. Any conversations could wait until tomorrow. Her brother insisted she tell them the truth. But it wasn't like that. They needed to understand her correctly. But he kept asking if it was just a misunderstanding, why didn't she want to talk about it? She noticed the color of the macaron. It was pink. Maybe that meant something? Chu Yeon said the director always treated all his employees very well and cared about everyone. She hoped they would understand her correctly. There was nothing strange about it. The gifts needed to be put in the fridge, and then she really needed to get some rest. The girl went to her room and closed the door behind her. Her brother was upset that she was so focused on the food. She couldn't figure out why on earth Seung Jo did all this. She wanted to understand what he was planning regarding her. Could it be he had started to feel something? The next evening, Chu Yeon went to the planned event at the Lines Hotel. It felt noisier than usual tonight. Maybe because there was a lot of news that the director, Cha Ju-in and Cha Ju-hui would all be there together. Secretary Chu asked the director if he was okay. The director was actually more curious to know if Secretary Chu had tried the macarons. She didn't want to bring it up, but he asked on purpose. Yes, she did try them, and she was very grateful for the gift. Chu Yeon looked especially lovely today because she usually wore business suits that matched the company dress code. Seung Jo had never seen her look so beautiful and elegant. Did he really break up with Cha Ju-hui? Because tonight Senator Cha and his daughter were coming to the event. The relationship between President Lee Do-kyung and Senator Cha Ju-in were very close. Reporters asked a lot of provocative questions. They wanted to know how breaking up with his fiancée might affect his presidency next year. They asked what the reason for the breakup was. The director didn't say a single word, answering none of them. When they walked into the hotel's main building, everyone turned to look at them. It was the first time the director appeared with his personal secretary. Luckily, they kept some distance when arriving thanks to Senator Cha Ju-in's secretary. If they hadn't done that, the director could have been easy prey for reporters. At tonight's event, only photos were allowed. The director ignored all the people staring at them. He took 2 glasses of champagne and wanted to offer one to Chu Yeon. Chu Yeon was surprised. The director clearly knew she didn't drink alcohol. But tonight, for the first time ever, she decided to try champagne. She noticed Han Myung-jin at the event, the CEO of a famous company who had Trinity tier member OT their department store. She had first met him at a dinner after a fashion show. Seung Jo definitely needed to greet Han Myung-jin. The conversation felt scripted. Each asked how the other was doing and what was new. The director noted they hadn't seen the CEO for a while, so they definitely needed to catch up. While the director talked to Mr. Yu, Chu Yeon decided to try the champagne and took her first sip. She didn't like the taste. Honestly, she felt there was no point in being there, so she just kept drinking alone. But where did the director she knew go? It felt like this was a completely different person behaving unpredictably. After all, he once told her he couldn't tie a tie, but that turned out to be a lie. His injured hands probably were a lie too. Was he really ready to go so far and act in ways so unlike his usual image? Seung Jo listened and smiled. It seemed like he actually enjoyed hearing her call him out. Secretary Chu was sure the director had a terrible memory for faces, but somehow he remembered them. The director said he actually didn't remember them. The girl was surprised. How could that be? But for the director, it was all very simple. He liked it when Secretary Chu was nearby. The whole time, he just listened to her and didn't want to stop. Right now, he could do whatever he wanted, and he wasn't wasting a single minute. He felt proud of himself for it. The first sip of champagne was unbearable for Chu Lee Yeon, but with each sip, it started to taste better. Did he really think of himself as some hero? Anyone would think he'd lost his mind. The director looked at his secretary and smiled, asking if she had changed her mind about taking vacation starting tomorrow. When Chu Lee Yeon looked at that smile, her heart raced with excitement. But the more she thought about it, the more shameful it felt. How could such a handsome and clever director not remember people's faces? She thought she'd be a complete fool to believe that. She decided to let it go. Better to drink another glass of champagne. Like the director said, she was going on vacation tomorrow so she could relax a little. Seung Jo smiled and said she had every right to drink as much as she wanted. And he didn't have to worry about a tipsy secretary. After all, it used to be her job to take care of him when he was drunk. The director always acted silly, and the secretary always had to deal with it. The director remembered that Secretary Chu had asked him something in the elevator. What would happen between them if he didn't refuse? Chu Lee Yeon really didn't want to revisit that question right now. If she heard his answer, she might say everything she'd been holding back. She absolutely didn't want to end up like her parents. That lifestyle didn't suit her at all, so she wanted to build her life differently. After all, her parents' shared life had been so short. The director told his secretary that he liked her. He didn't expect her to answer right away. The girl knew her director was a good man, but that was where it had to end. She had already told him there was someone else she really liked. Seung Jo didn't believe her. He thought she just wanted him to buy it. Chu Lee Yeon insisted she never lied. But in his eyes, she was lying now. She thought it wasn't obvious, but she was wrong. Who was this person she liked so much? He felt he needed to hear it. Maybe it was the guy she'd met yesterday? He was a doctor, and she seemed pretty skilled at this. The director even thought of recommending this doctor to some very important people. She had told him herself she was too busy to date. That confused her. Where did the kind, understanding Seung Jo go? Now, standing in front of her, was a greedy man used to getting whatever he wanted. It wasn't funny anymore. Had the director been watching her? But he believed Secretary Chu must have had secrets. He didn't trust anyone. He always had to be suspicious and vigilant. Now Chu Lee Yeon looked more like someone willing to show her feelings. Usually, she never let private conversations last more than 5 minutes. The director was sure the doctor wasn't the type of man the girl could actually like. So it didn't bother him, and he wasn't going to get mad at her. No matter what she said, she couldn't convince him that she really wanted to be with someone else. Chu Lee Yeon finally had to show her true feelings. The girl wanted this man too, but she couldn't allow herself to show it. For the first time, she felt truly drunk. And because of that, Chu Lee Yeon also wanted to do it. The director warned his secretary that after drinking, it would be hard to hold back her desires. His patience was already at its limit. He couldn't not act, and Secretary Chu had to know that. He knew perfectly well that the girl completely agreed with him. The director's former fiancé and her father also arrived at the event. It was obvious right away that Cha Ju-hui was in a bad mood. When Chu Lee Yeon saw her, she immediately felt very anxious. But Seung Jo tried to calm her down. Her anxiety was pointless. The director remembered he'd left his phone in the car, so he asked his secretary to go get it right away. It seemed Seung Jo deliberately sent her away, out of sight of his ex-fiancé. The girl felt dizzy. Why was she so weak after drinking champagne? She was supposed to help the director until the party ended. But was she doing the right thing? The girl had doubts. Splashing cool water on her face, Chu Lee Yeon tried to force herself to stay focused. Then she heard footsteps approaching the restroom. Behind her, she saw Cha Ju-hui. Her fancy earrings looked like a chandelier from the Lee family house. She wondered if they were heavy to wear. Why was the secretary silent, not even greeting her? Cha Ju-hui thought one slap had been enough. Chu Lee Yeon still remembered the pain from that slap. She had never envied this girl who grew up like a flower in a greenhouse. What she really envied was that Cha Ju-hui had been close to Seung Jo. But now that everything was ruined, there was nothing left to envy. The secretary shouldn't see her as the boss's fiancé anymore. Still, she had to be polite, so she greeted Cha Ju-hui. The girl told the secretary not to fool herself. Did she really think Seung Jo actually liked her? Don't be ridiculous, she was just a one-time thing. The director had finally decided to have fun with someone after holding back so long. Chu Yeon felt she shouldn't listen to her. Everything she said came from being hurt by the director. When Secretary Chu tried to leave, Cha Ju-hui grabbed her arm, trying to stop her because she hadn't finished talking. Chu Yeon ordered her to let go immediately, but the girl called her easy and a worthless woman. Did the secretary really think that after the engagement was broken off, she could quickly take Cha Ju-hui's place? The truth was, she didn't think that, but she was sure that's exactly what would happen. The ex-fiancé was furious, trying to humiliate the secretary. She said they were nothing alike and that girls like Secretary Chu were not Seung Jo's type at all. Cha Ju-hui believed they were completely different because she belonged to a higher class. Chu Yeon protested, saying she shouldn't act like she was so special because there was nothing to brag about. Did the secretary really think she'd be left alone? Cha Ju-hui swore she'd make her pay for stealing Lee Seung Jo away. Chu Yeon didn't like that the girl kept touching her. Did she really think she could pressure everyone around her? It seemed Cha Ju-hui didn't realize that even people from the lowest ranks could fight back. Cha Ju-hui raised her hand, about to slap Secretary Chu again. Didn't the secretary think about what she was saying? But the girl replied that she was holding back for now, but she could snap too. She remembered a dream she had as a child, because now it was repeating itself in real life. Hadn't Cha Ju-hui ever had a dream like that? Was it fear, or was she just really drunk? Cha Ju-hui thought the secretary had lost her mind, just rambling on. But the girl was just imagining breaking the chandelier in Seung Jo's living room. So she decided to start with Cha Ju-hui's earrings, which reminded her so much of that chandelier. Chu Yeon ripped an earring off the girl's ear, threw it on the floor, and then cruelly crushed it under her foot. Why was she silent? After all, earlier she'd wanted to slap the secretary. No need to hold back. Secretary Chu fought back for spilling water on her and slapping her before. So she could go on living her high-class life, but in the end, they were the same. Both had the ability to think and speak. Did humiliating other people bring her pleasure too? That was just a sign of weakness. Secretary Chu didn't want to stay near Cha Ju-hui anymore, so she decided to leave. Seeing Cha Ju-hui so flustered pleased her. This time she was satisfied with herself. Looking at her in such a pathetic state, should she feel sympathy? No, that was a bad idea. Chu Yeon headed to Lee Seung Jo's car to fulfill his request and quickly bring him his phone. She wondered how far she could go if she really tried. The secretary didn't know what would happen next, but she was ready to crush Cha Ju-hui. The girl peeked into the car but didn't see the phone anywhere. Instead, she heard Seung Jo's voice waiting for her. The secretary told him she didn't see the phone inside. Maybe it was somewhere else. Seung Jo smiled and said he'd found it in his pocket. The greetings were over, so the girl could get in the car. He'd drive her home. The secretary happily agreed, since she didn't want to stay at that event either. Chu Yeon thanked the director for offering to help. It was really hard to get a taxi at that hour. Looking at the director, the secretary realized he wanted to say something to her. The director asked how she'd managed to deal with Ju-hui's fiery temper. It was truly uncontrollable. He had tried to hide the secretary so they wouldn't run into Cha Ju-hui, but it hadn't worked. Cha Ju-hui had shown up so unexpectedly, and he felt very sorry about that. The director thought Secretary Chu had handled his ex-fiancé very well. In the future, she should do what truly made her happy. Seung Jo looked at Yeon with admiration. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction. She'd stood her ground against that rude girl. That night, the girl tossed and turned in bed, replaying everything that had happened. Closing her eyes, she saw Cha Ju-hui furious at her. Chu Yeon never thought she'd interfered in their relationship. She hadn't even imagined things would turn so bad with Cha Ju-hui. After all, that person came from a different world so unlike theirs. Sometimes she dreamed about the days when she was 20. Yeon hadn't wanted to go, but since she was in college, she had to attend. It was the freshman gathering. Her father always asked if she had a fiancé. Chu Yeon really didn't want to go to that freshman gathering, planning to leave quickly. She'd agreed only because Miju had asked her to come. The freshmen were all so different. Some too chatty, some terribly dressed, some too full of themselves. The guy sitting across from her was silent the whole time. He didn't even look up and just sat still. Miju noticed the guys and thought she saw Jaekyung Group's crown prince. When he came closer, they realized it really was him. And sure enough, he was there with Cha Ju-hui. They looked like a stunning couple. Miju asked Yeon how old Lee Seung Jo was. The girl replied that he was exactly 25. Cha Ju-hui and she often crossed paths at university because they lived on the same campus. She never thought she'd see Seung Jo near the college. After finishing school, Seung Jo had gone abroad to study business administration, while Chu Lee Yeon stayed in Korea. Wanting to get practical experience right after graduating, she'd started learning finance systems immediately. Meeting him here felt like fate. Seung Jo ended his phone call when he noticed Yeon, and she noticed him too. Cha Ju-hui approached her and asked since when she'd been staring at them. Miju asked if she was really dating Seung Jo. Cha Ju-hui asked Chu Yeon what she was doing in this place. Miju immediately told everything honestly, then invited them to join. But Cha Ju-hui thought it was a bad joke. She couldn't sit at the same table as people of a lower class. She saw Miju didn't realize, but people like her didn't just date anyone. They belonged to another class. Miju smiled and asked which class exactly Cha Ju-hui thought she belonged to. Wasn't it the same as theirs? Cha Ju-hui didn't want to keep talking, thinking they were too simple. So she left, wishing them luck. She had to hurry because she had a date. Miju watched the girl and said Seung Jo was really unlucky. Miju didn't like that guy. Whenever they met, he always seemed unfriendly. Chu Lee Yeon hadn't even spoken to him, but she knew he was just trying to avoid her. Miju thought he was a spoiled jerk, but Chu Lee Yeon didn't want to have anything to do with him either. She felt bored at that gathering, so she decided to go home. Chu Lee Yeon turned to the shy guy and told him to leave with her. The guy couldn't refuse, so they left together. But she asked if he could step out first while she stopped by the restroom. When they came out of the place, they looked like a couple on a date. In the restroom, she realized her mind was a mess. She felt irritated and angry. Looking at herself in the mirror, it was clear from her face how upset she was. She couldn't do anything but watch. Maybe Seung Jo wasn't actually dating her. But could she even do anything about it? She could also go out and have fun. Lee Seung Jo didn't care about her at all. When she left the restroom, she saw Seung Jo waiting for her. No one else was around. Not the silent guy, nor his companion, Cha Ju-hui. Lee Seung Jo looked at her seriously. Chu Lee Yeon froze. She didn't know what to do. Nervous, she dropped her lipstick, which she'd been about to put in her purse. The lipstick hit the floor loudly and broke into several pieces. One piece rolled right to Seung Jo's feet. Why did this always happen whenever she ran into him? She had to stay calm. If he noticed, it wouldn't end well for her. Seung Jo wanted to help the girl, so he decided to pick up the lipstick from the floor. He noticed that the lipstick had a very interesting and attractive color. Chu Lee Yeon wondered why he wasn't handing it back right away. Embarrassed, she asked if she could take it. The guy handed her the lipstick. Chu Lee Yeon explained that it had accidentally slipped from her hand. Having nothing else to say, the girl decided to go home quickly. Seung Jo was surprised she was leaving alone. Why did he even care? Shouldn't it be all the same to him who she went home with? Wasn't she planning to meet that guy who had been waiting for her near the entrance? Seung Jo looked at Chu Lee Yeon at the secretary and asked if she actually liked that guy. She wondered what exactly he wanted to hear from her. At that moment, she couldn't do anything. All her wishes were impossible, and she knew that well. If he had only wanted, Chu Lee Yeon would have done anything he asked. Seung Jo reached out his hand to give back her lipstick. The girl waited, but the guy didn't hurry to hand it over. It felt like he was waiting for some reaction from her. Chu Lee Yeon didn't understand what he wanted, so she simply waited. She thanked him for the help, and the guy left, leaving her alone. Turning around, she noticed that Cha Ju-hui was already waiting for Seung Jo, watching them from a distance. She didn't know if it happened right then or not, but Cha Ju-hui began to hate her very deeply. Finally, Thursday came. A day off and the start of her vacation. The Lines Hotel branch in Gangwon Province. Chu Lee Yeon finally reached her hotel room. When she walked in, she was amazed by how beautiful the interior was. They had booked her a luxury suite costing over 10 million won per night. Once again, she realized the distance between herself and Seung Jo. She was annoyed that even on her rightful vacation, she was still thinking about her director. She wasn't going to worry about anything during her rest. She loved all the services included in her stay at the hotel. She would spend her time the way she could never afford before. A light massage to relax her whole body. It had been a long time since she had taken a vacation for herself. A healing spa was exactly what she needed. Now she could finally relax. Spending all of Friday this way, Chu Lee Yeon felt wonderful. Guests came to see her. When Miju saw her suite, she couldn't believe that Yeon was staying there. Chu Yeon finally put on her best dress. Her friend couldn't remember the last time she'd seen her look so beautiful. Her friend noted that the color suited her. As expected, their Yeon was truly charming. The man was surprised. Were they really doing this in front of him? Earlier, Miju had said there'd be a dress code, but why was he dressed as usual? The theme was Red Hot Fridays. Did they really want to throw a wild party? The man was dressed too formally, so the girls suggested he loosen his tie a bit. The girls joked that their esteemed prosecutor was always so conservative. Son Jamin. Had they gone crazy? How long would they keep acting like this? Son Jamin was the very guy she met at the group blind date. Later, they had drinks and talked for a long time. Jamin walked her back to Sojongwon. He asked Chu Yeon if she liked him. Maybe he wasn't her type. Chu Yeon honestly answered that she enjoyed talking to him, but he wasn't the man of her dreams. The guy also admitted that she didn't really appeal to him either. She was pretty, but looked like she had a temper. He liked cute girls. And after that honest talk, he became an irreplaceable friend to her. Now he hung out with her and Miju, her friends since school days. The three of them were always together. Until recently, she'd been too busy and they couldn't meet. It was about her father's matter. He had taken a risk by accepting it. If thanks were needed, they'd thank him. But she preferred to talk about it later. Not now. Fine, but Son Jamin wanted to say something to her. Chu Ayan got a bit nervous. She wanted him to speak faster. Had something happened? The man, a bit embarrassed, confessed that he was in love with Jung Mi-ju. Did they get drunk and sleep together? As expected, Son Jamin's charm was in his directness. The girl decided to open champagne for this occasion. She apologized but sincerely congratulated them. They didn't want the champagne to pop toward them, so they tried to stop her. Those tricksters! Had they really not said anything before? But they had been dating for almost 100 days. Jamin said he didn't want to celebrate, but she planned to do it her way. Chu Ayan wanted to borrow her friend's boyfriend for a few minutes. But Miju thought it was time to leave, since they had to get up early. The girl asked Son Jamin what he planned for their 100th day. He didn't realize how much Miju cared about such things. But the man didn't see it as a special day. It wasn't an anniversary, just 100 days together. Miju was starting to get anxious because they were talking so long. She didn't want to wait anymore. Chu Yeon suggested he plan a dinner at a restaurant, but since it was his first time, he didn't know where to start. He should call the restaurant right now and reserve a table. Flowers, cake, all that is easy to order. And he should mention her name. They'd think it was for the director and get it done quickly. Son Jamin wasn't sure if he should, but Chu Yeon told him if he didn't want to get dumped after 100 days, he should do as she said. The man couldn't believe she was giving him love advice. After all, she'd never been in a relationship herself. Still, Chu Yeon wanted to know why her friend had hidden their relationship for a whole 100 days. Miju wanted to explain, but she already knew Jamin well. At first, the girl had been unsure of her feelings, so she didn't want to say anything. And then they just couldn't meet in person. Miju noticed that Chu Yeon looked a bit sad. The girl thought maybe Ayan could have had something with Seung Jo, but nothing had happened yet. Cha Ju-hee always bragged that she'd been engaged to Seung Jo, but they broke up and sued each other. Now, thinking about it, Ayeon couldn't be indifferent. Her friends understood Chu Yeon's feelings well, but she insisted she wasn't worried. It was the director's private matter, and she just needed to handle it. Her friend noticed that Chu Yeon wasn't being completely honest. Didn't she realize who Seung Jo had really been looking at all this time? The director was smart. He surely understood what was going on in her heart. What was the secretary going to do next? Her friend had heard that President Lee was very angry with the director. Seung Jo, who never cared about anyone, booked a luxury hotel room for his secretary so she could truly rest. Wasn't this the director she had always known? In the end, he was only this kind to his secretary. Didn't she really understand what that meant? Chu Yeon asked her friend if she also thought she liked her director. Bingo. Her friend was finally happy that she had at least said it out loud instead of hiding it. She really did like her director. After all, his character. He'd never cared so much about anyone else. Meanwhile, Seung Jo felt really sad. Even drinking alone didn't bring him any comfort. After several glasses of alcohol, he still didn't feel any better. At last, he admitted to himself that he missed Chu Yeon. Thanks to her director, they were drinking such expensive wine. Chu Yeon was having fun, and her friend thought she was the best. But she already wanted to wrap it up because she was going to the bathroom. Son Jamin stopped his girlfriend, and now Chu Yeon was going there too. Son Jamin thought he was going to lose his mind soon. The man didn't drink alcohol because he was driving. He missed the days when the three of them stayed out until dawn. Now, all of that was over. As Jung Mi-ju's boyfriend, he had to keep a clear head. Mi-ju had already drunk quite a lot and was feeling really good. It wasn't so bad. But still, he wasn't having as much fun as his girlfriend. The girl wanted romance, but he felt tense. He thought this wasn't the right place for that. When the director called, the girl's friends thought he had bad manners to call his secretary when she was on vacation. The man thought the director wasn't a smart man and didn't respect people. At Yeon's request, he had found documents related to her father's case. Just by glancing at them, he realized there was some connection to President Lee Do-kyung. After becoming a prosecutor, he had always stood for justice. He thought he would work diligently because the system matched his worldview. From his first day at work, he was shown a list of people not to touch. But he couldn't understand what it really meant. It probably meant that the more he dug, the more he might discover. Yeon's phone wouldn't stop ringing, but her friends didn't understand why she didn't want to answer the director's call. Anyway, no matter what kind of man Lee Seung Jo was, Seung Jaemin just didn't like Jaekyung Group. Her friend was unhappy that the guy insisted Chu Lee Yeon answer the director's call because she thought she shouldn't have to do it, and her boyfriend should focus his attention back on her. "Who are you trying to seduce with that bold behavior?" The girl replied, "You," and said he should kiss her. In the end, the girl decided to answer the call, although Seung Jaemin was strongly against it. When Chu Lee Yeon came into the room, she asked what they were doing together and why they were making so much noise. Her friends were having fun, but Yeon was already tired. She wanted to be alone. But then she noticed her friend was holding the personal phone the director was calling. She was completely against her friend answering the call instead of her. The girl tried to grab the phone back from her friend, but she had already started talking to the director. She hurried to ask him if he was calling because he wanted to spend night with Chu Yeon. Chu Io was terribly nervous and embarrassed by what her friend had said to him. But when Lee Seung Jo asked if she would agree to spend night with him, the girl was shocked. At first, she wanted to apologize to him for her friend, explaining that she had drunk too much and had spoken out of turn. The director asked if the secretary herself had also been drinking. When the secretary said she felt fine, the man said it was a pity because he would have loved to hear her drunken confession. While Chu Yeon was talking to the director, her friend in the background was shouting, inviting him to come party with them. Yeon quickly tried to end the call so he wouldn't hear too much. She turned to Seung Jaemin and asked what punishment she might get if she accidentally killed someone. The man understood everything right away, so he quickly picked up the drunk friend and tried to carry her away from Chu Lee Yeon. When the girl looked around, she saw that her friends had brought more wine, as if what they'd already drunk wasn't enough. Had they really drunk so much and still wanted to keep partying? Then, hearing a knock on the door, the girl opened it and saw the director had come to visit. He asked if he could come in for a minute, but the girl was so surprised she didn't immediately invite him inside. The director should have been at a meeting in Daegu later that evening. They were such old friends that they often drank together for a long time. How quickly he had come to her. He had just been talking to her on the phone, but someone had asked him to come play with her. Wasn't it her? Or was it just someone's careless joke? The girl felt awkward because those weren't her words, but her friends, who had drunk too much and wanted more fun. The secretary invited the director into the room and warned her friends that they had a guest. When Lee Seung Jo entered the room, there was no one there, so he asked where her friends had gone. Seung Jaemin peeked out of the bedroom, saying that one friend was here and the other had just fallen asleep. "Long time no see," the man said, addressing the director Lee. Seung Jo had actually forgotten there was another friend. The director turned to Prosecutor Seung, asking if he wasn't busy tonight, since it was late and he was still at Secretary Chu's place. Seung Jaemin immediately replied that the director shouldn't worry. He had finished all his work for the day. Chu Yeon didn't understand why they were arguing again, so she suggested to Seung Jaemin that he leave her suite as soon as possible. The man pretended not to notice the director. Chu Yeon offered this man a drink. Addressing the director, she thought he would be with Mr. Kim tonight. Yes, they had had drinks together at home. He offered to get food, but the director refused because he had spent all the money on this luxurious suite. The secretary understood perfectly well that the director was lying a little just to tease her. But if he needed money, she could repay him. When she got the hotel receipt, he could just deduct it from her salary. Lee Seung Jo wanted the secretary to somehow get her friend away from him. But the man asked what exactly he was trying to do with him. The tension in the room and the hostility between the two men were very obvious. The director took a flash drive out of his pocket and told the prosecutor that he should go do some work. There was something interesting to see. He knew what the man was worried about, but in any case, Secretary Chu and he spent over 300 out of 365 days a year together. It was solid information. if it was coming directly from Seung Jo himself. But why was he giving it to him? The director wanted the man to do his job well as a prosecutor. Seung Jo immediately asked if he liked what was on it. Could he use it however he wanted? He was sure that if the director had decided to give him this information, it must be important and would come in handy. After their conversation, he got curious about what was on it. So he decided to take Miju and leave them alone together. They were going to leave now, and Chu Lee Yeon would need to look after her guest. She asked her friends to stay with her just a little longer because she felt really uncomfortable. When she looked at him, from her eyes he understood that they really needed to go now. But the secretary told them not to go to sleep. She didn't mean for them to leave entirely. The friends left, and the girl had to go back since Seung Jo was waiting for her. After closing the door behind her friends, she realized that now she and the director were alone together in the hotel suite. The girl didn't know how to act. Maybe she should sit across from him. Or maybe she should change clothes first. Or if she planned to run away, she should do it right now. She shouldn't give in to provocation. She shouldn't talk to him like she usually did. Right now, they needed to draw a line between them. Running away had always been her specialty. And this time she had to do it. Just looking at him took her breath away. Simply being in the same room made her heart melt. She also realized that she liked it, though she didn't know why. But for a long time, she had hated this. So she firmly decided that tonight, she wouldn't go anywhere. She had to do as he wished because she was still his personal secretary and had to fulfill all his requests. That's how it really was. Seung Jo was known for doing his work very quickly. Everyone knew that the chief prosecutor had forbidden anyone from touching those people. They were very influential and no rules applied to them. So they did whatever they wanted, regardless of the country's laws. All the files Seung Jo had gathered had to be sent to the director. He would carefully look over them and sort it all out. They were surprised the director personally wanted to handle the case and fully control it. The prosecutor said he didn't cover for anyone, but in reality, that wasn't true. Seung Jo tried to send everything to the director right away without delaying. The director really wanted to see Chu Lee Yeon. If he wanted it, he thought there was no need to wait. Their meeting had to happen right now. When he showed up without warning, he noticed the girl was really surprised because she didn't expect to see him during her vacation. He knew she wanted to rest and have fun with her friends, but he still couldn't stop himself from coming to see her. When Chu Lee Yeon looked at the director, she realized she liked that look of his. At the same time, he looked serious, but if you looked closely, it seemed as if he was tired of being alone and missed companionship. Chu Lee Yeon kept giving hints to her friend that it was time for him to leave, and it annoyed her that he ignored them and kept chatting with the director. Seung Jo didn't understand what was wrong because he didn't think he was out of place in that room. Looking at Chu Lee Yeon, Seung Jo wondered how she could look so charming even around other guys. Even when she was annoyed, it looked cute and natural. It was hard for him to watch. But still, if she was going to run away from him as usual, then she should do it right now. This time, Chu Lee Yeon didn't want to run away because she also wanted to spend time with the director, something they hadn't had the chance to do before. Looking at the girl, the man guessed that this time she would act completely differently. In his eyes, it was clear he didn't want her to leave him alone. When Yeon said that tonight she wasn't planning to go anywhere, the burning desire reached its limit. Seung Jo didn't even warn her that he no longer intended to hold back. They were both adults and had the right to act as they wished in that moment. All he needed to do was catch her and never let her go. When the director stepped closer to Secretary Chu, he gently put his hand on her shoulder and softly asked her not to run away from him anymore. When he noticed she was standing completely still, he dared to give her their unplanned first kiss. When he realized she was kissing him back, he promised her he'd give her anything she wanted. The kiss was tender and warm. He treated her very gently, as if he was afraid of doing something too much. He saw her as his woman, the only person around whom he could relax without having to uphold his status and simply be himself. She truly was the only one who had never let him down and could always sense his true feelings. Calling her his only one, he didn't even care what she would call him in return. Even though she couldn't believe it was really happening, she had always liked the director, but it had seemed like an impossible dream. In exchange for what he would get from Chu Lee Yeon, Seung Jo wanted to give her his eternal love. Chu Lee Yeon liked what the man was telling her. She was ready to accept anything just to feel happy, though she knew it couldn't last forever. After a bit of rest, Miju woke up and couldn't understand where she was, not even remembering what had happened when she got drunk. She tried to recall what she had done. Seung Jo wasn't even surprised that his girlfriend couldn't remember anything. He suggested she should pray that Chu Lee Yeon wouldn't kill her. But for now, he didn't want to talk about it because he still wanted to sleep a bit more. She was curious why exactly Chu Lee Yeon would be mad at her. Son Jaemin promised he would definitely help her sort it all out. His eyes hurt terribly because he had spent the whole night reviewing the data he had found for Chu Yeon. There were many other talented prosecutors, so why him? The workload was enormous for a young prosecutor who had only been working for a year. Once he finally woke up properly, he felt extremely hungry, as if he might die. He would have to get back to it all again when he went to work. Miju kept asking several times if her friend was really mad at her. Son Jaemin tried to calm her, assuring her everything would be okay. But she still felt very anxious about it. You could tell everything from Chu Yeon's expression. It looked like she was in big trouble. Miju didn't like Seung Jo, but she did like the chance to work on such an interesting case. It would be a hard road, but she wasn't worried. Probably because she knew her friend would definitely find answers if she stayed on the right path. All this time, they had often neglected themselves, but now it was time to start living their own lives. Waking up, Chu Yeon couldn't understand why she felt so bad, like she hadn't rested at all. She didn't know why it hurt so much that it was almost unbearable. When the girl realized she wasn't alone in the room, she lifted her head and saw the director sitting in a chair in the corner, enjoying a cup of hot coffee. Looking at him, Chu Yeon couldn't tell if this was real or just a dream. The man, glancing away from his device, noticed Chu Yeon was already awake. Secretary Chu tried to remember everything that had happened the day before. That passionate kiss couldn't have been just a dream. She could still feel his breath. His words that he'd give her everything if only she agreed to be with him. Thinking back on what had happened after the kiss, she realized she'd made a huge mistake. Only crazy people who don't understand the consequences act like that. Considering herself a real fool, deep down she still felt satisfied and happy, despite knowing she had done something wrong. She knew it was just one night, and all the director's words were just an excuse to use her for his own purposes. The man fully understood that his personal secretary didn't treat him like just an employer. He liked that she admired him and supported him in nearly everything he did. Seung Jo offered her some coffee, but Chu Yeon declined, saying she felt unwell. Seung Jo got irritated when he noticed how often he repeated himself. He hated that, but Chu Yeon never paid attention to it. How many times did they do it? How thirsty could he be? Chu Yeon asked herself. Seung Jo suggested they go get something to eat, but first she needed to freshen up, wash, and get dressed. Chu Yeon didn't really want to eat, but agreed to go. It was a good chance to have lunch and discuss everything they hadn't managed to talk about yesterday. Yeon didn't want the director to wait too long for her, so she quickly got out of bed to freshen up. The man didn't want to disturb her, so he decided to wait for her in the living room. He was about to go, but then heard her awkwardly trying to cover herself with a blanket. She wasn't doing it very well and even fell off the bed while trying to wrap herself. Seeing Lee Seung Jo looking at her with a surprised expression, she quickly said she'd be ready soon. The girl thought all of this was happening because of him. She tried to cheer herself up, but felt like she'd been run over by a steamroller. Her thoughts were scattered. What exactly was she doing right now? Did she really think the director would take her hand and lead her to the altar? The people from the Jaekyung Group would definitely like this. She needed to calm down, stop teasing the director, and fix the situation herself. At first glance, it all seemed clear and simple, but when she thought about it more deeply, she couldn't even imagine how to fix it. At first glance, it all seemed clear and simple, but when she thought about it more deeply, she couldn't even imagine how to fix it. The clothes Chu Yeon had brought with her on vacation weren't businesslike, but she tried to pick out an outfit that would look most like she's on duty. There wasn't much space in the elevator. The girl didn't know why the director, even going on vacation, was still dressed in an expensive business suit. Seung Jo wanted her to stand closer to him, so he invited her to move closer. But she refused because she felt comfortable as she was. The director asked if maybe he should step closer to her instead, but the girl still refused. She clearly didn't want that. Chu Yeon wanted to ask the director for a favor, and he didn't mind. She was on a business trip with her boss, who even worked on weekends. Maybe she should work with him too. So when they came out of the elevator into the lobby, she wanted the director to talk loudly about work. Seung Jo didn't understand his secretary's request and found it strange, so he refused to do it. The girl got angry. Did he really enjoy everything happening around them? The man didn't think her behavior was appropriate for an adult. It looked more like childish whims. The elevator doors opened and the director stepped out in a good mood, even humming a tune. Chu Yeon didn't like how Seung Jo was behaving. They walked through the large hall of the Lines Hotel. The staff greeted Lee Seung Jo while Secretary Chu followed behind, dragging a huge suitcase. It seemed like the director was rushing to work, so she asked him to wait for her because she couldn't keep up. He explained everything to the hotel staff. He used slightly underhanded tricks, but managed to make them keep quiet. Chu Yeon didn't take it seriously. It seemed more like a boyish prank. Did he really think that would definitely work? but he didn't care. He only hoped no one would insult her. The secretary regretted not stopping the director yesterday when he planned to come to her, but he really wanted to see her. He dressed up and made himself look good to impress her, and it was obvious because he had genuine feelings for his girl. She didn't understand since when she had become his girl and why he decided so without even asking her opinion. The man thought she had just used his body, and that hurt him. He quickly took her hand and gently squeezed it. The girl asked the director to let go of her hand because someone might see and rumors would spread immediately. But he had already told her before not to pay attention to that. Chu Yeon replied that it wouldn't work, and everyone would find out they spent the night together at the Line's hotel. The man didn't care about what others thought. Then Chu Yeon suggested he let her drive while he sat in the back seat. The director reminded her that he was against her driving. Did she want to injure or even kill someone? And anyway, they weren't here for work, so she could just relax. Earlier, he had said the driver brought him to the hotel, so was it really better now that he could drive himself? Then the driver must know where he spent the night. He probably already told someone about it. The man started joking ironically as never before. Maybe the driver even knew how many times they did it during the night, or how she took off his clothes. The girl didn't like how the director was teasing her, so she tried to cover his mouth with her hand to stop him from continuing. They didn't notice how quickly they reached the restaurant where they planned to have a good meal. The director offered the secretary a drink he thought was healthy and would help with a hangover. Although she didn't want the director to see her true condition, she felt really unwell, so she happily agreed to drink what Seung Jo offered. Although the director hardly drank last night, he liked this drink too, so he gladly joined Secretary Chu. Chu Yeon looked at him and noticed the director didn't look like usual. It seemed like, for the first time, he was happy and not thinking about work. She remembered how attractive he was last night, and it made her uneasy again. The director she usually talked to at work was completely different. Today, he was another man who kept surprising her. Secretary Chu wanted to remind the director of today's work schedule, but Seung Jo stopped her, saying she didn't need to worry about anything. The girl felt awkward, thinking everyone around them was talking about them. The director suggested they quickly eat and then go upstairs to the room. The secretary asked the director if he had ever booked a room at this hotel. When he said yes, she immediately asked when that was. Seung Jo smiled and said he booked the room this morning, and it was the first time. Chu Yeon didn't understand why he hadn't told her earlier, but he had a good reason. He had fallen asleep and slept almost 9 hours. Chu Yeon thought it was the director's fault that everything had happened at night. Besides, she wasn't fully sober because she had drunk too much alcohol. But she would agree anyway, because she had enjoyed it too. The man was waiting for an answer he would like, hoping the girl would agree with him. Seung Jo was curious what Chu Yeon thought about him intimately. Without waiting for an answer, he wanted to finish eating quickly and return to the room. The girl was surprised. Did they really have to go back to the hotel room again? She thought they'd have breakfast and then go their separate ways. Did he bring her to the restaurant just to regain his strength rather than help her hangover? Finally, the restaurant staff were ready to serve and noted they hadn't seen him there in a long time. The last time he had come here was with the president almost 6 years ago. The man was always grateful that members of the Jaekyung Group visited his place. After serving all the dishes, the restaurant worker wished them a pleasant meal. Chu Yeon noticed how the man looked at her disapprovingly. She felt like he knew everything about them and what had happened that night. She was very hungry, and the dishes looked beautiful and smelled delicious. The director noticed the girl looked worried. Was she really upset about what strangers would say about her? Why was that more important to her than personal happiness? She saw deep sadness in his eyes. He was thinking about something, but Secretary Chu couldn't figure out what. It was hard to guess because lately he'd been acting unpredictably. In a way, she understood him and didn't even need to ask why he was worried. The late President Lee Hyun-bae used to come to this place very often. It was his favorite place, where he spent a lot of time. Chu Yeon finally dared to ask how often Seung Jo had come to this restaurant with President Lee Hyun-bae. The director replied that he didn't come here often, maybe once or a few times a year. Although the secretary thought the director really liked this place. Indeed, the restaurant was in a beautiful location. You could enjoy a good meal and look out the window at the sea nearby. His grandfather really liked it and always said that here the sea was the most beautiful. It really had the best view. And besides, the director could come here more often too. He would be happy to come more often, but usually he had no one to come with. But in the future, he hoped to come here very often. The girl perfectly understood what the director was hinting at, but right now she was more worried about the situation she considered a huge mistake. Chu Lee Yeon tried to tie her hair back so it wouldn't get in the way of enjoying her meal. The girl wished the director a pleasant meal. She noticed how the man watched her attentively while she was busy with this little task. With her hair tied back, she looked completely different. To him, Chu Lee Yeon looked almost homely, and he realized he liked that even more. For a few moments, he even imagined them spending time together in their shared home, which they would move into after the wedding. He never thought that her hair tied up in a bun would look so attractive to him. He suggested they start eating before the dishes got cold and lost their taste. Chu Yeon decided to try the soup right away since rich broth is helpful for a hangover. As the girl tried to eat, the director kept watching her. She felt uneasy and uncomfortable. She suggested Seung Jo try the soup too, because it was very delicious. The man also wished her a pleasant meal and decided to follow her advice, tasting the most delicious soup in the place. Chu Yeon felt strange. For 4 years, she had accompanied the director on business trips. They often had lunch together. But she had never thought she needed to take care of the director during lunch. Everything had always been as usual. But why was it that today he worried more about her? When he offered her an apron, she was surprised. She had never done this before. But the director insisted that the secretary put on the apron. He thought she would get very upset if she accidentally stained her clothes. Could it be that he was really trying to take care of her? And for his first time, he was doing quite well. Bringing the tastiest dish closer to the secretary, he offered her the largest portion. Seung Jo she knew had never cared about anyone, and he didn't bother with others. Only her family knew what she liked to eat the most. Surprisingly, he noticed that she really loved boiled eggs. Even more surprising, was the director actually planning to date her? Chu Lee Yeon dared to ask the director about the current state of their relationship, but Seung Jo thought it was quite obvious, so he didn't plan to explain anything. Yet the girl still wanted to talk about it, since they had never discussed this topic before. Maybe they didn't share the same view. That's exactly what she wanted to say. After all, their relationship was that of a director and a secretary. But the man thought that she could call their relationship whatever you wanted, it wouldn't change anything. They were simply man to woman, but it was like admitting that they were flirting. Wasn't even this conversation itself a contradiction? It was like admitting they had a passionate affair. Seung Jo couldn't understand what exactly Chu Yeon was trying to ask. If she was asking what he thought about it, the secretary already knew. In his opinion, everything was very simple and clear. It could be explained by one simple word: romantic relationship. Love is the beginning of a long life journey. Then there would be a wedding, pregnancy, then childbirth. And it would all end with a happy old age. Chu Yeon was surprised. She saw that the director hadn't wasted time. He had thought through the whole plan to the smallest detail. The girl took it as a very nice joke, but she didn't feel like laughing. Over a pleasant meal, their conversation gained momentum. The director suggested removing one part of his logical chain. Marriage could exist without love, or love could exist without marriage. Chu Lee Yeon was starting to get annoyed. She didn't want to think about it. Yet she was still curious what the man planned to do next. He believed you couldn't remove anything from this list. So he offered her a drink, and after lunch, they'd figure out their relationship again. Either they'd go to bed again, or she'd take off his clothes. Was she really the only one worrying about the consequences that awaited them afterward? Why did he keep joking and not take her words seriously? The girl tried to avoid this, but they kept flirting the whole time they were enjoying lunch. Chu Yeon was embarrassed under his steady gaze. Sometimes he looked at her without looking away, and it made her feel slightly uncomfortable. Knowing Seung Jo for so many years and working with him, she had never noticed that his gaze could make her blush. His smile gave her strange feelings. She felt nothing but love. Couldn't she just let herself be a little greedy and enjoy this moment while she still could? What if everything fell apart? She told herself she had nothing to lose in this life anyway. Without noticing, they finished everything and had a delicious meal. The weather was very nice. The sun was strong, so the seawater was warm. The sea was calm, and the waves barely touched the hot sand. After a tasty lunch, they could walk along the promenade. At that time, there were few people near the sea, so the walk could be peaceful. Chu Yeon loved the sea and walking by it, so she happily agreed to admire the beauty of this place. She remembered her father, who would peek into her room and ask if his daughter was still studying. She always answered that she had already finished. President Lee Hyun-bae loved walks. Her father was always happy with the president, who bought them lots of treats. He took him to beautiful places worth being proud of. That's why her father was always busy. Chu Yeon noticed that lately he had been very sad. He regretted that he had never taken Chu Yeon and Yoon-seo to the sea and the beach. Later, when they got a little older, they would be able to go to the beach together. Chu Yeon always wondered if it was hard for her father. She promised she'd succeed quickly and be able to help him, but they had to wait a bit. But she never got to go to the sea with her father. One of her dreams could never come true, because her father had already passed away. But she never got to go to the sea with her father. One of her dreams could never come true, because her father had already passed away. It felt nice by the water, but the midday sun was scorching and she wanted to hide from it. Walking along the beach, Secretary Chu for the first time felt like a real woman cared for by a very handsome man. Seung Jo was quick-witted. For the first time in a long while, she felt calm and allowed herself to enjoy the pleasant time with him. During the walk, she suddenly had a proposal for the director. Maybe he would like some coffee too, just like she did. Then she had a nice idea, to drink a cup of coffee together. And since he had paid for the meal in the restaurant, she would order the coffee herself and pay for it personally. Seung Jo noticed how the girl had become more relaxed and no longer obsessed over their relationship. She was just enjoying a nice day and a lovely walk with good company. The girl realized she was falling more and more in love with Seung Jo. The man was surprised when, at the cafe, Chu Yeon ordered 2 vanilla lattes. Without waiting to finish the order, the secretary immediately took out her card to pay first. She wanted to drink coffee on the terrace, so she suggested he take a seat while she brought the coffee. She even forgot to ask if he minded. Seung Jo kept standing next to her without moving. The girl was surprised why he didn't go. But the man was delighted by Chu Yeon's decisiveness. As if following her order, he turned and walked toward the terrace. She could easily make Seung Jo do something, calmly press him and tell him what to do. This was the first time someone treated her this way, so she felt embarrassed not to do something in return. The director found a spot on the terrace and was already waiting for Chu Yeon. He was used to the secretary taking care of him, so he didn't think much of it. She wanted him to find a quiet place because she knew very well how much he disliked people staring at him. If they were going to date, they would often go to such places. They would have to get used to the fact that wherever they were, there would always be too much attention from strangers. Love that suits only one person isn't love. Even the director had to be ready for certain sacrifices. When the girl asked if he was comfortable in a place like this, Seung Jo replied that he'd put up with anything for her, as long as she was happy. Chu Yeon really liked such places, and if he was truly in love, he would have to get used to them. Seung Jo jokingly asked if she was threatening him by hinting at terrible consequences. But the girl just wanted to warn him, because she knew perfectly well the director didn't like it. While they were drinking coffee on the terrace, people nearby recognized the director and his secretary. They had often been photographed together, so everyone knew their faces well. The secretary started talking about work. She would write a report on the progress of artist Young So-yi. The director understood what she meant, so he supported her with a positive answer and told her to keep him informed about everything. This time she needed to go wherever Seung Jo would drive her. What to do now, since everything had been so quiet before? Their nice walk was interrupted by an unexpected phone call. It was from the director's former fiancé, Cha Ji-hui. Chu Yeon asked why he didn't want to answer the call. After all, the two of them could talk. Seung Jo looked at the phone but didn't want to answer. He thought he had no obligation to pick up immediately for Cha Ji-hui. It wasn't part of their agreement, so to him, it felt like pure blackmail. The girl asked if the director had managed to make peace with the chairman, but the man didn't want to talk about it. After all, they were here to relax so she could distract him from work and family matters. Chu Yeon understood that all his problems were because of her. During the hotel's anniversary celebration, everyone had tried to get close to her, but she was too shy. He had realized this long ago. If someone from the Jaekyung Group tried to bother her, she should act just as shameless as she did with him. She should use him as her protective shield. Chu Yeon didn't understand what exactly she should say to everyone. And was he really planning to deal with anyone who dared to disgrace her? Did she really think he was so inexperienced? Maybe she believed he'd throw her into a lion's den without thinking about the consequences. To avoid too much attention from strangers, they decided to return to the Lines Hotel and stay in their room. Chu Yeon asked if the director was planning to go to Seoul. It wouldn't be a problem if he didn't take her with him. She could travel alone. He planned to leave for Seoul the next day, and she would go with him. Chu Yeon didn't know that he had planned to stay with her that evening. Did he really book a suite for this? But he had no idea that the girl would wear revealing clothes and invite men. The girl got angry. She didn't understand what he was hinting at. Why didn't she refuse him last night when he came to the hotel? The girl blushed and didn't know what to answer. She thought the director was right. She shouldn't have let him spend the night in her room. He asked the secretary about the opening of the art gallery and wanted to know how many days they'd need to present the artist's works. The contract had been completed. It was the 27th today, and the secretary had managed to prepare everything for the opening. Walking through the hotel lobby, they pretended to be discussing important work matters. But once they entered the elevator, they could relax and act naturally. Seung Jo again suggested she come closer to him, but why did he always say something strange? He wondered if they had finished clarifying their relationship, but the girl didn't think so. For her, many things were still unclear. She understood only that she and the director had an affair, but she wasn't sure this could continue in the future. It seemed the secretary Chu had a slightly different view than Seung Jo. This time, it wasn't about work, so the director should understand her correctly. She said that in a relationship, there are people who are truly in love with each other, but to avoid misunderstandings, all they had was a love affair. The man honestly replied that he had never been in love. In his life, there had been infatuations, but nothing more. He had no choice but to agree with Chu Yeon and do as she wanted. Finally, the elevator arrived at their floor. The director hurried out first, but the secretary, for some reason, didn't rush. He asked what was bothering her again. After all, in his opinion, they had almost sorted everything out. He really didn't want to stand in the middle of the hotel corridor, so he gently stroked her face, reassuring her that everything was fine. He really wanted to kiss her, so he couldn't help himself and did it, despite other people around. The man wanted to touch her more and run his fingers through her beautiful hair. He barely restrained himself from doing it right in the corridor. Hugging her, he felt her heart beating fast. Her body trembled slightly, but she didn't stop him. Maybe they should wait a bit because she felt like she might die from nervousness. But he couldn't wait anymore, so he kept going. Then, taking her hand, he suggested they hurry to their suite. Chu Yeon didn't think Seung Jo could walk so fast. She could barely keep up. Soon, they were already at their room, so the director quickly unlocked the door and pulled her in again. When Chu Yeon entered the room, she noticed some strange things. On a hanger, in a beautiful cover, hung an ironed suit ready to wear. Did he really take care of himself so she wouldn't have to? He had planned from the start to leave tomorrow. As she understood, the man had planned everything in advance. But why was he so sure she wouldn't refuse him, and that he'd have to return home? He didn't stop for a second, hurrying to the bedroom. His passionate kiss was the best. Without hesitation, Seung Jo pulled the girl toward him. A few moments later, he gently sat the girl down on the edge of the bed. When Seung Jo took off his jacket, he no longer looked so formal. Simple clothes suited him, making him seem more romantic and gentle. The man drew the curtains tightly so that the room was enveloped in semi-darkness. Hugging Chu Yeon, he felt her trembling, so he asked why she felt anxious. Maybe she didn't fully trust him and doubted his feelings. Chu Yeon didn't want to waste time talking and had nothing to answer. How long could love like this last? These moments were wonderful but very short-lived. Why couldn't she completely relax and enjoy, always thinking it might end soon? It couldn't all be this good with no consequences. Until her new assignment this year, they could still see each other. Seung Jo didn't argue, but now he found himself in a disadvantageous position. Chu Yeon decided to enjoy every happy moment fate had given her, so she hugged Seung Jo tightly and took the initiative. After a while, lying next to her, the man wondered if she liked it. Because now everything she sees in front of her belongs to her. All these years, he had to pretend he felt nothing, as if he didn't care. But now he belonged only to her, so she could do whatever she wanted, because she was his beloved secretary, Chu. She couldn't believe all this was happening between her and her director. It felt like a fairy tale dream that could never be real. Seung Jo had noticed, of course, that the girl treated him specially, but he still wanted to hear if she really liked him as a man. Words that one day had to be said couldn't be taken back. She took such words very seriously and couldn't answer him. She couldn't say it now, but she could tell him that to her, Seung Jo was very handsome and attracted her as a man. Maybe she thought he had rushed at her without understanding her feelings. But he wasn't the kind of person who would use people for his own purposes. After all, this wasn't about work, but about his personal life and reputation. After their close touches, their bodies were sweaty, so he suggested that for the first time, they take a shower together. Chu Yeon agreed, but going together to the bathroom made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Sunday evening was coming to an end. The sun had almost set behind the horizon. The night ahead was magical for them. Chu Yeon wished him a good rest when the director was already about to leave. The man thanked her and asked her to go home, take a shower, and call him later. Chu Yeon didn't want to do it, so she wouldn't. She was tired and planned to go to bed early, so he shouldn't expect her call. It was good they had spent time together, but this was her long-awaited vacation. The man decided to leave, but he had to give her suitcase back. The secretary could do it herself. He only had to open the trunk. Now, there were only the two of them, so as he said, they were just a man and a woman when alone. She didn't think they were really alone. Just because they didn't see anyone didn't mean no one was watching. There were eyes from every window. Besides, they were near her house. What if they ran into her mother or Yunseo? So she suggested that tomorrow at work, they should act as usual. But the director wasn't sure they could pull it off well. But for how long was she going to keep calling him director when they were alone? Did she really like keeping a distance between them? He preferred that she called him by name or simply Oppa, but she thought he was crazy and didn't want to continue the conversation. Taking the suitcase out of the trunk, she wished the director a safe trip. He thanked her, but still insisted she should call him when she got home, and she had no choice but to do it. When Chu Lee Yeon entered her room, she noticed many designer shopping bags lying by her bed. She immediately guessed they were gifts from Seung Jo. She really didn't like it, because she would have to explain to her family why her director was sending such expensive gifts. She was very angry, but tried to calm down so as not to arouse suspicion from her mother and brother. Had he gone mad? Why spend so much money on gifts she couldn't even use? But the man had told her that from the very morning he'd felt unusually good. Chu Yeon didn't want him to waste his free time on her or buy her all sorts of little things. Yunseo was surprised. Wasn't this too much for expensive gifts? Maybe she wanted to explain somehow. Though they and her mother were uninformed, they weren't completely naive and understood everything perfectly. Didn't Seung Jo know what a secret relationship was? What if someone he knew found out about it? The next day, she planned to go to work and act as if nothing had happened. But the director didn't understand why she wanted to create unnecessary problems and worries. Chu Yeon was surprised at what he planned to do, since before he had always completely agreed with her opinion. Was Secretary Chu planning to resign and marry him? Seung Jo jokingly asked. The girl didn't like the joke, but the idea of quitting didn't sound so bad. In a way, the man wasn't really joking. Yesterday, he had been in a weak position, so he stayed silent. Where was she planning to go away from him? Was she trying to tease him? But she reminded him that it was the president's order, and she'd still have to leave him for Munjo. But she still remained his personal secretary, and her duties included always obeying and listening to him. The director intended to play a little with their mysterious secret relationship, but everything had to have limits. She had no choice but to agree with him, and she didn't really want to change jobs anyway. Maybe she needed to contact Kim Yoo-jin, and they had to be honest now. After all, she had a boyfriend. After the vacation, it was hard to pull herself together for her first day back at work. She realized it was quite difficult to fix that other article. Maybe she'd have to say it directly. It was already the third time she'd rejected the article's publication. It was exhausting and hard. They needed to try a different approach to this. First of all, what they had to do was inform her of the results. Besides fact-checking and correcting the truth, they were supposed to send her the names of all the journalists who refused to correct the article. The secretary needed to think, and then she'd be able to call them back. A coworker asked Secretary Chu whether they really would write a new article. For the first time, they would all have to take part in this. They needed to work as hard as possible to defend their position. Because of the publication of incorrect articles, they had a lot of work they hadn't done before. Some people in the company didn't like the changes. Chu Yeon planned to handle everything personally. As expected, it turned out the Cha Ji-won Clinic was to blame for all of this. It was an incredibly infuriating article. A coworker asked the secretary if she had rested well during her vacation, and what she planned to do now, after returning to work. Secretary Chu felt as if she had never even left the company. The coworker looked like she wanted to ask something else but couldn't bring herself to do it. She only asked whether Chu Yeon had heard any rumors. Did Chu Yeon know that actress Seo Era and the chairman had a secret child? It's known that he has the surname Seo because the former chairman was against it. His second son works as an ordinary employee in their company. Secretary Chu pretended it was the first time she'd heard about it and wanted to know where the coworker had heard this. The coworker had gotten this information from the chairman's own secretary. On the day when the director argued with the chairman, the chief had ordered the secretary to call the general staff. There had been rumors before, but this time the chairman confirmed everything. It was just a guess, but what if it was that young man who came to see Secretary Chu? He had a wonderful character and a noble posture. The coworker tried to remember what the guy's name was. The secretary asked if she meant Mr. Seo. Then he was excluded from the list of candidates. The girl had to step away for work but promised to come back soon. The coworker wanted to keep talking but noticed the secretary didn't really enjoy this conversation. Sooner or later, everyone would learn about Moonjo. But why did the president suddenly summon Moonjo to him? She knew she had been told to keep quiet about everything as long as he worked under his brother's leadership. Chu Lee Yeon had to speak to the director on work matters. For the first time knocking on his door, she felt very nervous. She worried about how she was dressed. Maybe the skirt was too short. She didn't want him to notice it and take it as an invitation for intimacy. She tried to stop herself since that wasn't what she was thinking about at all. She was here to work and help the director with his duties. Yesterday, she had talked with Kim Yoo-jin. Let them just stay unnoticed by others and not draw attention to them. Secretary Chu knocked on the door for a long time, lost in thought, and didn't even hear when the director had already told her to come in several times. Seung Jo was very busy with work. He had a few important matters that couldn't be postponed. Chu Lee Yeon entered the office, feeling nervous as if it were her first day working for this respected director. She walked closer to him and immediately noticed that the director was very troubled. From the look on his face, it was clear he had serious problems. When the secretary asked if he could tell her what the problem was, he answered that he only had one problem. Secretary Chu wanted to know what it was, but the director spoke first. The problem that troubled him was her presence. He couldn't pull himself together and work properly because his thoughts were constantly about Secretary Chu. Memories of the nights they'd spent together wouldn't leave him alone. As a boss, Seung Jo was the best, and one could learn a lot from him. But as a man, he was very dangerous. It was impossible to predict what he might do next. If she said even a single word, he wouldn't let her go anymore. But yesterday, during their phone call, he had promised her not to discuss their personal matters at work. He pretended not to remember his promise. The secretary decided to remind him that they had a secret relationship. Had he forgotten? He remembered about the secret relationship, but invited her to come closer and not be afraid. The girl worried that at any moment someone could see them. But no one was watching. She didn't need to be so nervous. The director didn't keep his promise. He came too close to Secretary Chu. Why did the director peek behind the door? Probably to make sure no one was eavesdropping. When he made sure there was no one outside the office, he closed the door and returned to his desk. He even locked the door for this, which was very unusual. Now she could come closer to him without worrying that they might be seen suddenly. The girl really wanted to step closer to him, but she was still scared. After all, they had agreed not to do this at work. Hesitating a little, the secretary still stepped closer to him, but she couldn't guess what he was thinking. When the director asked her to lean a little closer, she thought he wanted to share one of his secrets. Seung Jo suggested they have dinner together after work, but she shouldn't worry, since he had reserved a separate table just for them. The director looked strangely cheerful. Taking her face in both hands, he tried to pull her closer to him. With joy, he told her that starting today they were dating. If he decided so, it would be hard to change it. He preferred to actually date Secretary Chu rather than just have a secret relationship. But there was still the question of safety. They had to adjust his schedule by 30 minutes. For the first time, he was asking her for something instead of giving orders. So she decided to take care of it immediately to do her job on time. She stood in front of the director, and he simply looked at her from head to toe. In his eyes, she was dressed very seductively, which stirred up mixed desires in him. When the girl was about to leave, the director took her hand as if not intending to let her go. Holding her, he gently sat the secretary on his lap. Chu Lee Yeon felt strange, as if she was always on guard not to get caught. The director tried to hug her tightly and press her against him. He liked it when she started to resist a little. It looked exciting to him. She tried to break free from his embrace, explaining that she had to do what he'd asked. And there was less and less time left. Seung Jo couldn't wait for the workday to end so they could finally be alone together, without worrying about anyone's gaze. Chu Lee Yeon knew this wasn't the right time for this. The director had to let her go immediately. Plus, the door that accidentally opened made her nervous. Someone could walk by and see everything happening in the director's office. She had no idea he liked teasing people and drawing attention. She just wanted to do her job at the company. But really, what's stopping her from working at the company and having her own personal life? Besides, it could make them both happy. Seung Jo didn't even think about letting her go. She started struggling more, telling him to stop joking around and let her go right now. The man agreed, but told her he'd only let her go for a few minutes because he didn't want to be without her for long. Seung Jo didn't mean to embarrass Secretary Chu, but when he saw her, he just couldn't help himself. The director pulled her close and gently kissed her on the lips. He agreed to let her go, but only if she promised to come back soon. 1 minute. But several minutes had already passed. Time felt so slow for him. He felt like a young boy in love with his classmate. It was fascinating to see how director Seung Jo could act so differently from man Seung Jo. Daydreams aside, she had to focus on the task the director gave her. She needed to change his schedule. Secretary Chu texted the director that he had to visit the gallery in 30 minutes, so they could meet at the cafe right after. A coworker asked her why she looked like she was in a bad mood. She said everything was fine. It's just that after vacation, there were so many pending tasks. The coworker agreed. They'd all been under a lot of pressure while she was on vacation. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't understand why, though. The coworker explained it had been rough because the director had broken up with his fiancée. The secretary wanted to keep chatting but had to leave for her meeting. Chu Lee Yeon headed to the cafe where they'd agreed to meet. She liked arriving early. She didn't like making anyone wait. While waiting, she finally had time to check some unopened messages from her friend Miju. She missed her so much, but work had kept her too busy. Seung Jo hadn't expected the director to find a new girlfriend so quickly. It really surprised him. Nobody expected it, so he hadn't told anyone yet. Even though he was an adult, he'd let himself play along with some of the games his girlfriend suggested. Honestly, Seung Jo didn't really care what games the director played. His job was to get his work done responsibly. He wondered if the director had read the files he'd sent him the day before. Did it impress him? Seung Jo hoped it had, but he still wanted to achieve even more. The man thought the director was really good at his job. Maybe he'd even studied the biographies of many famous people. The director was pleased to hear such praise from the prosecutor himself. Even though the prosecutor was young and not very experienced yet, it was clear he was smart and took his job seriously. Seung Jo even joked that if he ever got fired, maybe he could work with him. But the young man replied he loved being a prosecutor. It had been his childhood dream. The director said some people came off as too arrogant, but the young prosecutor disagreed and thought Seung Jo was talking nonsense. The young prosecutor said they didn't have much time and should get to the real topic. Plus, they'd be meeting often in the future. Lots of papers with info could help, but everything had to be reviewed carefully, discussed in detail, maybe even several times. Their goal was to go after the special division and catch all those filthy rich scumbags. But what would Seung Jo gain by putting this out in the media? If he removed the chairman from power, then all the finances would end up in Seung Jo's hands. The director wondered how that could even work. But there was no point double-checking the facts because the data was already exhausted. Why had the director offered him this? Maybe someone else should have handled it. For the director, it wasn't weird. It was logical, since he was Lee Do-kyung's son. Wouldn't the chairman and Senator Cha Ju-in end up even stronger? Seung Jo couldn't understand why he wanted to fight his own father. If things didn't go as planned, the director could lose everything he had. Seung Jo disagreed. He thought there'd still be something left. Seung Jo realized he had to tell the prosecutor the main thing. Even if it all fell apart, he couldn't lose everything. When the prosecutor asked what he meant, Seung Jo proudly said he already had what really mattered to him. Seung Jo thought that was silly, but he guessed what the director meant. The director waited for the prosecutor's reaction. He wanted his support. It would have given him confidence that he was on the right track. But it puzzled the young man why the man in such a high position would risk it all over what seemed like a fleeting obsession. Maybe the material itself was bait that many had already reacted to. Maybe that was the whole point of the author's plan. The director had been the one to request this meeting with prosecutor Seung Jo. So now he had to listen carefully. The young prosecutor felt things had spun out of control long ago. They had to act differently now, not follow the old plan. They needed to talk about everything he'd told Secretary Chu and say the prosecutor had looked into it himself so he'd be left out of the story entirely. Seung Jo met with Secretary Chu. It was lunchtime, the perfect time to chat about useful matters. Chu Lee Yeon asked why he looked so serious. His personal life was fine. Maybe he'd broken up with Miju? But he said no way. He valued their relationship too much. He loved her so much, he'd die for her. Together, they could handle anything. Chu Lee Yeon was touched by how deeply he spoke about his love. Seung Jo asked if she'd seen the latest newspaper issues. They were written so sweetly it actually made things worse. He hadn't seen them yet, but hoped nothing too bad had been printed. Just then, Seung Jo seemed distracted. He'd spotted someone surprising in the cafe. Lee Mun-jo had come into the burger joint. He'd never usually go somewhere like that, thinking it was for people with lower or middle income. Sohn Jamin suspected he might have been following Secretary Chu. It couldn't have been a coincidence they ran into him here. She couldn't believe it. Usually only regular workers from the company came here, never someone in management. The young man guessed Lee Mun-jo probably still loved Chu Yeon. Even Sohn Jamin, who barely knew him, thought he was a scumbag. But the girl could only choose one of them. Secretary Chu didn't get what he meant. She didn't like Lee Mun-jo at all. She couldn't imagine picking between them. What a messy love triangle where Chu Yeon played a big part. Two powerful men fighting for her attention, with huge consequences. Right now, her mom and brother Yoon-seo were doing okay, but she felt like she was worrying them. She feared she'd cause trouble for him too. The girl's mother and Yoon-seo should know what was Chu Sung-tae's last days like. Sohn Jae-min has always taken care of himself, so his friend has nothing to worry about. No matter what, he still called her to share what he'd managed to find out. It was actually his idea. The incident that day had been set up by her father on purpose. Chu Yeon couldn't believe what Sohn Jae-min said, but deep down, she knew he had no reason to make something like that up about her dad. She wanted to know every detail, to understand what her father's actions really meant. Everything the young prosecutor was about to tell her seemed suspicious, so the girl knew she had to stay calm. Chu Yeon agreed because she wanted to get to the bottom of it all. It started with the fact that this so-called accident that day wasn't an accident at all. Usually, when choosing a suspect, they look first at who benefits most from someone's death. Seo era. What did they need to find out to catch even the smallest clue in this case? Chairman Lee Hyun-bae absolutely hated her, avoided meeting with her, and called her a thief. A mistress who was treated coldly, even though she'd sacrificed her own son by sending Mun-jo to live with her parents. She was the person whose life changed completely after the chairman's death. That's how it really was. She even came to the chairman's funeral as if she were attending a wedding celebration. There were even rumors about it for a while. And it really happened. And he knew that perfectly well. But after that, Lee Do-kyung became chairman. Seo era and Lee Mun-jo stepped into the spotlight. The secretary knew perfectly well that the relationship between Lee Hyun-bae and Lee Do-kyung had completely fallen apart. They had become enemies, and it had seriously affected their work. From the very start, Lee Do-kyung wasn't even the first choice to be chairman. Lee Hyun-bae trusted his firstborn son more, but he died young. That's true, but later she'd heard that the chairman did start to trust Lee Do-kyung. Unlike today, when she was still little, the chairman had been gentle and kind. Could Lee Do-kyung have had anything to do with this? In any case, he did become chairman, and at that time, Hyun-bae was already very ill. Over time, a second madam appeared. It all happened gradually, without any rush. Sohn Jae-min tried not to rush his story so he wouldn't leave out any important details. Cha Joo-in. At that time, he was a senator. But could he have had anything to do with this whole mess? Senator Cha Joo-in had created a perfect image. On the surface, he looked completely clean, and it worked very well. Chu Yeon couldn't wrap her head around how many famous people were involved in this case. It felt like an endless knot that could take forever to untangle. A politician with a brilliant career who'd published several autobiographies that seemed to reveal everything about his life. Articles about Cha Joo-in reached everyone interested in him. With his iron will in any situation, he never let go of being the nation's top figure. He was very talented and ambitious. He never even finished high school before moving to Seoul. Later, he got into an elite school that only rich kids could attend. That's where he met Lee Do-kyung. A few years later, the two of them went to study in the United States. Rumor had it that their bond grew even closer there. Chairman Lee Do-kyung still remembered his past with Senator Cha fondly and praised him. They were each other's greatest and most trusted allies. This was covered in the media countless times, so the whole nation knew. But why Senator Cha? The secretary wondered. Sohn Jae-min had wondered the same thing. At first, the most obvious suspects were Seo era and Lee Do-kyung. Until he saw the file Lee Seung Jo gave him. Lee Seung Jo had started a fight against a friendship so historic the whole world knew about it. But this wasn't the kind of story you could share openly. Chairman Lee Do-kyung, his father, had ignored his younger brother in childhood because he was weak and indecisive. His older brother, who had been kind, had passed away too soon. Anyway, it was only in the first year of middle school that his father changed. That's when he met Senator Cha Joo-in. From then on, his father got interested in business and started caring about his studies. And everyone around saw that it was true. For some reason, Seung Jo decided to hand over the gathered files to the young prosecutor, whom he barely even knew. It was a huge file detailing all the crimes Cha Ju-in had committed. If this got out, his entire political career, his family, everything would collapse. Everyone connected to him would suffer. Corruption, tax evasion, involvement of female college students in working in dubious establishments, and many other crimes, all of it orchestrated by Senator Cha Ju-in. The prosecutors were warned, and the case was quickly buried. After a few weeks, everyone forgot. It was humiliating, but Senator Cha pressured the prosecution hard. The head of the prosecution turned out to be corrupt, so Son Jae-min decided to destroy the scumbag himself. Chairman Lee Hyun-bae had also become interested in Cha Ju-in. After all, he was the man who had completely changed his son, and he wanted to know how. If he were in his place, he would have set up surveillance and slowly pressured him. The dossier had been collected over many years. Chu Lee Yeon wanted to know where the file was now. Son Jae-min said it had disappeared without a trace. All the prosecutors the chairman had trusted had turned out to be traitors. They'd switched sides very quickly. As he saw it, Senator Cha was stronger than they'd thought. But by digging into this, the chairman had signed his own death warrant. Chu Lee Yeon listened carefully because she didn't know all the details of this story. He realized how this would impact the finances of the Jaekyung Group, so he kept it secret. There was so little time. They had to know that Senator Cha Ju-in was extremely dangerous. When Seung Jo's father became chairman, it had been hard to find anyone more suitable. They had to keep in mind that there was very little time left. Chairman Lee Hyun-bae had a lot of evidence of his crimes, but the senator had managed to bribe everyone around, so nothing worked. Maybe what bothered him was that an old man on the verge of death knew the whole truth about him. So they had to come up with a plan quickly, something criminal that could solve all his problems. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't believe it, that the senator had really planned to kill him as soon as possible. She'd understood it right. The first thing he needed to do was find the file and destroy all the evidence. But how did this involve Chu Lee Yeon's father? After all, he was the one who died, so maybe things had gone off plan. Could it be that the chairman had entrusted the file to her father? But the man wasn't 100% sure. The chairman had expected to die and found someone he could fully trust. Her father was the perfect choice. No one would suspect him of hiding the file. And also, by the way, her father, who had been accused of gambling, had never actually gambled. That really shocked Chu Lee Yeon. When people asked around the gambling halls, no one had ever seen him or remembered anyone like him. If he'd really played there all the time, why didn't anyone recognize him? It was strange because he supposedly owed 3 billion won. If someone had lost that much money, everyone would know them. She'd always known her father would never do that. And later, his best friends confirmed it. Maybe the only explanation was that he'd been paid to do it. But what would anyone do if they were given money in exchange for a few words? That meant her father had never gambled, and he didn't owe anyone anything. Was Son Jae-min saying that Cha Ju-in had dared to threaten him? They needed a short break. He could go get some napkins. Chu Lee Yeon told him she was fine and he could keep talking. As it turned out, her father had been threatened pretty seriously. And it wasn't just a warning. It had been deadly serious. Even after searching the chairman's office, the file hadn't been found, so they'd started suspecting Chu Lee Yeon's father. The gambling debt was just one way to pressure him. He could have threatened him to get the file. But her father hadn't given in, because for 20 years he'd been loyal to the chairman. Remembering how the chairman had treated his family, cared for his kids, and helped them in difficult times. Chu Lee Yeon thought it was madness, complete nonsense. But what if she were in her father's place? What would she do? What if Seung Jo handed her something precious before he died? Would she give in to someone's threats? Some people value loyalty and friendship so much that they don't even think about the cost of their own lives. Chu Lee Yeon started feeling anxious and angry. The more she learned, the more she wanted revenge for her father's death. But she was still curious about what Cha Ju-in had used to blackmail him. When she found out that the blackmail target had been her and her brother Yoon Seo, she broke down in tears. Going after family, that's the cruelest and easiest form of blackmail. The autopsy showed that Chu Lee Yeon's father had taken sleeping pills. Yet Senator Cha still couldn't find that mysterious file. On the day her father died, everything in their house had been turned upside down. As soon as the autopsy results came in, the case was quickly closed. There was nothing suspicious at the crash site. Son Jae-min thought maybe everything looked too clean. Maybe her father made that choice because he couldn't choose between the chairman and his family. Perhaps he was still thinking about it as he hovered between life and death. The most important thing to him was making sure his children were safe. Son Jae-min had a tough task ahead, but he still intended to find that file and bring justice. He hoped they could work on it together. Chu Yeon was deeply moved, tears streaming down her pale cheeks, but she still didn't know what they should do next. Senator Cha and Chairman Lee Do-kyung weren't just friends. It was true. Everyone needed something from the other, and they stayed friends as long as it was useful for both sides. Senator Cha Jun was the real king. He controlled Lee Do-kyung. He had the stronger personality, so he made bold decisions that the other could barely bring himself to make. It was convenient for Lee Do-kyung to handle dirty business through Senator Cha Jun. Chu Yeon couldn't quite accept it, because she'd always thought it was the other way around. But the young prosecutor confirmed that in this friendship, the real king was Senator Cha Jun. It was Cha Jun who introduced Chairman Lee Do-kyung to the actress Seo Era, and once he even saved the chairman's life. The funniest part was that he himself had caused those troubles in the first place. Cha Jun was the main suspect, but getting close to him was almost impossible. In some cases, completely unrealistic. Chu Yeon thought he planned to completely control Chairman Lee. In his view, the chairman was too naive, so it would be easy to make him speak someone else's words. He saw in him a person who could help him rise quickly. It seemed likely he'd been well paid to develop Lee Do-kyung's abilities. He planned everything carefully and made Lee Do-kyung the heir of the Jaekyung Group. It wasn't clear, but it was entirely possible that he had arranged the murder of his older brother. By introducing him to Seo Era at the right moment, he managed to tame him, just as he had planned all along. After that, everything got much more complicated, tangled into knots that seemed impossible to unravel. Very soon, the senator might find himself a new target. And it turned out that Lee Mun-jo was Senator Cha Jun's new idea. Chu Yeon was deeply unsettled by her friend's words. If he was right, it meant the senator was unhappy with the game he'd been playing. At first glance, it seemed like he'd only published a few scandalous articles about Lee Seung Jo. But in fact, he was planning something far worse than anyone could imagine. Then Son Jae-min lowered his head and told her firmly not to turn around. Chu Yeon demanded an explanation because she had no idea what was happening. They hadn't discussed this yet with Lee Seung Jo, but for now it was the only solution that came to Son Jae-min's mind. The Jaekyung Group was Senator Cha's only real target. Sooner or later, he would use Lee Mun-jo to destroy Lee Seung Jo. The girl asked to wait a few minutes. She needed time to gather her thoughts and calm down. Cha Jun wanted to seize the Jaekyung Group and use Chairman Lee Do-kyung for that purpose. That's why he tamed him and bent him to his will. Chairman Lee began his own private investigation to uncover Senator Cha Jun's true intentions. Terrible facts about the senator were added to his personal dossier. Cha Jun needed to get rid of that evidence. At the same time, the chairman's health was failing, so he handed the documents to someone he trusted. That trusted person was Chu Yeon's father. He had worked for him for many years, and the chairman had never once doubted his integrity. Those files were used to blackmail her father, so he was afraid to make any decision at all. In the end, the only solution he saw was to take all the blame upon himself and end his own life. There was no proof or facts strong enough to catch Cha Jun and bring him to justice. Chu Yeon didn't know where to begin or how she could help, but she suggested trying to find those documents. She didn't think her father had left her any clues, but maybe he'd known it would be too dangerous, so he kept her and her brother out of it. After all, he had always been so protective. Chu Yeon tried to remember the day her father died. The first thing that came to mind was that he had called her that very day. Son Jae-min asked what they had talked about. She couldn't remember anything important. The conversation was short, mostly about nothing. He had simply asked if she'd eaten that day, clearly just wanting to hear her voice. That kind of talk didn't sound like a hidden clue. But there had to be something because Lee Seung Jo seemed to think so too. What to do next? Chu Yeon truly didn't know. There was so much information, so many questions, but no answers at all. The prosecutor asked whether her father had ever left her a gift, but she hadn't received anything from him. Since she hadn't expected it, maybe he'd hidden something carefully in a special place. But she couldn't remember anything like that. She was sure she would have noticed him carrying around papers. With no clue, it was almost impossible to think of anything. Maybe he had just relied on his daughter's intuition. There was also a thought that maybe her father had been waiting for her to grow older, or until someone appeared who could protect her. Son Jae-min had long noticed that Chu Yeon liked Lee Seung Jo. Maybe her father knew that too. If they were together, Chu Yeon would feel much safer, and Lee Seung Jo could become a reliable shield for her. Perhaps that's what her father had hoped for. Otherwise, he could have simply left the Jaekyung Group behind and forgotten everything. The girl thanked her friend for trying so hard to help. She truly believed in her father, even though the whole world now cursed his name. Having support from those close to her mattered so much because there weren't many people like that around her. Her main task now was to go home and look for any clues she could find. When Son Jae-min left, the girl couldn't hold back her tears. Her feelings were mixed, but once again she realized that her father really had been a wonderful person who had cared deeply for her and her brother. And at the same time, she felt ashamed that she had to keep her relationship with Seung Jo a secret. At that moment, it felt terribly unfair. Even if it made her heart ache, she decided she would live the life her father had given her. Her father's tragic death had forced her to grow up too quickly. She realized how deeply she missed him and wished she could apologize for having believed the rumors and lies about him. After composing herself, she decided to go home. So she walked toward the elevator and waited for it to arrive. When the doors opened, she saw that Lee Mun-jo was inside. Right now, he was the last person she wanted to see. The elevator doors closed, leaving her alone with Lee Mun-jo. The young man stood silently, so Secretary Chu asked if she could press the button. He didn't mind, so she did as she'd planned. When she'd been talking to Son Jae-min earlier, Lee Mun-jo hadn't approached them or interrupted. Whether he'd been surprised to see her crying was unclear. Strangely enough, this was the first time she had ever cried in front of Mun-jo. Finally, he asked what had happened and why she looked so sad. She thanked him for asking, but said she didn't want to talk about it. Maybe it had been Son Jae-min who upset her, but if not, then what had happened? His face showed that it bothered him to see Chu Lee Yeon with other men. She was his only love and the goal he had been chasing for so long. He tried hard to look strong, but sometimes he couldn't keep his feelings from showing. Maybe 6 years ago, she had also cried like this. Back then, he had been afraid she might faint, so he hadn't come to her side. The elevator doors opened, but he kept thinking and he realized that this was the difference between him and his brother. Maybe that's why he could never truly be with Chu Lee Yeon. When Secretary Chu wanted to leave the elevator, she nearly bumped into the director. The doors closed again, and Mun-jo continued on his way. It pained him to see it, because he knew very well how she felt about his brother. Mun-jo saw his brother's expression. He was usually bad at showing his feelings, but this time it was easy to read. How could he look at her with such loving eyes when for so many years he had barely noticed her, even though she had always been right there by his side? Seung Jo watched her intently, as if he were trying to see something hidden on her face. Secretary Chu asked the director whether he'd eaten well, hoping he wouldn't notice her tear-streaked face since she'd fixed her makeup beforehand. He remarked that once again she'd been alone with his brother, Mun-jo. The girl didn't like this accusation and didn't want to reply. Then Seung Jo asked whether she had also had a good meal. Calling his brother an idiot, he wondered aloud if Mun-jo had perhaps treated her to something too delicious. The secretary had eaten a tasty dish called jjajangmyeon, but the director recalled that she used to dislike how the sauce stayed on her lips afterward. He should know her tastes well, but even he sometimes changed them. Just the other day, he dared to eat dumplings drenched in mustard. The young man smiled. Did she really notice and remember everything? But how had she known about the dumplings he'd eaten alone? Why did he come here anyway? They could have arranged it over the phone and met somewhere else without so many prying eyes. Again, he really wanted to touch her and hold her tightly, but the girl was trying to be careful and avoid drawing attention to them. Seung Jo looked at the secretary with eyes full of love. The girl realized he was very serious and didn't care if someone saw them together. She had never seen such an open look on his face before. Now he looked like a happy puppy newly welcomed into a family. He was so gentle when he touched her, as if caressing a delicate flower that could break with too much pressure. She was only beginning to trust him, but Seung Jo wanted her to jump into his arms right away. What if an employee saw them? The director assured her no one else was in the office. Still, no one should see them together. So the girl tried to push him away. The director didn't like this and asked her not to do it. Wasn't this what a secret affair should look like? In her view, it should look quite different. Why didn't he listen and always did everything his own way? Anger was visible in her eyes. She'd just learned so much about her father, so she wasn't in the mood for romance. She ordered him to stop and quickly go into the office. The director didn't want to listen. He'd been waiting just to see her, yet she'd come in with that idiot. Had she brought him to the office herself? If she didn't like it either, she should have said so. Lee Seung Jo went to extremes, telling Chu Lee Yeon not to force him to start following her. Then he added he was joking, but the girl couldn't take it as a joke because of the almost cruel look on his face. He loved Chu Lee Yeon so much that he was ready to do anything just to have her near, looking only at him. But what had happened? Just a few hours ago, he'd been in a completely different mood. For now, she didn't want to share her problems with him. She pretended everything was fine so he wouldn't suspect anything. Better that he didn't know yet. Seung Jo noticed she looked tired, but the girl tried to reassure him she was okay. Chu Lee Yeon suggested to the director that they have dinner together tonight if he had no other plans. But in her mind, she thought they should keep work and personal life separate. She couldn't investigate her father's work while in the company. She'd have to do everything she could after hours. Then, remembering she had errands, she said dinner wouldn't work because she had personal matters to handle, which he didn't need to know about. As Seung Jo, maybe he didn't have to know. But as her boyfriend, he had every right to ask and maybe help. Chu Yeon corrected him, saying that even they were dating, there are still boundaries. Then the man decided he'd send her to eat anyway. No matter how busy she was, she needed to eat properly. Just then, they saw many employees coming out of another elevator, finishing their workday. The secretary got very nervous and tried to push the director into a corner so no one would see him near her. The director had a better idea. He'd ask his driver to pick her up after work. After work, the director's driver came for the girl. Just as they were about to leave, Madam called. She asked if the secretary Chu was still at work. Surprised by the late call, the girl asked what had happened. Nothing had happened, but Madam didn't like what she'd heard from rumors. She thought a woman so focused on work shouldn't seduce men. Madame wondered how Secretary Chu would justify herself this time, but the girl immediately admitted it was her fault. "It's okay," Madame calmed her. "It's just because you're so busy helping Seung Jo." Madame mentioned the chairman's mood had been terrible lately. It might be a stressful time, so she should pay close attention to Seung Jo. Madame didn't mean anything else by it. She just expected Chu Yeon to do her job as her son's personal secretary. Madame remembered that Secretary Chu had promised to look after him, and she trusted her. In return, she promised not to interfere. The driver told the girl they'd arrived. She thanked him, and he wished her a nice evening. She didn't have to worry about him knowing everything, since the director himself had told him, and he wouldn't say anything extra. He'd keep quiet no matter what, so she'd better hurry. She thanked him again for understanding. She got there quickly. It was nearby, and she always booked it for the director's lunch. As soon as the girl entered, the director called her over. No need to stand by the door so long. Since they were meeting secretly, he'd already ordered food to avoid attracting attention. There were many perks to meeting the director. One was that she didn't have to do anything herself. The young man wondered why she thought that. There was still plenty she'd have to do. Chu Yeon pretended not to notice the director hinting at something indecent again. This dinner felt like it would turn into a long conversation. Was he planning to stay here for a while? "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" the director asked. She thought they'd just have a quick dinner, but he'd tricked her again. Seung Jo decided that until she finished all the food, the dinner wouldn't end. They had to talk at length about Cha Jun, so he needed a proper meal. He'd ordered delicious food and loved her deeply. So why did she feel so down? Maybe this love was wrong, or maybe she just didn't deserve personal happiness. Even if she kept dating the director, everything would still be fine for her. When they got into the car, the director immediately hugged and pulled Chu Yeon close. She tried to stop him, saying she wasn't ready, and the driver made her uneasy. Seung Jo didn't stop. He kept hugging and kissing her. When she was with him, she shouldn't think about anything else. The girl should focus on their relationship and learn to accept his affection. This time he was pushing it too far, so the girl still had to somehow stop him. It really wasn't proper for him to act like that, especially with the driver in the car. Seung Jo turned to the driver and suggested he go for a walk. He had a half-hour break. The driver understood and quickly left the car. Seung Jo tried to lift her onto his lap. She barely felt it when he picked her up so easily, as if she weighed nothing. When she was with him, he thought only about her. Nothing else mattered. He didn't want to miss out on happiness. Chu Lee Yeon noted that he was the most stubborn director, but at the same time, the most sincere boyfriend. Seung Jo suggested they stop talking. There was no need to keep him hungry. The man was consumed with jealousy and asked if she had enjoyed her time with her old friend from the blind date. When the girl replied that he was a good person and just helped her sometimes in difficult situations, Lee Seung Jo asked why there were always so many men around the girl who were interested in helping her. Chu Yeon thought it was better than having many people who sincerely wished to destroy you or send you to the afterlife. Lee Seung Jo stopped talking and pulled the girl into a kiss, saying that she was driving him crazy with her smart mouth. This time, Chu Lee Yeon returned home very late at night. Although she was tired, she had a lot to think about, so she wasn't planning to rest yet. When she entered the room, she immediately started looking for a flash drive. Her mother asked what she was doing so late. She replied that she needed to copy important files onto it, but her computer had broken down and she really needed it for work. If it was that important, her daughter should take care of it. Her mother also noticed that she was very nervous and asked what had happened. After all, there were times when her daughter made many mistakes. When her mother offered to look for the flash drive together, Chu Yeon couldn't even describe it because she didn't know what it looked like. So as not to raise suspicion, she said it was a bit long and rectangular in shape. It was very urgent, so if her mother found it first, she must call her immediately. Meanwhile, Chu Yeon went to her room. She wanted to be alone to recall everything her father had told her, hoping she might guess where he could have hidden the evidence. Her mother noticed she was still awake and asked if the flash drive meant a lot to her. Her mother couldn't sleep either, which was strange because she had been so tired after the whole day. Maybe it was because her father's birthday was approaching. At this time, it always happened to her. She felt anxious and missed him. But her mother didn't know the whole truth about her father's death, so she believed he had done something wrong. Chu Yeon didn't want her mother to speak badly about her father. The woman didn't understand why her daughter reacted so sharply to her words. She could at least remember who had raised and protected her. Her mother wanted to know how her daughter really felt about her father. Chu Yeon couldn't hate him. She simply missed him. Besides, she had no right to hate either her father or her mother. She didn't want to do that and didn't like that her mother couldn't free herself from the influence of others and supported their opinion about her father. When her daughter snuggled up to her, she noticed that the woman had a beautiful figure. The mother thought her daughter was asleep, but she was not. The mother agreed that she had beautiful breasts. Her father liked them very much. The father often said he fell in love with her mother because she had such a beautiful body. The mother agreed with her daughter that her father had really been a good man, caring and attentive. Moreover, he had always cared for his children and had even sacrificed his life to protect his family. Chu Yeon looked like her mother and also had a beautiful face. The woman saw that her daughter was really becoming like her, so she must also please her boyfriend. Chu Yeon was surprised how her mother found out she had a suitor. The woman was curious if her daughter also liked someone and why she didn't tell her anything. She could talk about it because it was perfectly natural. She didn't want to tell her mother anything because her mother might misunderstand what was really going on. Again, she tried to escape the conversation by pretending to sleep. For Seung Jo, the evening was ordinary. Coming home, he wanted to take a shower and relax a bit. First, he turned on the TV to listen to various news that might concern him personally. They were broadcasting an interview with Senator Cha Jun. The presenter said he currently enjoyed great support in the council. Before they began discussing, they wanted to show a recording of his interview. If people elected him, it meant he wanted to achieve something. Seung Jo was surprised when the senator said he wanted to create a fair society. But it was unpleasant to hear this because he knew the senator personally and knew about his completely illegal dealings. He needed to discuss something with his personal secretary, Sa Jong-hun. Although it was very late, the matter couldn't wait until morning. He had come across hospital records related to the senator's son being exempted from military service. Secretary Say had to continue in the same rhythm but make public only a tiny part. Even if it leaked, it wouldn't do much harm. The director wanted them to finally stop writing damaging articles. It was just a minor weakness anyone could discover. The level of intelligence was simply laughable. They needed to be careful to find this secret file. It would be good if Chu Yeon could find it soon, but if she couldn't, he himself would search for this file on Chajun. This thing was very small and could be hidden anywhere. Still, there must be at least some little hints to lead them in the right direction. Seung Jo was sure there was nothing he couldn't do. If they really tried, they would definitely succeed. Although he agreed it was very difficult to find evidence, considering how much time had passed, Seung Jo was worried only about how deeply his own father was involved in this case and what it might mean for him. Because of this, he wondered whether Chu Yeon would reject him when she found out everything. That was the main thing he worried about at that moment. The die had already been cast. Nothing could be changed now. He could only hope everything would go as he planned. 6 years ago, Seo Era told them she had already arrived, so she planned to eat with them too. Who dared to let her into his house without Lee Hyunbae's permission? Seung Jo's father answered harshly. He had allowed her to come. He considered her a woman who had suffered a lot as a mistress. If he became chairman, he would give her a place in the company. He would make her study business, so there was nothing to worry about. But the chairman Hyunbae was against it and wanted her thrown out of the house immediately. Seo Era behaved defiantly and asked the staff to immediately bring her utensils. She shouldn't behave like that, and why did she interfere in their family? First, Madam Min Kyung-hae felt humiliated and couldn't calmly react to it. Munjo was accepted by the Jaekyung Group. That's why he was here. And mother and son should always eat together. The man doubted whether she had really come because of the son because the chairman hadn't allowed her to be there. The mistress recalled that she hadn't come empty-handed. What she brought was very healthy, so it could be drunk. Seo Era offered everyone her mysterious drink and praised how good it was for health. When the mistress saw driver Chu, she offered it to him too. It was good for his health, so he had to drink it. If he got tired during the trip, he could drink it immediately and feel a surge of energy. The fatigue would disappear. Suspecting nothing, driver Chu Sung-tae accepted the mistress's treat. The autopsy showed that there was a large amount of sleeping pills in her father's body. For now, there was no proof whether this was related to the drink given to him by Seo Era. There were no empty bottles at the accident scene, so everyone forgot about it. Others who drank it were fine, so the case was closed. If Cha-jun had conspired with Seo Era, it still needed to be proven. That day, Cha-jun brought all his accomplices to the house. Everyone saw Seo Era offering driver Chu Seung-tae the drink and made sure no one talked about it. In a situation where the case was quickly closed, no one said it was a betrayal of President Lee Do-kyung, so everyone kept silent. This was Munjo. It was all done so that this guy would take the place of Lee Seung-jo's eldest son. It was very well planned, and many people were simply afraid to talk about it because they feared for their safety. Young prosecutor Son Jae-min called the director. As he expected, Chu Lee Yeon didn't know anything at all. As soon as she got home, she checked everything but still found nothing. The man understood everything. Son Jae-min would continue working with what they had at the moment. Seung Jo thought he was the only one who cared. They would both have to face danger. Today, Secretary Chu cried very hard. No one had ever seen this girl show weakness or reveal her helplessness in public. He did it on purpose because they needed to know what Chu Yeon knew about her father's death and to see her reaction when she learned the completely opposite truth. It was really delicious. They thought she didn't know that the harder it gets, the more you try to smile. But this time she cried just like back then. That terrible day when she lost her father forever, and everyone still considered him a real killer. He really wanted to bring justice and punish those guilty for all the crimes, something that hadn't been done for a long time. Seung Jo hoped he would solve these problems and that Chu Yeon would never have to cry again. Work, and once again work, repeated day after day. Together with Son Jae-min, the director spent a lot of time searching for evidence in this case. They had less and less time left. A hot summer day. There was a lot of work, as always, but nobody felt like working. So everyone in the office barely forced themselves to keep going. The director found the right moment to hug Secretary Chu. He had a proposal for her, so he asked what she planned to do this evening after work. Could he step back a little so she could say something? Didn't he realize he was holding her so tightly she couldn't move freely? Every time she looked at him that way. Didn't she realize she drove people crazy? Was she doing it on purpose? She pushed him away again, explaining he'd forgotten they were in the office. The man hadn't forgotten, but he just couldn't stop himself from hugging her. Chu Ayan wanted to meet with Son Jae-min that evening, so she suggested postponing her meeting with the director until tomorrow. Of course, the man got upset, not understanding that this meeting was important, but agreed to meet the next day. She didn't want to upset the director, so she promised if the meeting with Son Jae-min ended quickly, she'd still have time to meet him. Besides, she thought it was finally time to have some fun with the director. After all, they were young, and work left them little time for enjoyment. Seung Jo supported her, thought it was a great idea. He whispered in her ear that he'd be looking forward to their date. The man hurried back to work, wishing Secretary Chu good luck with her tasks. The girl smiled, thinking he was a sly fox. He always got what he wanted. Their love blossomed that day. Every summer was restless because the director's birthday was then. He was so arrogant and cold that she always thought he'd been born in winter. The girl smiled, knowing he wasn't as cold as he seemed. He was actually the hottest man in the world. Supervisor Kim could bring the cake they ordered on the way to work. Then section head Song would help her prepare for the party. Assistant Yi and manager Kim were supposed to collect gifts from each department and send them to the director's house. The director had the right to receive gifts from employees. Even if she said they shouldn't do it, they wouldn't listen. Everyone knew they'd still gather money and buy gifts. Tomorrow, everyone would go crazy. So she needed to make a list of gifts received and confirm everyone contributed. Since she knew the director had a business trip to the US next week for 15 days, she should finish his schedule this week. The girl thought she should handle it right away and review the director's schedule, since she'd also be in the US to help organize the secretary's office. As for the director's birthday gift, she bought a very fine wine, which she thought would make an excellent present. Last year it was a shirt, the year before a tie. Every time it was something like that, but this time it had to be different. If she thought about how much she paid for the wine that Jung Mi-ju drank, but today she planned to enjoy the expensive wine herself. The girl got a message from the director asking her to clear her schedule after 7 p.m. tomorrow. Every year on his birthday, after dinner, Seung Jo disappears. No one knows where he goes. The girl was always wondered about it. After waiting so long, now she could finally find out. Besides, it was his first birthday as her boyfriend. That's why she was going to the celebration with great curiosity, knowing something awaited her that she had never dared before. The next day. The phone rang constantly, and the girl was annoyed, answering each time that yes, this was the secretary of Executive Director Lee Seung Jo. But the call kept cutting off. But then she heard the voice of Cha Ju-hui, who wanted to speak to Seung Jo. Secretary Chu asked her to wait a minute. It seemed the director wasn't answering his phone himself. The secretary tried to connect and told him that his former fiancé, Cha Ju-hui, was calling. Should she put her through? She couldn't decide by herself, so she waited for the director's instructions. The director didn't want to talk to Cha Ju-hui, so he asked the secretary to say he was too busy. The girl understood and quickly did as he asked. She tried to explain politely that the director was busy and couldn't talk. Cha Ju-hui got angry, didn't believe he was busy, and accused the secretary of lying. Plus, she mentioned she'd sent him a birthday gift. Chu Lee Yeon said exactly what the director told her, and she promised to make sure the gift wouldn't be missed and would be delivered properly. Chu Lee Yeon understood this was her job, so she shouldn't mix in emotions. She did a good job keeping duties and feelings separate. She had to see it as just good business. And she knew the relationship between the director and his former fiancé had long ended. She knew this, but still felt uneasy. The mere thought that things could go back made her very worried. The director called the secretary and asked her to come to his office for a few minutes. From her expression, it was clear the girl was upset. The call from his ex had unsettled her. She asked why he called her so urgently, but he was curious what Secretary Chu's face looked like. Did she feel unwell? That's why he got worried, because her voice on the phone sounded strange. This time she couldn't look him in the eye and lowered her head. Seung Jo tried to lift her face gently so she'd look at him. The girl felt herself becoming more possessive. She didn't want him to deal with Cha Ju-hui anymore. She suggested he never see her again. Chu Lee Yeon wanted the director to look only at her. Seung Jo didn't mind, and again asked if she was free tonight. He'd sent his driver to pick her up after work, so she should come down to the parking lot. The girl still seemed troubled but couldn't say why. The director wanted to know what was on her mind. If she had a problem, she could share it with him, and he'd try to help. She was worried that Cha Ju-hui sent him a birthday gift and asked her to make sure it reached him directly. Was she really worried? It was easily solved. She shouldn't worry and should just send the gift back. Even if the gift reached him, knowing who it was from, Seung Jo wouldn't want to accept it. If she had doubts, then as her director, he ordered her to return the gift to the sender. Secretary Chu agreed, but wanted to clarify something. She couldn't understand what to call the feeling that filled her. Seung Jo felt the same when he saw Chu Lee Yeon with other men. This feeling is called jealousy. It happens to people who love each other very much. They don't want anyone else paying attention to their loved ones. If she felt jealous, then he was sure the girl loved him. And because of that, he felt incredibly happy. Great job. But one day they'd have to part, and whether she could do it remained a mystery. After work, as promised, the girl came to meet the director in the parking lot near the office. The driver got out of the car and offered Secretary Chu to get into the director's car. When she opened the door, Chu Lee Yeon saw Seung Jo himself was driving. She wondered where he planned to go. The man immediately said they were going to a province in South Korea called Gangwon, and it would take some time. Chu Lee Yeon guessed there might be a luxury hotel there. But the man smiled because he actually planned to take her to a big amusement park. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't believe her ears. Was this really the director speaking? Usually so cold and emotionless, never showing he liked such things? So she asked again, trying to understand what had changed in his life. When they arrived, it didn't look like an amusement park, but rather like Dracula's large mansion. The huge gates before them seemed immovable. Was this really an amusement park? Chu Yeon asked. She'd never seen anything like it before, let alone been in such a place. She didn't know why, but she felt a little scared. Maybe because she didn't know what awaited her behind those big gates. Waiting for the gates to open made her nervous. And when the gates finally opened, she saw many different rides, countless little lanterns glowing around, but the park itself was completely empty. Chu Yeon had never seen such beauty before. She was curious what it was. Seung Jo told her this place had been created for him by his grandfather, the late chairman. The girl was surprised, but wondered why he had never told her about this place before. Did the director really come here every birthday? It was true. Every time his grandfather would bring him here. But after he passed away, Seung Jo hadn't been back in a long time. After his grandfather's death, he didn't want to spend time here alone, and there hadn't been anyone he wanted to share this joy with. Chu Yeon was the first person he'd ever invited to his secret place. Somehow, she felt as if she knew what was in his heart. Nobody knew about this place his late grandfather had built for him. Maybe it was hard to see it now. Everything here was falling apart with age. Such places longed for visitors who could also enjoy their beauty. Cold, yet sincere and gentle, maybe that was exactly why Chu Yeon loved this man. She was very touched that on this day he brought her to his favorite secret place because it was here that he felt free and happy. Usually the director was so picky and irritable, but when he gave someone his heart, he became sweet and gentle. And he was only like that when his beloved Chu Yeon was by his side. Beyond all the different attractions stood a small villa where they could be alone and have a good time. Chu Yeon wondered what he used to do here on every birthday. She wasn't sure he was always alone. She guessed maybe he'd just drink by himself. Could it be that their director liked to spend time alone? For some reason, that thought made her laugh. In fact, he liked being somewhere no one could bother him. Enjoying the view of the amusement park his grandfather had built by hand, looking out the window and having a drink. There were so many beautiful and shiny things in this place. This was exactly where he wanted to be with Chu Yeon. He suggested she look in another direction, and if she looked closely, she could see his favorite things. His grandfather had purposely collected them and placed them here. The girl noticed there were many bunny figurines. Could it be he liked them as a child? He really did like them, and when he was little, he loved collecting these figures. But she had thought he would have preferred lions or tigers, yet the bunnies looked very cute. They'd seen almost everything, so the director suggested riding the legendary attractions built by his grandfather. Chu Yeon happily agreed, because she'd never been on rides like that before. She was excited to try and have fun like a child. They started with a carousel with horses. It didn't look scary, and from the outside, it seemed romantic and childlike. Chu Yeon had never had so much fun. She really loved it, and it filled her with adrenaline. On the roller coaster, Seung Jo gave up a little. It turned out that ride was a bit too much for him. After having lots of fun, Chu Yeon remembered she had a gift for the director that would come in handy right now. It was his favorite wine, so he suggested they drink it right away. The girl agreed, wanting to celebrate his special day. Lee Seung Jo hadn't planned to drink wine today, so Chu Yeon thought maybe he didn't like the taste. Was it forbidden for him? The man replied that some people get a little hot when they drink alcohol. Gently touching her hand, he hinted that it was him. Or maybe it was her? He asked, and her cheeks turned red with embarrassment, like a little girl. Chu Yeon had never gotten drunk. She always controlled herself. But Seung Jo didn't believe it. Everyone, at least once in their life, had gotten drunk enough to lose memory. Their glasses were filled with delicious wine, and after the first toast, they took a few sips. It tasted so good they decided to finish the whole glass. If they'd decided to have fun, they might as well do it fully. Today was such a day, and such a beautiful place that nothing could stop them from having a wonderful time together. When the man leaned in to kiss her, the girl thought he seemed quite tipsy. Maybe they should wait a little. Lee Seung Jo had never been this happy on his birthday. Chu Yeon was the best gift he had ever had in his life. The couple, in no hurry, enjoyed a beautiful evening. Lying in bed, they could think of nothing but their love. Looking at Chu Yeon, he couldn't understand how for so many years in a row, he had failed to notice such a charming girl who had always been by his side. Watching his parents, he used to think that happiness only required power and money. But he had been so deeply wrong. Silence and calm, and his beloved woman next to him, that was the greatest happiness for him. For the first time lying in bed, he gazed at the stars in the sky and admired their beauty. For the first time, he could truly relax without rushing anywhere. Exhausted by so many beautiful emotions, Chu Yeon quickly fell asleep. She used to suffer from insomnia, Tormented by endless thoughts, Seung Jo couldn't believe that he was happy and could make his beloved woman happy too. Holding her tightly in his arms, he promised himself to always protect her, even if it meant danger for him. Whatever happened, he would always be by her side. A few days later, they went together on a business trip to New York. Peeking into Chu Lee Yeon's room, Seung Jo asked if she had slept well. They still had plenty of time before the meeting, so she could come to his room for a few minutes. Secretary Chu immediately reminded him they were there to work. She even reserved 2 separate rooms, assuming the director planned to work during the trip. She had nothing to fear. The man wasn't going to touch her, so she could come in without worrying. Still not quite trusting him, she came into his room anyway. As soon as she closed the door, the director immediately hugged and kissed her, as if he hadn't seen her for years. Once again, he had tricked her when he'd said he wouldn't touch her. No wonder she didn't trust him. The man denied it. He never said that. Maybe she had misunderstood him. The girl reminded him that the driver was waiting downstairs. She wanted to go to the meeting first and sort out all the business matters, though the director suggested they could do something more interesting first and be a little late for the meeting. If they didn't sign the contract, it would be his fault anyway, since he was the director. They had agreed to keep clear boundaries between work and their private life, but the director always broke those rules. And it was already obvious that their love was interfering with the progress of Jaekyung Group. That was her role as secretary, to keep everything under control and guide the director back to work. Seung Jo completely agreed that she did her secretary job perfectly, but as for her duties as his girlfriend, she wasn't perfect yet. Having sorted everything out, they headed to the important meeting for which they had come to the United States. He liked it when Chu Lee Yeon got a little annoyed. It made him want to hug her even more. Pressing her to his chest, he felt her calm down a little. The girl couldn't resist the scent of his cologne. When the director was impulsive, her role as secretary was to keep him in check. And kissing before an important meeting was completely normal. Even though they both wanted to keep hugging and enjoying their love, they had to work and be on time to meet important people. But if that's what he meant, then she would give him what he truly desired. The girl fully understood his desire, so her hints were anything but subtle. Seung Jo didn't understand what she was doing. Just a few minutes ago, she had pushed him away and suggested they focus on work. Didn't he realize she was just keeping her part of their agreement and had no right to stop now? Chu Lee Yeon decided to go all the way. To show weakness and give herself to the man she loved. To surrender to his strength and fulfill all his wishes. During business trips abroad, there was always free time to rest. She could quietly enjoy some snacks in simple places, as long as the director wouldn't come looking for her. The meeting place for directors was only 5 minutes away by taxi. She had around 20 minutes for a short break. She wondered if managers ate properly. They had decided to meet after he finished his negotiations. But Korean food was the tastiest. No matter where she was, she always preferred Korean dishes. It was strange when a stranger called her by name and asked if she remembered him. Looking closer, she began to recall. It was her rival from high school, the one she competed with for first place. The clever Kang Sung-jae. Chu Lee Yeon asked what he was doing there. Kang Sung-jae explained he had studied in New York for 4 years. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, so he asked if he could sit with her. He thought Chu Lee Yeon had come to New York for vacation, but she explained she was here on business with her director. When Kang Seung-jae asked if she'd really come with Lee Seung Jo, Secretary Chu choked on her drink in surprise. After all, she was now working as Lee Seung Jo's secretary at the Jaekyung Group. Or had something changed? It was true, but she was surprised he knew. The man worked in a media company and knew that field very well. He asked how her job was going, if she'd had any difficulties. Chu Yeon thought he was trying to catch her out. Looking at Chu Yeon now reminded him of the past. Back then, he practically staged star shows just to beat her, but she had been a little younger then. For her, keeping first place was a matter of self-affirmation. She thought it would help her future. Looking at Chu Lee Yeon now, he realized it had all turned out to be a small thing. The man had so many questions about her work and personal life. She could have told a lot, but she didn't want to go into details, so she just said everything was fine. Besides, she hadn't decided what the director's status was in her life yet. Lee Seung Jo, as before, remained the director. She was his personal secretary and trusted person who knew all his affairs. She liked him, but she wasn't planning to go further. Divorce, from which she would likely suffer, would inevitably come, and it would hurt if she didn't prepare herself in advance. If she set her mind right, her strong character and pride would help her avoid such pain. Talking to her old acquaintance, Chu Lee Yeon didn't notice how quickly time flew by. The director was already calling, and she was surprised his meeting ended so quickly. He was surprised too. It wasn't like his secretary to lose track of time. She was never late anywhere. In the crowd, he tried to spot his secretary, who was running significantly late. Chu Yeon thought it might be better just to let this situation go. She got so lost in thought that she barely heard Kang Sung-jae's questions. When asked if she had someone she loved, she answered yes, that her boyfriend was very sweet, sexy, and treated her gently. Describing Seung Jo, she smiled and looked happy and in love. Kang Seung-jae noticed she truly was in love. From the outside, they looked like two friends very glad to see each other. Then Secretary Chu noticed that her director had found her and had been waiting for her for quite a while. She apologized to Kang Sung-jae, saying she had to go back to work. She hurried because the director she knew wouldn't just let this go. Sung-jae would also start asking provocative questions about the nature of the girl's work. Under no circumstances could they meet. Kang Sung-jae wanted to talk more but understood she had to work, especially since the director kept calling every few minutes. Chu Yeon was about to say goodbye, but the man stopped her for a few more minutes. He wanted Chu Yeon to give him her business card because he planned to visit Korea and thought they could have dinner together. She gave him her card and he could call her when he came to Korea. Then she quickly decided to leave first so the men wouldn't have a chance to meet. She walked quickly to the director, needing to distract him and leave the place as soon as possible. The director was walking toward her, and by his expression, it was clear he was in a bad mood. He looked angrily at Chu Yeon, and she felt guilty, even though she hadn't done anything wrong. At first, she thought something unpleasant might have happened at the meeting, and that's why the director was upset. She quickly wanted to ask if she could help. He came up and quickly grabbed her hand. He hugged her tightly as if someone had tried to kidnap her and he came to rescue her. He stayed silent but kept looking at her sternly as if waiting for an explanation or apology for making him worry. It was the first time Chu Yeon had seen him act like this. His expression was unfamiliar to her. Lee Seung Jo wanted to approach the stranger and personally ask what he wanted from his secretary, but the girl tried to stop him. She explained that there were too many people in the cafe and it wasn't the right place for an argument. She suggested they leave quickly. He pretended to listen but still stayed silent, showing his resentment and displeasure at what had happened. Without waiting for his secretary, the director decided to leave the cafe. Chu Yeon didn't know what to do, so she followed him. She was curious where he would go in that state. She quietly walked behind, watching him. But then she decided to catch up and ask if he had signed the contract. But the man got angry. He didn't like that she only seemed to care about the contract. She explained that judging by his expression, she assumed the meeting hadn't gone as he'd hoped. She thought she should call the manager, but the director ordered her to return to the hotel first. When she asked why they were going back, the director said he had planned a romantic walk, but suddenly changed his mind. Chu Yeon didn't understand anything, but couldn't do anything either because the director was very stubborn when angry. She agreed and wanted to call the driver to take them to the hotel, but Seung Jo ordered her to call a taxi instead. The girl did everything very quickly so as not to annoy the director further. Chu Yeon understood that something must have gone wrong with the contract, so the director was in a terrible mood. Usually, he would wait for her to pay for the taxi, but today he got out first. It made her wonder how quickly he could change. Finally, he asked who the guy at the cafe was. Chu Yeon explained it was her old classmate they had run into by chance and talked about the past. Now he worked in a media company, so she thought it would be a huge mistake if they met. Seung Jo couldn't understand why it would be a problem for them to talk. Would it cause trouble? No, it wasn't about the contract at all, thought Chu Yeon. It turned out the director was simply jealous of her old acquaintance. Jealousy? But that couldn't be. In her opinion, the rational and cold-blooded director simply wasn't capable of such feelings. She tried to hear it directly from him, whether he really had been jealous of that guy. They had just run into each other by chance. There was nothing between them and never had been. The director was angry because she should have told him immediately instead of waiting for him to ask. Fine, they could discuss the contract later. Secretary Chu had to take care of everything else. Leaving her standing in the hallway, the director calmly walked back to his room. But she really had met that guy by chance and chatted a bit. Why should she feel guilty? They had a secret relationship, and she couldn't introduce him as her boyfriend. Lee Seung Jo texted her, saying they would finish work at 9:00 p.m. today. But after that, he had another meeting with an artist. Yet he said he'd go to that meeting alone, and when the secretary offered to wait for him by the restaurant entrance, he refused and told her not to worry and just rest at the hotel. It still bothered her because he didn't want to see her. After the meeting, he texted that he'd returned safely to the hotel. Then he thanked her for her work and wished her a good night. That wasn't like him at all. since he was usually persistent and always asked to meet. We can still see each other, thought Chu Lee Yeon, but she realized that this time she'd have to take the initiative herself. It was already nearly 1 in the morning, and the girl still couldn't lie down and rest. She tried to text the director a few more times, but he didn't reply. So she reread his previous messages, remembering how he used to worry about her and wanted to see her even for a few minutes. Before, no matter how tired he was, he always insisted on meeting her, and in their chats, he still found time to joke. She thought he would at least call her, but that didn't happen. So she decided to record a voice message for him because it was too hard to say all that to his face. She preferred to do it the way he would want. But the director also replied that she should rest. Chu Lee Yeon understood and wished him good night. Maybe they should have talked about what had happened today. But he didn't want to listen to any explanations, though in her opinion, there was nothing wrong. But it was better to wait until tomorrow to talk because today he had been very busy and must be very tired. When the girl lay down in bed and tried to fall asleep, she couldn't. She kept tossing and turning, but the thoughts wouldn't leave her alone. She couldn't lie there any longer. She needed to go walk around and get some fresh air. Maybe then she could finally sleep. At first, she just walked around the room and then decided to go out onto the balcony. The clock already showed 3 in the morning and she still couldn't sleep. She wondered what Seung Jo was doing at that very moment. She opened the balcony door and a gentle warm breeze blew in. It was quiet all around. Only the wind played with her hair. It seemed like she was the only one still awake, unable to rest in her huge bed. The stillness of the night was broken by a faint rustling near her door. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't figure out what was happening out there, but her curiosity was burning. The only thought in her mind was that it had to be the director, trying carefully to get into her room. She rushed to the door, but a sudden memory flashed through her mind. What if this turned out just like last time? She would open the door again, only to see his sweet, friendly face. And when he asked to come inside, she knew she wouldn't be able to turn him down. Chu Lee Yeon cautiously approached the door and whispered, asking who was there. No one replied, so she asked again, this time much louder. After a long pause, she finally heard a familiar voice telling her it was him, that she didn't need to be afraid. At first, the girl didn't want to open the door, but in the end, she cracked it open, and there stood the director, looking at her with such sadness, as if weighed down by guilt. The very first thing he asked was if she had been asleep, worried he might have woken her up. She told him no. She couldn't fall asleep and had just been pacing the room, lost in thought. He reeked of alcohol. Looking at his girlfriend, he noticed her damp hair and asked if she'd really taken a bath this late at night. Normally, he never let himself drink to this extent. Maybe he wasn't feeling well. Seung Jo had assumed Chu Lee Yeon would rather just wait things out than take the first step. That's why he came to her personally. The director knew that because of their stubbornness, their hearts were aching right now. He couldn't stop thinking about whether she was sleeping well or not. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't sleep peacefully, so she decided just to wait. She didn't understand his intentions and didn't want to seem too pushy. If both of them were suffering like this, then why not just give in to what they both truly wanted and finally feel real pleasure? Seung Jo wanted to hold her, so he stepped closer and closer. Lowering his head near hers, he felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her elegant neck, especially with the faint, intoxicating scent of her femininity surrounding him. But he had one small request. He wanted Chu Lee Yeon never to laugh like that again in front of other men. She didn't like hearing that. After all, she hadn't done anything forbidden or indecent. It was her personal right to act however she wanted around other men. Seung Jo couldn't resist anymore. He pressed his lips passionately against her neck. Holding her tightly in his arms, he felt his desire spiraling out of control. His lips lingered on her neck. She tried to tell him not to hide her away from other men like he had earlier that day. Seung Jo felt filthy inside. But this was the only thing he asked of Chu Lee Yeon. Because right now he wasn't calling his secretary. He was calling the woman he loved. To her, in this moment, he wasn't the director. He was her lover, someone she truly enjoyed being with. There was no rule book or morality here. Chu Lee Yeon would have to learn how to separate her work life from her personal life, though that was so hard for her to do. Right now, he wasn't the boss. He was just her man, burning up with jealousy. It hurt him to see her smile at another guy while ignoring him completely. It was already late, and Seung Jo was still asleep. After everything that happened last night, he was exhausted and had a hard time waking up. When he finally opened his eyes, he squinted right away. The sun was way too bright. He couldn't figure out where he was and couldn't remember much of what had happened. He sat up and noticed Chu Lee Yeon moving around the room. Clearly, she had been awake for a long time. She was already dressed and perfectly put together. From early morning, she looked stunning and seemed to be in a great mood. Seeing that the director was finally awake, she greeted him warmly. But from his expression, it was obvious he was unsettled, like he was struggling to piece together everything that had gone down the night before. Once he collected himself a little, he suddenly asked the girl if he had really spent the night in her room. She couldn't understand, did he really not remember anything? Or was he just pretending, so they wouldn't have to discuss what had happened that night? Does she really not understand me? Seung Jo wondered, surprised by her behavior. He had never been in a situation where he didn't know what to do next. For the first time, he actually felt a little lost. He quickly got out of bed, got dressed, and figured it was about time for him to leave. Chu Lee Yeon realized he was embarrassed about how he'd acted. She knew it wasn't easy for him. She had never seen him drink that much before. But right after closing the door behind him, he came back, this time fully in director mode. He asked his secretary what was on his schedule for the day. Chu Lee Yeon liked when everything ran according to plan, but she also understood his condition. So she pushed the meeting back to 3 p.m. Her answer completely satisfied him. As always, she did her job perfectly, even taking into account her boss's state. What amused her was how awkwardly the director acted. She had never seen him shy or run away from her before. To her, it seemed cute, almost childish. First, they needed breakfast. After getting ready, they headed to the restaurant. The streets were packed with people rushing past one another, not paying attention to anyone else. Chu Lee Yeon found it fascinating to watch the locals in this foreign country, on a different continent. She realized they weren't anything like her people back home. She thought people in their own country dressed better. The director noticed it too, adding that maybe people here just cared more about fashion. While waiting for their meals, Seung Jo wanted to bring up what had happened last night. But their conversation was cut short when the waiter arrived with their food. The man's face looked a bit unsettled. Still, he hadn't done anything wrong to be this worried. All he had to do was eat calmly. The girl understood he didn't remember everything. The man was surprised when she smiled playfully. To him, it wasn't funny at all. But to her, it was amusing, since Seung Jo always tried to appear perfect. He wanted her opinion. How should he behave if he didn't remember what he had said or done the night before? It weighed heavily on him. She suggested he not rush, just try to recall things slowly. But he thought she was teasing him and even felt a little offended. Chu Lee Yeon tried to lighten the mood, turning it into a joke just to ease his tension. Since she had arranged the schedule to leave them some free time, she suggested they go for a walk after breakfast. A walk would be good for their mood before the meeting. Plus, the weather was perfect, with the sun shining bright. Seung Jo didn't mind at all. In fact, he wanted to do whatever Chu Lee Yeon wanted. A walk after breakfast sounded good for both of them. Still, he was troubled by the gaps in his memory, though he clearly remembered his last words. The girl couldn't quite grasp what exactly he meant. If he called her Chu Lee Yeon, then she shouldn't keep calling him director. How could she not feel embarrassed always running away from him? Seung Jo asked if she really thought love between two people was supposed to work like this. Chu Lee Yeon didn't know what kind of answer he expected, but she was sure of one thing. She also didn't like calling him director when they were in a romantic relationship. Yet her heart was fickle. Today it felt one way, tomorrow another. She would run away only to come back again. Sometimes she wanted nothing more than to escape far, far away. He gently held her face, assuring her that she didn't need to run from his love, because no matter what, she wouldn't be able to. Drawing a line between work and personal life was hard. The more time they spent abroad, far from the office, the blurrier that line became. A woman determined to follow the rules and a man determined to break them. They both wondered how long these thrilling adventures would last. Maybe it was time for another round. Chu Lee Yeon loved wandering through new places, taking in everything around her. Everywhere she went, she saw high-end stores. Was everything here meant only for the wealthy, while ordinary people couldn't even step inside? Hours passed without a break. And last night, that man had been like a starving beast. But in the daytime, he acted like nothing more than a proper director. It made her feel awkward. She thought he should tone it down a little. The next morning, their business trip to New York wrapped up, and the director and his secretary finished their meetings. While walking together, she asked if this was really a date. Seung Jo casually, almost effortlessly, said yes. The girl admired the beautiful design of the place and wondered if she could take a picture. Curious as always, she asked what Seung Jo thought. He didn't mind. But he pointed out that she was calling him director again. Didn't they already settle the name issue last night? Even if she died, she would never say the word Appa. She just couldn't. She was too uncomfortable. She said that every time, but he still hoped that one day she'd say it. Chu Yeon just needed time, especially since the director had once again tricked her. Seung Jo wanted to know her thoughts about today. Did she really think she could win? She already knew it would be a complete knockout. Seung Jo was ridiculously handsome, the kind of guy who drove people crazy. She couldn't believe someone like him would notice an ordinary secretary who didn't know how to express her feelings. She didn't know if the director realized that he had too much stamina. The guy added with a smile, "Wasn't she the one who kept him awake all night?" He didn't care that she was irritated and embarrassed. Saying things like that in public wasn't fair, but he didn't seem to mind at all. Flustered, she suggested they leave quickly, adding that she really wanted something sweet. Without a word, Seung Jo spun around and headed for the exit. Chu Yeon thought maybe she'd talked too much, and that's why he got upset. But he hadn't forgotten how much she loved macarons. Right away, he thought of surprising her. When she saw the giant box of macarons, she said it was way too much. She might eat them all. He didn't object. She could eat them today, tomorrow, or the next day, however she wanted. Still, she reminded him she could buy them herself. She had money too. But he shook his head. She would eat the ones he bought her. No arguments. Why was he so insistent on buying things for her himself? Was it really such a big deal for him? Something that made him feel more at ease? The truth was simple. He just liked it when Chu Yeon said she wanted sweets. Smiling, he told her she looked just like a little hamster right now. And he loved it. Maybe these thrilling moments were exactly what he had been waiting for from her. Right now, his mood lifted. He acted freely without thinking that he always had to keep himself in check. He constantly complained about trivial things and often behaved cutely. But did she really want to live like ordinary couples? Her heart, which had already firmly decided, began to doubt again. Their business trip was over, but why were they not in Korea and already in California? At this very moment, they urgently needed a driver. The director announced that he had already sent the driver back to Korea. Chu Yeon was surprised. Why was only one room booked? No one was disturbing them anymore, so the director decided to go on vacation with Secretary Chu. The young man decided that he urgently needed a break. Could it really be that he couldn't rest exactly when he wanted to? All this time, she tried to run ahead. But whenever she saw him, she just wanted to be happy. Chu Yeon was sure that today she would finally return home. In a few days, Seung Jo planned to go back home, but right now he had an unplanned short break from work. The girl understood him perfectly because there was pressure from all sides for Seung Jo to become the kind of leader everyone expected. And at that moment, Chu Yeon wanted to forget all about it. Seung Jo noticed the anxiety on the girl's face, so he tried to calm her down, telling her that there weren't so many Koreans in California. So she didn't need to worry or pay attention to it, and right then, they could have the very best vacation one could dream of. She was more than anyone else confident in her patience. Just like that day when she suddenly craved sweets, an uncontrollable desire flared up in her, and there was no turning back. After the business trip, everyday life returned once again. A huge number of tasks had piled up, all demanding immediate attention. The secretary's desk was covered with letters, but one caught her attention the most. She still wished to find out something about the whereabouts of the flash drive. Chu Yeon was still searching for it, as well as that same file on Chajuin. Her search brought no results. Opening the letter, she read that he had worked with the president for 30 years and therefore was very well informed about everything. He had already said he knew nothing and sent his best regards. The letter was signed with the name Kim Jin-seok. Expanding the VIP group and improving the company's prosperity was the director's main goal. While they were away on the trip, Cha Ju-hui and her mother came to their store and caused a huge scandal. All their loyal employees handed in resignation letters. Even the secretary and deputy director had a very stressful day. Perhaps this was her way of responding to his breakup. Chu Yeon thought that whatever the reason was, this should never have happened. The director completely agreed with her view on the situation. Seung Jo didn't even know what he should do. Maybe he needed to scare Cha Ju-hui a little. Could it be that this didn't worry my dear secretary? Thought Seung Jo. When he noticed Chu Yeon starting to get irritated, he immediately tried to steer the conversation in another direction, not wanting to spoil her mood. In the store, Cha Ju-hui behaved completely inappropriately. All this time, she had been patient with the CEO's fiancé. But then she forced one of the employees to kneel. The young woman cried bitterly, but Cha Ju-hui only laughed and humiliated her. The staff should never have had to endure such a thing. After calming the staff, Manager Jung immediately went to Director Yoon. He said no one knew that this young woman was Cha Ju-hui, but he had already scolded the employees for it. Then Manager Jung had to request paid leave for the employees who suffered from the unruly client. Although paid leave was possible for the staff, wouldn't it be simpler to replace the managers altogether to avoid losing VIP customers? The reason their store survived was that wealthy people left their money there. Could it be that Secretary Chu was suggesting another way to earn money and improve the company's welfare? The director was ready to hear anything the clever secretary had to propose. Her opinion mattered to him, and besides, his desire to punish his former fiancée had not disappeared. Without noticing, as he looked at Chu Lee Yeon, he immediately switched from work matters to his personal life. Seung Jo remembered their vacation, how romantic and full of joy Chu Lee Yeon could be. But now the same girl was in his office, serious, diligently fulfilling her duties as his personal secretary. The director agreed with the secretary's suggestion to call Manager Jong tomorrow, but before that, he needed to call Director Yoon. Their relationship now felt so natural and familiar. They decided to wrap up work for the day since the most important matters were already settled and tomorrow's schedule planned. The director had a proposal for his secretary. Seung Jo invited her to come to his home that evening. He had no doubt that Chu Lee Yeon would not refuse, but the young woman, deep in thought, didn't rush to give him an answer. Seung Jo asked if something was wrong, but Chu Lee Yeon had other plans for the evening. She had a meeting scheduled. He wondered if meeting someone else was more important to her than spending the evening with him. But when she said she was meeting her friends, Son Jae-min and Jung Mi-ju, he calmed down a little. Once again, the girl left, leaving the man in a bad mood. That evening, he would once again be left to brood alone in his big house. They had been away on business for over 2 weeks, and he was the only one who thought about it. Chu Lee Yeon kept avoiding him, even now, when he offered to spend time together. No matter how friendly she seemed, she never called him first. After the scandal caused by Cha Ju-hui and her mother in the store, the plan to improve prosperity was quickly put into action, and the staff became more united. This was the VIP lounge, inaccessible to regular visitors. Cha Ju-hui and her mother came here and released all the stress that had built up over time. One might think that with autumn approaching, they were very tired. Cha Ju-hui no longer worried about the broken engagement, and everything became calmer. Because of their secret relationship at work, Chu Lee Yeon and Seung Jo constantly quarreled. Employees couldn't understand where their director kept disappearing to. After work, he always wanted to devote more time to his personal life. They played around like children and argued over little things. In the director's hand was a ladybug, which Chu Lee Yeon didn't like. Moreover, it crawled unpleasantly in his palm. The young man agreed to get rid of it, not expecting that Chu Lee Yeon would cry over such a small thing. He hugged her afterwards, since she had often told him that he behaved badly. The girl still managed to surprise the director. He had always seen her as serious, but this time she appeared timid and vulnerable. Realizing that he had acted poorly, he offered to comfort her with a gentle kiss. Perhaps that would quickly calm her down and lift her mood. Really, did he just need an excuse to tease her? As if spending every day together still wasn't enough for him. The time they spent together was filled with happiness and love. It seemed everything was only getting better, and they could no longer live without each other. Knowing that their relationship would soon come to an end, Chu Lee Yeon grew increasingly greedy. She couldn't get enough of happiness. It was wonderful. After all, this was the celebration of the Ewon Group, indisputably the #1 in Korea. Seung Jo came to the celebration together with Chu Lee Yeon, but he had to step away for a while to greet some people. As soon as Seung Jo left, Chu Lee Yeon felt uncomfortable being alone. She didn't like such events, since the people there behaved arrogantly and selfishly. The women, sipping champagne, chatted about their girlish amusements. They boasted of their expensive outfits and diamonds. Everyone acted as if they owned the world, while everyone else was unimportant and pathetic. Chu Lee Yeon felt like such an outsider among these people, who thrived in their own world as naturally as fish in water. She was used to attending official events with the director on weekends, but she had always been there in the role of his personal secretary, while today was slightly different. Even while talking with influential people, Seung Jo couldn't take his eyes off the girl. He felt uneasy seeing her all alone and wanted to return to her as quickly as possible. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't shake off a bad feeling. Although nothing had happened, she still felt a little anxious. A man approached her, someone she hadn't seen in a very long time. He was surprised that Secretary Chu even worked on weekends. He was the eldest son of the Jaekyung Group and older cousin of the executive director. He remarked that, as always, Seung Jo mocked people, and that Secretary Chu had a very hard time because of it. The girl tried to justify it by saying they had to go to a business meeting after the appointment, so they came together. But Jael didn't believe her. He thought, as always, that she was just defending her boss in front of him. Chu Lee Yeon didn't like talking to the director's cousin. He always annoyed her with his nosiness and arrogance. His inappropriate remarks toward the director were unjustified, as if he was envious of him. Now, Jaekyung Group had separated from Jael's group. Just like Iwan's group, they were involved in electronics. They also dealt with automobiles and had dealings in the chemical industry, especially in Japan. Unlike them, Jaekyung's group specialized in stores, hotels, and shopping centers. Jael doesn't like Seung Jo very much, and the reason was that he owned a small percentage of shares in Jael's group. That crazy guy is smiling so boldly at the engagement party, even after breaking his own off, Jael said. The man smiled, asked if he was being too harsh on her boss, and apologized, claiming he had suffered a lot because of him in his youth. Later, Chu Yeon came to him as his personal secretary. If Seung Jo bothers her, she can contact him. He would definitely offer her a job in jail. Noticing the man's persistence and knowing his character, Seung Jo hurried to protect his Chu Yeon. He immediately asked him who gave him permission to talk to his personal secretary. Jael said he loved interacting with people, so he couldn't pass by Chu Yeon, knowing she was lonely. They were like teenagers going through puberty. Whenever they met, they always argued, trying to prove something to each other. And so, after getting rid of Senator Cha's daughter, whom Seung Jo was planning to marry, he understood perfectly well that all the CEOs who had daughters were simply worried. Everywhere, the same question was being asked. Why did they break up? When Seung Jo replied that Cha Ju-hui didn't interest him, the man was surprised, as he didn't think all those rumors were true. Seung Jo was curious about what rumors were circulating about him, so he wanted to find out it. The very first thing they discussed was that the CEO of Jaekyung's group already had a girlfriend. Jael said he'd heard rumors that he had a girlfriend and was curious if it was true. Rumors aside, they needed to hurry, as they might not fit everything into their tight schedule. Seung Jo and Chu Yeon were already rushing, so they decided to leave the event early. The man shouted after him to quickly hand over his share in Jael Group. It was interesting to know when these rumors started and whether the director knew about them. Could it be that they had no idea people were discussing them, not just in the office? When the director got into the car, he told his driver that they planned to leave in about 20 minutes. The driver understood, so they could depart as soon as possible. They had been together all last week and weren't planning to separate now either. But did the director remember that on Monday they had to be in Gwangju? Seung Jo thought that at work his girlfriend wouldn't kiss him, since they had a secret romance. She didn't want Seung Jo to talk like that, and why did he always try to tease her? The day before yesterday and yesterday they had kissed in the storage room. The director should know he was behaving like a shameless man. Seung Jo agreed, fully aware that he had been arrogant since birth. If he dated someone, he had to take full responsibility. Chu Yeon disagreed, saying that taking responsibility and completely controlling your lover were two very different things. Although the girl knew she was wrong the whole time, she still insisted on her opinion, yet couldn't change anything. No matter what feelings he had for Ju-hui, he remained a serious man. They had never been alone in a hotel. Even in the morning, she never tied his tie. Observing from the side, there were no signs of attachment between them. Either Seung Jo was hiding it very carefully to avoid giving rise to rumors, or relationships with the opposite sex simply didn't interest him. The girl thought he was great at self-control, but toward her, she didn't feel it. The man persistently paid attention to Chu Yeon. Her clothes were about to tear from his pressure. But when she scolded him, he said he would definitely buy her new clothes. But the secretary's suit was from a limited collection, so she insisted the director let her go. Yet he didn't see any problem. If anything happened to the suit, he could call in a personal designer. Chu Yeon had never seen him so strong and determined. His resolve was at its peak, and he continued turning it into reality. The girl didn't know how to stop his persistent intimations. Nothing else came to mind except biting Seung Jo's hand firmly. The director didn't even know what to say after the secretary bit his hand. For the first time, he was surprised. He couldn't even imagine such an action from Chu Yeon. The girl herself didn't expect she was capable of such an act, so she felt a little embarrassed. The man smiled and asked why she bit him with her charming lips. She could have just told him, and he would have understood. She tried to justify herself, but didn't know how to explain her action. Seung Jo just wanted to wipe her lips, but he didn't ask her to bite his hand. If the girl so desperately wanted to be alone, he needed to speed things up immediately. The man again reached out to touch Ayeon, but she shielded herself with her hands. She wanted the director to listen to her, And besides, she could wipe her mouth herself without his help. Lee Seung Jo didn't insist on helping. If she could do everything herself, then why would she need a beloved man who fiercely wanted to take care of her? From the director's expression, it was clear he was displeased and showed her with his entire demeanor that he was offended. But the secretary had her own proposals for the director. First, tactile contact only when she wanted it. Second, in the future, they'd just get into the car and nothing more. What would people think if they saw the secretary sitting in her director's car? Didn't he feel any pity for her at all? Lately, they had been traveling together constantly, so it was time to end it. And third, they wouldn't do this more than 3 times a week. Seung Jo was surprised at why Chu Lee Yeon had so many rules, as they were depriving herself of joy. She had to work, and he also shouldn't forget his duties, so the director suggested she train her endurance more. Could he really give her time to improve her endurance and patiently wait for her results? He even called her on weekends and never let her go for long. The director could let the secretary go right now. She agreed, but wanted to schedule their meetings. She suggested Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday, the days they could meet as planned. He was so busy he barely had time to kiss her, only a fleeting moment in the car on the way home. He asked the girl what she thought about it, but he had done it so many times in the office. Chu Lee Yeon agreed and said she would come to the director's home on Tuesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Tactile contact was possible only when Chu Lee Yeon herself wanted it. Would it be unfair if it happened when Seung Jo wanted it too? The director wanted to tell her the most important thing she should know. He looked at the girl very mysteriously. His gaze made it clear that he was planning something adventurous, unusual for his lifestyle. The man leaned toward the girl and whispered quietly that today was Saturday. The girl had no choice. She had proposed meetings on Saturdays, so they immediately went to the Lines Hotel. Lying in bed, the girl felt very comfortable with Seung Jo. There was such a lightness. She felt protected with him nearby. Lying down, she looked at the huge chandelier in the middle of the room. She didn't understand what people found beautiful about it, as it made her feel uncomfortable. Why did she dislike huge, pompous chandeliers in rich people's mansions so much? This massive luxury on the ceiling was something she could never have. But the director was used to this lifestyle, so he didn't even notice the decor. No matter how hard you try, you can never reach a high status if you have doubts and worry about others' opinions. She would never be able to hold it in her hands until the very end. She thought she lacked the persistence and stubbornness. Most likely, she just dreamed that she could smash the chandelier into tiny pieces. Did she really think about a huge chandelier while lying in bed next to her beloved man? That's what she meant when paying attention to small details but daring not to change anything in her life. Lee Seung Jo noticed that the girl had woken up but was deep in thought. They had had a long day, so the girl asked him if he wasn't tired. The man suggested they leave all extra thoughts behind and just enjoy each other. After all, she would agree that being together felt good and peaceful. Yeon pressed against him as if seeking protection. It felt so easy and simple, and it didn't even seem like they had a secret, and in her mind, short-lived romance. He gently caressed her body, which reacted to his touch with tiny goosebumps. Seung Jo liked how tenderly the girl leaned against him, letting him take control of her body. She completely gave herself to him and enjoyed his caresses. But when Seung Jo tried to cross the line, the girl tensed up and began to pull away from him. At times, even pushing his hand away, she showed the boundaries of what was allowed. Yet this only excited him more and made him want to continue. The passion bursting between them boiled over, leading to wild, impulsive actions. Tearing the girl's clothes off, Seung Jo didn't even try to keep them intact. When Chu Lee Yeon saw her torn outfit, she asked what had happened to it. Seung Jo didn't even realize how it happened. He felt embarrassed about his action, but he didn't regret anything. Then, as if possessed, he picked the girl up and began kissing her. What's gotten into him? The girl wondered. He was doing something he had never done before. The secretary couldn't have imagined he was capable of this. From his gaze, it was clear that he was deeply in love with Chu Lee Yeon and desired her with his whole body. He considered her completely his and wanted to savor these pleasurable moments. He thought the girl should be punished for her disobedience. He wanted to sit her on his lap and wash her. But Chu Lee Yeon did not consider this a punishment. He managed to stir up some intrigue in the air. Still, he was such a brazen man. Yeon woke up after a long day and a romantic night. Seung Jo was no longer there, as he had woken up much earlier. Noticing that she was awake, he sat down beside her on the bed and wished her good morning. The girl had never slept so long, so she felt amazing. She rested well, as if she'd been on vacation again. Still, she tried to keep track of time and asked him what time it was. When she heard the answer, she was very surprised. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. She just went crazy, wondering why Seung Jo hadn't woken her earlier. Sleeping this late was unusual and a first in her life. But no, in any case, work didn't start until tomorrow. She had been sleeping poorly lately, so she needed a good rest. Seung Jo understood that his secretary had been extremely busy lately, so she was exhausted. Seeing her sleep so peacefully, he didn't want to disturb her. It was late, so he asked her opinion about food. Maybe she was hungry, and they could go to the nearest restaurant to eat. If the man hadn't eaten anything and Chu Yeon didn't want to go anywhere, the idea of ordering room delivery came up. He worried she might suggest he eat alone. He had liked that before, but recently he only wanted to eat in Chu Yeon's presence. She liked that the director valued her company, and new preferences were appearing in his daily life. His excessive attention to a secretary from a modest family still made her wary. She knew that such happiness would soon leave her, so she tried to enjoy every pleasant moment. But each day, she realized she was falling more in love with her director. When the time came to part, it would be too hard and bring much suffering. But that would be later, so she needed to enjoy it to the fullest. She really wanted to tell him words of love because she could no longer hold back. Still, soon they would be able to go outside. At that time, Seung Jo had completely different thoughts. He wanted to spend more time together and not set any boundaries between them. He didn't want any rules in their relationship, but he worried that he seemed impatient to Chu Yeon and was rushing things. She really thought he was too impatient, but sometimes she liked it. His decisiveness led to pleasant moments she could prepare for a long time. Even now, when she still wanted to talk, the man silenced her with a passionate kiss. Although the girl sometimes resisted and pushed him away, she was actually thrilled by this type of man. She didn't like guys who weren't decisive. She found them boring and tedious. Talking to such people was dull and ended quickly. Seung Jo gave a serious look, as if he was plotting something wild and unpredictable again. The girl even thought he hadn't liked her confession. He liked everything, so the girl didn't understand what had happened or what to expect. At first, he didn't know how to express himself correctly, but he still wanted to do it with her. After his proposal, there was a brief pause. He waited for her answer, and Chu Yeon didn't know how to react to his words. Maybe she wanted to hit him for it, but she couldn't because she secretly wanted it herself. He wondered how he could restrain himself on weekdays, and that's why on weekends he would go completely wild. Yeon couldn't do anything about it, as it worked well for both of them. The man could no longer wait. He thought their chatter was unnecessary. They needed to do what they both wanted. But he had to wait a few minutes, as Chu Yeon requested. The girl quickly got out of bed, leaving him sitting alone. He had no choice but to wait for her and continue their romantic game. Looking around, she noticed he looked like a little child who was allowed to take his favorite toy, but had to wait a bit, and he was already so impatient. Those few minutes of waiting would make him desire her even more. His passion built up and then exploded with incredible speed. For him, these few minutes were so long and boring that he didn't know what to do, so he decided to lie down on the bed. To him, Chu Yeon was the most beautiful girl in Korea. On top of that, she was smart and clever. Even after she left, he still felt her scent on the blanket. He simply melted into her every time he saw her. Even when the moment comes for her to slap him and say goodbye, he had no intention of letting her go. By now, the food they had ordered for the room had already been delivered. Seung Jo asked Chu Lee Yeon if she knew what it meant when a girl feeds a man eel. For her, it meant nothing. She was simply taking care of her director. No need to think about what it could mean. Just eat and enjoy the delicious food. Even if it meant nothing, she didn't realize how hard it was for him to eat each time. Chu Yeon felt guilty for ordering eel for lunch. She apologized for making him feel that way. She never intended to. If he didn't want eel, he could try other dishes ordered from the restaurant. They were just as delicious. He tried to joke, but his words were taken seriously and ruined the girl's mood. Chu Yeon wanted to enjoy a calm meal, but her mood was spoiled. Why did he always try to lecture her, even as a joke? Seung Jo realized he shouldn't have said that, as he personally ruined the romantic atmosphere between them. He had no idea how to fix it yet, but he would definitely come up with something. For now, they needed to eat the delicious food, as cold meals didn't benefit the body. Some foods could even be harmful. Silence filled the hotel room. Each of them thought about their own things, and their thoughts didn't match at all. He liked every nickname Chu Yeon gave him, because he loved her voice and the intonation with which she said it. But sometimes, because of that nickname, a huge thick wall would arise between them, making communication very difficult. Even if he said he was in love with her, Chu Yeon might just laugh and not respond at all. The thing was, he didn't know what the girl really felt for him. She seemed interested in him, but she had a habit of constantly running away whenever he was determined. Sometimes he couldn't help but feel upset about it. He wanted them to be a little more equal in their relationship. Chu Yeon thought that they were already on equal footing, so why didn't the director realize it if she didn't object? Even now, when they were alone, she still called him director, drawing boundaries between them. This annoyed him greatly because he wanted equality, like in a proper couple. If he became president later, she would address him differently. Seung Jo respected that. If he became president, she wouldn't call him that anymore. She didn't understand his hint about why she wouldn't be able to call him president. She thought that probably by that time, they wouldn't even be together. She could call him beloved, hubby, or babe. She could choose one of the three, and he would let her decide for herself. The girl looked at him intently and thought that such nicknames were only acceptable between close people. Chu Yeon enjoyed spending time with this man, but in the future, she had no intention of marrying the director. She fully understood that he wasn't someone she could marry. First, his parents would never allow him to marry a simple secretary. Second, they could find him a fiancé who would be advantageous for their family. Also, there was no certainty that the director wouldn't get bored. A game of love might be thrilling at first, but could become tedious very quickly. Lee Seung Jo didn't like such conversations, so he asked Yeon not to provoke him. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to restrain himself. She said that they would have a secret relationship, and the man agreed. Seung Jo said that they could do anything they wanted. Someday, the relationship between Chu Yeon and the director would end, and the girl was certain that they could not have a happy ending. The man didn't want to let the girl go at all. He could give her everything, but the girl felt their love was an abyss they had already fallen into. Then the secretary Chu had no choice but to take a decisive step and secretly escape from him. Chu Yeon didn't like this conversation, so she suggested talking about something else. But he didn't want to discuss anything else, so he insisted on continuing. The man got up from the table and went to the door. He didn't want to hear the girl's apologies, so he told her to leave after she finished eating. The girl's mood worsened, but her answer was always the same. Although she didn't want to run from him, she understood that she would have to do it. Lee Seung Jo was always like this when working, unlike Chairman Lee Do-kyung, who would scream loudly and throw things when angry. Seung Jo was in a bad mood. He didn't say a single word during the time they were alone in the car. Chu Yeon didn't understand what she had said that was so terrible, but they had been riding in complete silence for over an hour. Why didn't he want to accept the truth as it was? Didn't he understand that their relationship wasn't long-lasting and would have to end soon? Seung Jo suddenly stopped the car and decided to take a short break. The girl didn't understand, but she didn't mind letting him calm down a bit. The director stood by the sea, gazing into the distance. Knowing him, she understood that the water always calmed him. She decided to join the director and got out of the car, heading toward him. Maybe she shouldn't have done it, and it might irritate him even more, but she really wanted to be near him, even without speaking a single word. Seung Jo didn't mind that Chu Yeon decided to join him, so he suggested she come closer. By the sea, it was quiet and peaceful. They didn't want to leave because there was some hope that everything would turn out well. But when they returned to work matters, they became the director and secretary again. For a while, they stood facing each other, silently, as if not peering into each other's souls, trying to understand what the other was thinking. Chu Yeon regretted for a moment telling the director everything she thought about their relationship because she knew it would affect his mood and completely spoil him. Unexpectedly, Seung Jo hugged the girl as if he hadn't seen her for a long time. The embrace was so strong and sincere that it moved the girl and made her believe in his sincerity. For a while, they stood in the embrace, not worrying about being noticed and confirming rumors about their relationship. The girl asked if the man was still angry with her for telling him the truth, from which it would be very hard to escape. She apologized because she didn't want to hurt him. Seung Jo didn't like her stubbornness and didn't understand why she always thought about separating from him as soon as possible. Chu Yeon knew about her bad temper, so she understood him perfectly. Her attempts to offend him and run away were completely inappropriate. And yet, he liked her so much that sometimes he even felt like a fool. Chu Yeon wanted to say more, but the director stopped her, saying only that if she wanted, she could run away, and he would understand even if it killed him. But she had to know one important detail. He didn't want her to leave him at all. So he would try to do everything to make her feel good, even for such a short time. Seung Jo decided that he still needed to visit his parents, as he hadn't seen them in a long time. It had been a long time since Seung Jo had broken off his engagement with Cha Ju-hui. The atmosphere was tense, and he was not welcomed cheerfully. As always, there were many problems to solve, concerning both business and personal matters. He arrived in a hurry due to a sudden call, which turned out to be a family dinner, likely caused by manager Yoon, the main character of today's scandal. He warned them after the misunderstanding in the VIP room, which was a sign of abuse of power. His mother addressed Seung Jo, suggesting he sit at the table and join the dinner. If his grandfather were alive, this problem wouldn't have happened at all. He always planned ahead and prevented such unpredictable situations. He didn't want to sit at the table, but he couldn't refuse his mother's invitation. So he obediently joined the dinner, fully aware that the conversation would be unpleasant. Chairman Lee Do-kyung sat at the place of honor at the table, but from a distance, it seemed that Cha Ju-in was the real host. During their family dinner, they always exchanged important news, and Senator Ju-in interfered with it. How could their entire family be so audacious, coming into their house and insisting on their rules? Even after their breakup, it looked very amusing. They didn't want to accept that the breakup was final and couldn't be reversed. The conversation then turned to how many shares Seung Jo had in Line's hotel. He said he had 14.2%. His father suggested that he sell him 6%. In exchange, he would give him 6% of the department store shares. But Seung Jo immediately guessed that they wanted him to give them access to the hotel network. His father saw no problem with having access to the hotel network. But there was no issue. They offered him department store shares, so he should be grateful. If he added 6%, it would be nice to become the largest shareholder, Seung Jo thought. But an unpleasant problem could arise. He will transfer management rights to Munjo, who did not own any shares. Lee Dong-yong planned to equalize Seung Jo and Mancho in shares, which would make him as effective a candidate as Seung Jo to take over Jaekyung Group. It would be interesting to see how they would fight each other. Until then, director Lee Seung-jo had tried his best to replenish the family finances on his own. Munjo would have to be careful not to ruin what his brother had achieved. His father smiled and said he saw nothing strange about it because they were both his children. He was confident everything would be fine. Munjo would manage as well as his brother. Cha Ju-in agreed. He would wait and watch, enjoying the show. Indeed, what would their Jaekyung Group do without Senator Cha? They needed him, so he shouldn't just watch, he also had to help. If the chairman said so, he had no choice but to obey. Seung Jo thanked him, but was tired of such talks and didn't want to listen anymore. He was tired after the business trip to Gwangju, so he decided to leave first. But Senator Cha hadn't finished and still had questions for him. He was curious whether Seung Jo had received a report about what happened today with manager Yoon. He had heard it was a minor issue, so there was no need to take it too seriously. Was he really talking about manager Yoon? He meant the incident when one of the employees was grabbed by the hair. There was nothing special about it, and in his opinion, it was trivial, which surprised Seung Jo. A similar incident had happened a month ago in their department store, involving his wife and daughter. Maybe he was mistaken. The senator hoped that the director would understand the situation correctly. He had scolded them, so such a thing shouldn't happen again in the future. He wondered if anyone would mention the lost finances, but Seung Jo felt very embarrassed to be there at that moment. The chairman asked if the director planned to demote Yoon, but Seung Jo thought this was a matter for his company, and Senator Cha shouldn't be concerned. At this point, Seung Jo had said everything he needed to, so he decided to leave his parents' house and not stay there even a second longer. It was clear, even without turning around, that his father was very angry. Probably, Cha Ju-in was smiling widely and saying everything was fine. He needed to quickly sort out this darkness and tear them all into pieces. Then Seung Jo noticed his former fiancé, Cha Ju-hui, catching up with him. She looked upset and wanted to talk to him about something. She asked him for a favor, to listen to her and talk with her. When she took his hand, he didn't want that at all, so he quickly pulled away. He couldn't understand how she even dared to follow him and ask him to calmly talk and hear her excuses. Cha Ju-hui didn't understand why Oppa was speaking like that. After all, she had done all of it completely unintentionally. It happened during a period of nervous breakdown and despair. Besides, she was very angry. She was upset that Seung Jo returned the gifts she had given him and didn't answer her calls. It seemed to her that he continued to ignore her. She didn't understand. Did he really mean that she wanted to say she went to the department store and did nothing there? Because of their breakup, a long-prepared fashion show had been ruined. And all of this was because of that terrible secretary who always interfered with them. Could he look at her and explain how he could ignore her, considering they had been close for so many years? Did he really plan to behave like this all his life without ever regretting it? But Seung Jo couldn't understand because in his opinion, there was nothing to regret. He left her and ended their relationship without even talking about it. Knowing he had made a huge mistake, he continued to ignore Cha Ju-hui. The man had a completely different perspective. He didn't believe that he was the one who had abandoned her. Their relationship ended because they had long become strangers to each other. He didn't think they were close enough to be abandoning each other. Cha Ju-hui was very angry at Seung Jo, but she could do nothing. It seemed he had already made a final decision and didn't plan to change it. Without thinking for long, Cha Ju-hui decided to act, as she had no right to give up. She threw herself into the guy's arms, hoping he would feel pity for her. She begged Oppa to start over. She had acted badly, and it wouldn't happen again. She promised she would date no one else except him. Knowing Cha Ju-hui, he realized she had excellent acting skills, so he didn't trust the sincerity of her words. He immediately pushed her away, thinking the conversation could be over since she had said everything. The man firmly pushed her away, saying that he had only one woman he loved, and it wasn't her, but his secretary, Chu Lee Yeon. Cha Ju-hui was right when she said the director liked his secretary. Seung Jo had been in love with her from the very beginning, and there wasn't a single moment when he loved Cha Ju-hui. The girl understood that Secretary Chu was very different from the director. She was curious whether Chu also loved him, and if they had intimate relations. At first, he didn't want to answer such provocative questions from his ex-girlfriend. But then he finally said that everything was fine between them, so there was no need to worry. If he liked the secretary's body, why not play with it a little? Cha Ju-hui understood this perfectly. Yet she still believed they had a chance to start over. When Seung Jo refused Cha Ju-hui again, she got angry and threatened that if he didn't return to her, she would be forced to deal with Chu Lee Yeon. He got very close to his ex-girlfriend and pressed her tightly against himself. If she even tried to touch Chu Lee Yeon, she would immediately regret it. She had to remember very well that her weak point wasn't just those photos. It didn't matter whose daughter she was or what she did secretly from everyone. He wasn't going to touch her. He would gain nothing from her by exposing her weaknesses. This was his last warning. Under no circumstances should she touch his beloved woman, or she would deeply regret it. Lee Do-kyung still needed to talk to Seung Jo about manager Yoon, but it had to be done delicately without imposing his opinion. But the senator didn't want to pay attention, since Yoon's fate didn't concern him. He decided to rely on Seung Jo's decision to avoid irritating him unnecessarily. Madame noticed how her husband was interacting with the senator, and she didn't like it at all. It seemed he treated him like a precious treasure. No matter how friendly he was, it was very scary to cross that line at this moment. Madame wondered if her son already knew everything. He needed to be very careful. If he turned his back on his father, Cha Ju-in would hate him. Seung Jo needed to be informed about the senator's plans, so he would always be ready for surprises from him. Everyone knew perfectly well that no one could take his place, as it would lead to many problems. The senator was offered to try this dish, as it had been specially ordered, and he liked it very much. A long time had passed since they had dined like this. The senator tried the dish and found it to his taste. Munjo noticed that Cha Ju-hui had left a long time ago and, for some reason, wasn't hurrying back. Seung Jo didn't like his ex-girlfriend's words. Her threats annoyed him, so he decided to fight back using the same methods she used. The senator noticed that his daughter had probably run after her director Lee again. Madame was surprised. Was he really not angry? Honestly, she didn't like how he behaved toward Ju-hee. Time had passed, so it was necessary to slow down and move on, and in his opinion, there was nothing that needed changing. These were matters of his company, and they didn't concern Senator Cha, so there was no need to discuss them with him. Besides, the senator considered him an arrogant brat. With his appearance and abilities, he was perfect for Ju-hui, but he didn't like that Chairman Lee Hyun-bae had gotten rid of his right-hand man. He looked like a lovesick fool who could drown in his own feelings. They thought it would all end soon, and their son would return to reality. Suddenly, the senator had an idea, and maybe it was worth applying it before they lost all their wealth. Perhaps it was better to switch from Lee Seung-jo to Lee Mun-jo. Despite being sensitive and impatient, his mind seemed to work almost like his brother's. It would be much easier to deal with Lee Mun-jo than with stubborn Lee Seung-jo, who only listened to his own opinion and deliberately ignored their instructions. The senator noticed that his daughter had grown up very quickly. He never thought she would be like this. He advised her to act gradually. Because of her haste, she cried so loudly. She was very angry that Seung Jo Oppa was dating his secretary, Chu Lee Yeon. He was very much in love with her and wasn't going to end the relationship. The senator was surprised to hear about changes in Seung Jo's personal life. He thought Ju-hui had broken off the engagement due to problems with her fiancé. Secretary Chu was a driver's daughter, and he dared to date her. The driver took the director to his house, wished him good night, and said they would meet tomorrow morning. The director handed his credit card to the driver and offered him to buy whatever he wanted. The driver didn't understand why the director suddenly felt generous, but Lee Seung Jo immediately explained it was for his silence. The driver refused, saying it was fine. Even without it, he wouldn't tell anyone anything. Then the director thanked him for keeping quiet. Still, he wanted the driver to take the credit card because he couldn't hold it for long due to the pain in his hands. What he saw caught his attention, as he hadn't expected anyone else to be in the office besides him and the driver. He asked Secretary Chu why she was standing there with that expression on her face. But the girl was about to go home and wanted to ask if he could give her a ride. Seung Jo could do that, thinking that he was already feeling much better now. They had eaten very well, so they bought digestion pills, knowing they would have to have dinner twice. Chu Lee Yeon could eat if it was that important for him. Was it really good that Secretary Chu had returned, even in a good mood, trying to flirt and joke with the director? No need to wait for him. Just start dinner. Because if she paid attention to everything, she wouldn't be able to eat properly. Lee Seung Jo prepared something interesting for the girl, knowing how much she loved it. After treating her to her favorite macarons, he still warned her not to indulge in all sorts of junk, because such treats were very harmful. Why did he come so close to her? But he loved her so much that he couldn't resist hugging her. Understanding that they were in the office, light hugs were necessary but still brief. He wanted to touch Chu Yeon's hair, to caress her delicate neck. The force that drew Seung Jo to her was very strong. When he was near, he didn't want to let her go even for a moment. He asked if she had already taken a bath, but the girl didn't answer, moving away from him while putting on her sweater. Chu Yeon was feeling really hot, so she decided to take a shower. Seung Jo understood her well, since he wanted to do the same. The girl suggested to Seung Jo not to waste time and go to the bathroom. While he takes a shower, she'll wait for him. The man agreed, but on one condition. If she had no intention of running away, then he would do it. This time, Chu Yeon had no intention of escaping from him. The man promised to come back in just a few minutes, so she wouldn't have to wait too long for him. The cool shower didn't take him much time, but when he came out of the bathroom, he didn't expect to see that. Waiting for him, Chu Yeon had fallen asleep on the sofa in the living room. He knew she was very tired, but still hoped she would wait for him. At first, he thought about waking her up, but she was sleeping so sweetly that he decided not to disturb her. Looking at Chu Yeon, he realized she looked beautiful even in her sleep. While the girl slept, she looked even more tempting. He wanted to touch her alluring body, her skin, which after the shower was soft and silky. Seung Jo longed for this evening to continue romantically, but Chu Yeon was fast asleep, not even reacting to his touch. Seung Jo couldn't leave the girl on the uncomfortable sofa in the living room, so he gently lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bedroom. After laying her down comfortably on the bed, he realized she was sound asleep, so their romantic evening ended there. A thought crossed his mind that it shouldn't be this way, because he really wanted to hug and kiss her. So, leaning over her, he sweetly kissed her lips. The girl, still asleep, didn't resist like she usually would, so the kiss became one of the best. It seemed that only a kiss could wake her up, but the girl continued to sleep soundly. Seung Jo thought that if he touched her in this state, he'd look like a real beast taking advantage of her without her consent. Even just looking at her face, she seemed so cute and attractive, even in her sleep. So he decided to leave her alone and pour himself a bit of alcohol. She wondered how long the filming would take since Chu Yeon didn't want to interfere with the director's work. The stuff estimated it would last about an hour. And that was faster than Chu Yeon expected. Did other teams take up more time? Not exactly, but the photographer will try to work faster, especially for Secretary Chu. They reassured her that she didn't need to worry before the shoot. The girl calmed down and just tried to trust them. About a year ago, Jaekyung Group created an online channel with the help of their team to connect with the public. They gave tips on how to choose the best wine, how to pick the best and most comfortable clothes for playing golf. They considered these tips very valuable for people as they saved both time and money. They showcased the best office outfits through fashion shows. Different content related to department stores was also very popular. They also constantly uploaded content about job openings, information for seekers ready to join Jaekyung Group. On top of that, it helped create a positive company image. Filming wasn't formal work, just short speeches and Q&As. Lee Seung Jo had become a style icon in his 30s. The crew planned to show everyone the fashion of the CEO. Everyone knew that Secretary Chu always picked the director's looks for important events. The man was going to slightly adjust the director's style, but decided instead to completely trust Secretary Chu. She could explain how she chose his outfits. She would help them, but they needed to mention brand names and prices as well. Chu Yeon promised to work diligently. That's exactly why the team liked Secretary Chu. They had already finalized the team and were ready to start. It seemed Secretary Chu had a lot of daily work, and they wanted to learn about her real life. She could talk about the pros and cons of being a secretary and started right away with the downsides. The downside was that her work hours weren't fixed. Very often, she had to give up meeting friends and her personal life, barely managing to keep up. Of course, working hours could change depending on holidays or business trips, but that always depended on the secretary. But when the host asked her about the pros of being a secretary, the girl hesitated as she couldn't answer that right away. When director Seung Jo himself entered the office, the secretary immediately stood up and asked how his dinner with the director had gone. It was indeed the director. Some of the crew were seeing him for the first time. They noticed how tall he was, and in person, he looked even better than in photos. The host wanted to take a 5-minute break, and Secretary Chu could rest too. Seeing the director, the girl even forgot they were filming. But the man thought she hadn't done anything wrong. She didn't know why she acted so strangely whenever the director appeared in her sight, as nothing like that had ever happened to her before. Seung Jo had built his image as a friendly and active director toward the staff. But in reality, he deeply loved romance. Now everything around him was loud and noisy, something he hated the most. Chu Lee Yeon, perfectly knowing the director's preferences, realized she had to save him right then. Even though they told her to wait a minute, she still rushed to him. The host chose about 5 more questions, but worried they might run out of time. He wanted to do about 3 interviews, and she needed to pick the question she liked most. Chu Yeon agreed, since she always treated her job responsibly. And the first question was this. Everyone was curious if she had ever been in a serious relationship with someone. The question surprised her, as she understood well that it concerned her personal life, and she felt her answer wouldn't interest anyone. Could it be that Seung Jo heard everything? He didn't like that the reporter was asking such personal questions to his secretary Chu. From his expression, it was clear, just like last time, he was angry and about to say something unpleasant to her. "That's unfair," she said, suggesting they only talk about work. She promised to answer questions number 1, 4, and 5. She asked Team Leader Park to see cue sheets. Team Leader had no choice but to fulfill Chu Yeon's request. He understood that the director was present nearby, so if he did something wrong, the interview could end prematurely. After the interview, the girl planned to talk about the director's fashionable style, but Seung Jo insisted that he would film together with them. Team Leader Park was surprised, but he was fine with it. He thought this content would be successful, and once it aired, things would heat up. If the director himself participated in the shoot, their views could skyrocket. The man couldn't take up too much of the director's time, so he suggested starting off with a quick photo. Chu Yeon knew she needed to get ready for the photo, but the photographer decided to take it unexpectedly, since those shots always turned out the most natural and lively. Chu Yeon wanted to ask the director something, but she hoped he would answer her honestly and in detail. She wanted to know what she had done wrong this time. Being present at the commercial shoot was meant to help the company. That's why she was there. Hadn't he heard Mr. Pak, who kept repeating that over and over? What bothered him was that he didn't know what Mr. Pak and Secretary Chu had been discussing. Was it really only about her work as a secretary? And why had he agreed to the shoot at all? Since they still had some time before filming, the girl suggested Seung Jo back out. But Seung Jo had to maintain his friendly image. She couldn't understand why he always treated her this way, while he was kind to everyone else. As Secretary Chu grew upset, Seung Jo tried to push food into her mouth. She couldn't figure out why he did that, not even letting her finish what she wanted to say. But the director explained that before filming, one needed to eat well to stay in good spirits and look healthy. Chu Yeon reminded him. Had Seung Jo forgotten that they were in the company building? They had long agreed not to do things like this in the office. But in the director's eyes, they weren't doing anything strange. And what was wrong with feeding his secretary? He smiled, because he always enjoyed how Chu Yeon got annoyed and tried to hide their relationship. Taking a small bite himself, Seung Jo leaned toward her, trying to feed her mouth to mouth. After slipping the bite into her mouth, he kept kissing her, not even worrying about being caught. She tried to push him away, but it wasn't easy. Once the director decided on something, there was no stopping him. The girl kept resisting, but that only made him enjoy it even more. He was amused by her. Right now, she was acting shy and stiff, like a student having an affair with her teacher, afraid of being punished if caught. Loosening his tie to look less formal, the man wondered if Chu Yeon had any idea when exactly he had started to like her. If she ever found out, she'd totally lose her mind, since that was something she couldn't even imagine. If you relax just once, it's way harder to go back to the start. He had just one request for Chu Lee Yeon, that she wouldn't laugh in front of other people because it drove him crazy. But this job, where kindness and laughter were the best weapons, made it impossible. How could she not laugh when that was the main way to connect with people and build relationships? It seemed like the director was holding his nose too high. If she stopped talking to anyone, he'd be thrilled. Seung Jo didn't like that Secretary Chu got upset, especially when she wasn't planning on listening to him anyway. On the other hand, shouldn't she be adjusting herself to her boyfriend's mood? That's what kept relationships healthy and avoided unnecessary arguments. She didn't get why he even brought this up, knowing it would make the atmosphere way too heavy afterward. Was he maybe not feeling well and just wanted her to lift his mood, which had been ruined since the morning? The man was hinting at something totally different, but he liked Chu Yeon's suggestion so much, there was no way he'd refuse. Why was she even asking? She knew perfectly well that even if he meant something else, he'd never turn down such an offer. The girl pretended like she didn't know, and that's why she asked him. Why did she keep teasing him with her touches? They were at the company where it was hard to find any privacy, but the director felt his patience was already at its limit. She just wanted the director to relax a little so he could keep working well. After all, they had a ton of important tasks ahead that could affect the company's future. Chu Lee Yeon kept touching him, as if hinting she was ready to play around a little. Leaning close to him, she tried whispering something in his ear, afraid someone else might overhear her wild suggestion. First of all, she advised him to learn to control himself, and if he did, she promised he'd get his reward. At that point, Chu Lee Yeon decided to leave the director's office and get back to her own work. But Seung Jo thought differently. Grabbing her hand, he wanted to keep her there a little longer. If she started playing with him, then she had to follow through to the end. Did she really think she could just leave him alone in the office, in that state? Maybe she could come over to his place later. Then they could pick up where they left off in the office. But he wanted it right now. Chu Lee Yeon was against it. It was the middle of the day, and work was in full swing. Seung Jo didn't see a problem. He could do it anytime, anywhere, no matter where they were. What was he doing? Was he really capable of that? But maybe it was better not to start something she couldn't finish. Still, could she really push this man away? It seemed like the director had no intention of letting her go, as he kept kissing her and insistently touching her body. Chu Lee Yeon decided to check her messages. The first one was from reporter Kang Sung-jae, writing about suspected abuse of power, budget misuse, gambling. But the director's message was different. He asked if she was actually seeing the guy he saw in America. She had really decided to meet him, if her schedule allowed it. So she planned the meeting for after work, thinking they'd see each other soon in person. Kang Seong-jae noted that Chu Lee Yeon was a very busy woman, and she was surprised how quickly this reporter showed up in Korea. Did he really come earlier than planned? But he had urgent business, so he was forced to come unexpectedly. She was startled when Kang Sung-jae asked if she was there alone. After all, he had already figured out that Secretary Chu was in a relationship with director Lee Seung Jo. The girl lowered her eyes, pretending not to react to Kang Sung-jae's joke. But then she asked him to explain why he assumed something like that about her and her director. If she hadn't noticed, it was still obvious to everyone else. Just how noticeable were Asians in a cafe full of Europeans? Not only had he noticed, it was clear to everyone around. Some even envied their relationship. Did she really think the reporter hadn't seen how the director hugged her in that cafe, and how they left together? She tried explaining that the director hugged her only because she almost tripped. But Kang Seong-jae had been a reporter for a long time and noticed everything. Even if that were true, lately there had been rumors that Lee Seung-jo had a lover. He advised Chu Lee Yeon to be careful, just in case. She didn't know what to do. If she said no, he still wouldn't believe her. Kang Seong-jae noticed that whenever they talked about the director, Chu Lee Yeon grew nervous, and that only confirmed his suspicions. He told her not to worry. He wasn't really interested in that topic anyway. In fact, she'd seen some of his articles accusing politicians of crimes. But why was Kang Seong-jae telling her all this? Maybe he thought that since she worked as a secretary in the Jaekyung Group, she might know something useful. Kang Seong-jae asked if he could pose a delicate question. After thinking, she realized they needed a reporter on their side, but could she really trust him completely? She wondered why he even wrote those articles. But that was a long time ago, and he believed he'd done the right thing. To him, it was entertainment. Once you expose one criminal, you get a taste for it and want to destroy them all. Maybe he wanted Chu Lee Yeon to share some useful info with him. But why wasn't he asking the questions he really cared about? Maybe it just wasn't time yet. First, he had to talk, figure out who knew what. The man was still unsure whether he should dig into director Seung Jo's past. But when he checked earlier, Seung Jo was squeaky clean. Kang Seong-jae handed Chu Lee Yeon his business card, wanting her to take it. He didn't know exactly what she wanted, but if she ever needed him, she could call. Whether it was tied to the Jaekyung Group or not, he didn't care right now. The Jaekyung Group? Unbelievable, but it was all true. Still, she needed to think more and make sure Reporter could actually work with them. After finishing her talk with Kong Sung-jae, another message popped up on her phone, one she couldn't ignore. The young madam asked Secretary Chu to come see her for a minute. The girl was surprised. She had never written to her before. After a short break, Secretary Chu headed back to her desk since she still needed to stop by young madam's office for a talk. When she entered Seo Era's office, madam suggested that when it was just the two of them, Chu Yeon could call her madam, just like she usually did. Chu Yeon understood, but she couldn't figure out why Madam Seo Era had called her in. That was the real mystery. The woman wanted to talk about her son, Lee Mun-jo. She had heard that Secretary Chu had offended him. Chu Yeon was surprised to hear that from madam. Was she really trying to protect her grown son from an ordinary secretary who had simply refused to help him? After all, her son, Mun-jo, had been drinking for days in a row and looked like a walking corpse. What exactly was madam planning to do about that? Lee Mun-jo was a grown man, and Secretary Chu was not the kind of person who could insult madam's son. Chu Yeon had long gotten used to being treated this way, but it was still unpleasant to hear accusations she had nothing to do with. That heartless woman had taken over the family name. She was Mun-jo's biggest weakness. To young madam, it felt like the greatest humiliation and disgrace. To Chu Yeon, it sounded as if Seo Era was asking her not to hurt him. Was she supposed to accept Mun-jo's feelings and comfort him? But Madam Seo Era saw her as just a secretary, someone who could never handle Mun-jo's emotions. She wasn't supposed to soothe him, but rather make him forget her for good, maybe even hate her. Yet Chu Yeon knew well that Lee Mun-jo was no child anymore. He wasn't 7 years old. He was 27. Seo Era knew all too well that Mun-jo's first love had ended in madness and deep suffering. Her poor son was in pain because of this woman. And really, was there any point in pretending to be sick and skipping work? Seo Era was furious. Her precious son, the one she had been forced to part with when he was only 2 years old. No one could ever understand the pain she felt then, and there was nothing she could do about it. So even if Mun-jo was now 27, in her eyes he was still a little boy, not even 7 yet. He was her son, and she would give him everything that sparkled, everything he could ever want. She would even do things that might harm others as long as they brought joy to her son. In the end, he would have the very best, better than even Seung Jo could ever get. Mun-jo needed a position at work higher than Lee Seung-jo's. He should be the one managing the Jaekyung Group and handling the family's financial matters, far above anything Seung Jo had now. Seo Era spoke as if she was certain she would make it happen, though she looked like she was slowly losing her mind. Chu Yeon realized this woman was capable of doing reckless things just so her son could have whatever he wanted. Seo Era knocked a coffee cup off the table. It crashed to the floor and shattered. Smiling, Madame said she broke it for her son's good luck. Even though she couldn't believe Secretary Chu was her son's greatest gift, she still wanted him to be happy. Deep down, she was convinced Chu Yeon was nothing more than a cheap toy for her son, someone who wouldn't give him real affection, wouldn't live up to his expectations, and whom he would quickly toss aside like trash. Still, Chu Yeon decided not to argue with Madame Seo Era, but to help her pull Mun-jo out of his downward spiral. In the end, she gathered the courage to go to the Lines Hotel. No one could understand how hard that was for her, but she still managed to do it. Seo Era had spoken with manager Kim, asking him to send her to the hotel where Mun-jo was staying. As always, drinking. Chu Yeon was supposed to feed him, change him, and report back to Madam about the situation. Chairman was planning to officially present Mun-jo to the world. Until then, Secretary Chu was expected to look after him. She didn't think it was a difficult task. In fact, it seemed like exactly the kind of thing Secretary Chu was supposed to do. She believed it was her role, a duty that directly came with her position as secretary. She only hoped everything would go smoothly if Manager Kim stayed by her side. And indeed, Manager Kim met her and handed her the electronic key to Mun-jo's room. The girl was surprised when she realized the manager wouldn't go up with her. But Seo Era had ordered him to leave Secretary Chu alone. Even though she didn't want to go to Mun-jo's room by herself, she understood there was no other choice. She told Manager Kim that she'd contact him once the situation was resolved, and she was ready to leave the Lines Hotel. When Chu Yeon got a message from the director asking where she was, she froze. She already knew how he'd react. She didn't know what to do. Should she tell him the truth? She was certain he cared. In the end, she replied that something had come up and she needed to deal with it. She wasn't sure it was the right choice, but she didn't want to lie to him. As she walked toward the elevator, she felt she was betraying Seung Jo. When her phone rang, she knew immediately it was the director. But right now, she didn't want to answer. She had no idea how to explain her actions. While she stood in front of the elevator, lost in thought, the doors started to close. She quickly slipped inside, deciding to finish things fast, and called the director back afterward. After getting Chu Yeon's message, Seung Jo wasn't surprised. Knowing her, he guessed that, as always, she had agreed to help someone with their request. Was she really like Mother Teresa, unable to summon the willpower to say no? The director wasn't in the mood to continue his meeting with Son Jae-min and wanted to wrap things up. Son Jae-min agreed. After all, they had already discussed the important matters and could meet again once he had more information. The director agreed too, since things were difficult for everyone right now. Son Jae-min said that if the director had no further questions, he'd take his leave, as he still had plenty of work to do. Sitting in his car, Lee Seung-jo kept thinking about where Chu Yeon was and who she had decided to help this time. He had the feeling she was lying to him, but she had never done that before, and he wanted to understand what was really going on. Using the key, Chu Yeon quietly entered Munjo's room. She immediately noticed the mess. Piles of dirty dishes and empty liquor bottles everywhere. The room reeked of alcohol. She wondered, had he really drunk all that by himself? Hearing a rustle, the girl turned and saw Munjo standing behind her. And he looked awful. He couldn't understand why Secretary Chu was in his room, and she had no way to explain it. She realized Munjo really was in terrible shape, just as Madame Seo Era had described. No wonder his mother was worried. He was deliberately destroying his life. Standing in front of her, Munjo still waited for the one answer that mattered most. Why had she suddenly remembered him and come to the Lines Hotel? Chu Yeon decided to start with scolding him, asking what he was doing with his life and why he had turned his room into such a wreck. But what really bothered him was why she was here. And he had a pretty good guess about who had arranged for Chu Yeon to come to his rescue. It was clear Secretary Chu didn't want to answer Munjo's question, since she had no idea how he'd react if she told him the truth. Munjo offered her a seat, since she had already come, though he had nothing to offer her to drink. Chu Yeon immediately pointed out that he still looked drunk. Had he really downed all that alcohol by himself? And more importantly, why? But the young man explained that he had called his friends over and they'd drunk it all together. Chu Yeon felt uneasy. She knew all too well that she was alone in a hotel room with a man who was very much in love with her. She wanted to understand why he was doing this, what exactly he was trying to prove and to whom. But nothing would ever make him believe she had come on her own. Whatever she said, he'd be convinced it was a lie. If she claimed she came because she was worried about him, he'd never believe it. He knew perfectly well she had never cared about him at all. He told her she could sit down, no need to be shy. He had no intention of carrying on the conversation standing up. From the look of him, it was clear that even standing was hard. Chu Yeon decided to listen and sat carefully on the edge of the couch. Knowing this talk would drag on, she eventually settled in a bit more comfortably. There were moments when she felt incredibly nervous in front of Munjo, and he could clearly sense it. He even thought it wasn't such a bad feeling. But he was wrong if he thought she had come here to flirt with him. And to be fair, he wasn't planning to make that mistake either. Chu Yeon realized he already knew she'd be coming today. He confirmed her suspicions, but never admitted who had told him. The truth was, he was the one who had called her there. Because knowing his mother, she would never agree to speak with the secretary, let alone ask her for help. A little pressure, a few pleas, and things turned out just the way he planned. He even managed to trick his mother into pretending to approve the meeting. He knew his mother must have promised her something. And that's when Chu Yeon realized something was definitely off. Normally, in such a situation, she would have already been making a fuss about them being alone together. But this time, everything passed quietly, fast. He knew it all seemed strange, but he treated it as his wedding gift. Because he was planning to marry soon. When Chu Yeon heard the news about his marriage, she was stunned. She never thought it would shock her so much. Munjo was preparing to marry the very woman his brother Seung Jo had once abandoned, Cha Ju-hui, the senator's daughter. She couldn't understand it. If he was about to marry, why had he called her to his hotel room? It could ruin his future completely. But Munjo believed Secretary Chu had already figured out there was no love between him and Cha Ju-hui. This marriage was nothing more than a deal between their parents. It was absurd, because Cha Ju-hui had always looked at him like he was an annoying bug she wanted to crush. Wouldn't this blow up on him sooner or later? Lee Munjo was just another victim chosen by Cha Ju-in. There was nothing good in it. The image of the Jaekyung Group and Cha Ju-hui's own reputation would both end up destroyed. Senator Cha Ju-in wanted to go so far as to control absolutely everything. He had always craved power, to make sure not a single person could ever stand against him. Why it all turned out this way didn't matter much. Everyone already knew that nothing could have ever worked out between his brother and that woman. Everyone also knew this was just a marriage of convenience. So it made no difference which son married Senator Cha's daughter. The chairman couldn't force Seung Jo to do it, but he managed it with the other son. Moon-jo had tried to fight back, insisting again and again that he didn't want to marry, but the chairman threatened him using his mother. Everyone knew his greatest weakness was his mother, who had been the chairman's mistress her whole life. They didn't have much, and now even that little was being taken away. Chu Lee Yeon asked what he planned to do next. The chairman Lee had made it clear. He wanted to stay close to Senator Cha, even if it meant selling his own son. So Moon-jo had no choice but to obey. In that moment, Chu Lee Yeon didn't know what to say to him. Supporting him was hard enough. Helping him was beyond her power. And that was why the young man was slowly losing his mind. He would have to marry Cha Ju-hui. And in the meantime, he could still play with his toy. That's what his mother had told him. Before he marries, he can give in to his weaknesses and fulfill his dream. He should enjoy it to the fullest before the wedding, so he wouldn't regret missing out on even a few seconds of happiness. And although Moon-jo dreamed of possessing Chu Lee Yeon, she was far from thrilled with his persistence. She understood exactly why she had been called into his room, and she knew she had to put a stop to it. She tried to hold him back, to stop him from doing something he would regret bitterly. Looking into his eyes, she realized the young man was in deep despair. He didn't care what happened next. It was clear right away. He wasn't going to listen to any reasoning. He would keep chasing his dream, no matter what Chu Lee Yeon thought or wanted. When he leaned in to kiss her, she quickly raised her hand between them, blocking his lips from touching hers. The Moon-jo she knew was impulsive and reckless. He always showed his emotions, no matter what others might think. Unlike his brother, he had confessed his feelings to Chu Lee Yeon openly, and he genuinely wanted to know whether she liked him back. But he had always treated her wrongly. Always. Asking her the same question over and over again. Once Moon-jo had been kind and gentle, but now everything was different. He had grown up, and his character had changed completely. The people around him, his father, his mother, had shaped him into someone who ignored others' opinions and did only what he wanted, no matter the consequences. Chu Lee Yeon didn't want him to go on talking, so she covered his mouth with her hand and tried to push him away. In a way, she understood him. But still, she believed a person makes themselves. With enough willpower, one doesn't have to give in to the influence of others. Powerful people always tried to use people like him for their own purposes. Even knowing they were hurting Moon-jo, ruining his life, they kept manipulating his feelings anyway. That made her furious because she knew the very same thing had been done to her director. Moon-jo had already surrendered completely to the chairman and the senator. All that was left for him was to live out his dream, to spend the night with Chu Lee Yeon. But he shouldn't. Doing so would only prove again that he was weak, that he had never truly resisted his father's orders. What he was doing now, she found disgusting. Could he really go on living after this, without regretting the pain he caused the girl he claimed to love? Even when they were only talking, it was clear he enjoyed simply being alone with her in the room, able to take his time, without any rush or interruptions. Maybe she wanted him to tell her some funny story, to prove they weren't so different after all. Because deep down, both of them knew. They were victims of circumstance. And neither of them could change anything anymore. Even if she was here right now, she couldn't change a thing. She hadn't come to the hotel of her own free will. Even if she wanted to help him, he didn't want it himself. Sometimes it was easier for him to let others decide everything for him, so he didn't have to act. Joking bitterly, he called himself the chairman's puppy, obediently following every order, waiting patiently for some small reward. And because of that, he thought he had to live like a true bastard, biting everyone who came too close. And still, after everything he'd said, she still felt sorry for him. In her eyes, he had always looked pitiful, and somehow that was enough for him. No matter what, he felt happy just being near Chu Lee Yeon. But what about right now? The girl he loved had come to comfort him. But instead, she had walked straight into a trap she never even suspected. She agreed with him completely, and yet even now she still pitied him and understood why things had turned out this way. Unlike him, she always had a choice. She alone had the power to shape her own life, because she wasn't dependent on anyone and earned her living by herself. Tears rolled down her cheeks, though she tried to hold them back. She hated showing her feelings in front of others. Then Moon-jo said he had forgotten to mention he'd invited an important guest to his room. So when there was a knock on the door, he went to open it with a smile. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't understand. Why had he called someone else here? Was this some awful trap for her? When he opened the door, Chu Yeon heard a familiar voice, and a wave of dread swept over her. Moon-jo had invited none other than director Lee Seung Jo. He knew that if his brother saw Chu Yeon alone with him in that room, he would definitely cause a scene. She was stunned. How had he even gotten here? And she felt uneasy because before leaving, she hadn't told him everything he had demanded from her. From the look on his face, it was clear. He was furious. And he had plenty of questions for Chu Yeon. Secretary Chu looked at Moon-jo, trying to figure out what his goal had been in inviting the director to his room. The director's eyes said it all. She had destroyed him with her lies. He was burning with jealousy, fully aware of how his brother felt about Chu Yeon. The girl stared back at him, lost, with no idea how to explain the situation she had stumbled into by accident. Without saying a single word, the director kept his eyes on her, driving her insane with his silence. Then he turned back and started walking toward the exit, ordering Chu Yeon to leave the room with him. She hurried after him, calling for him to wait, but he ignored her and kept moving forward. She remembered the message she had sent to his phone, that something had happened and she needed to sort it out. And now she had to explain that nothing had really taken place. She hadn't told him the full truth because she was afraid he would get angry and sink into another dark mood. Chu Yeon hadn't realized how it would all turn against her, as if she had been hiding something from Seung Jo, or even had a secret relationship with his brother. If she had known things would end up like this, she would have been honest from the very beginning. But now she was caught in the same mess as he was. Hadn't he ever found himself in situations he couldn't have foreseen? Situations that could be interpreted in different ways, understood completely differently? Right now, Chu Yeon felt pathetic for hurting someone even though she hadn't done anything wrong. She knew her excuses couldn't change anything anymore. The man was completely convinced she had betrayed him with Moon-jo. That terrible incident at the Lines Hotel had changed their relationship forever. Seung Jo grew cold and treated her as if she were only his secretary again, doing part of his work. She had known their romance wouldn't last forever, but she hadn't expected it to end so quickly. Their future now seemed uncertain. Taking a deep breath, she thought, if not for this situation, she would never have been able to push Lee Seung Jo away. She wondered what he would do once he uncovered all the financial manipulations. Chu Yeon even suspected that Seung Jo's father might have been connected to her own father's death. No, she hadn't wanted this. She had begged not to be left alone. But everything unfolded just as others had planned. They had interfered with her fate. Wouldn't it be better to resolve everything right now, without regrets, and then live on without looking back at the past? She didn't want anyone's pity. Things had happened the way they were meant to. Fate hadn't given her a choice. And with the painful memories, there were also beautiful ones she didn't want to forget. Though she was ashamed of her behavior, she still couldn't understand why the director had reacted so aggressively. She hadn't done anything wrong. He was in a terrible mood now, so she didn't want to speak until he was ready. She wondered what he expected of her right now. She knew she wasn't in the right. But when the man asked if she wanted him to kill Lee Moon-jo, that she could never want, she took it as a grim joke. And yet, deep down, she only wished Seung Jo would hold her tightly. Even though she loved him deeply, she still gathered her courage and decided to break up with Seung Jo, to end their relationship. Hurt, the man didn't take her words seriously at first. He didn't react at all. She explained that she couldn't stay with such a jealous man. The time had come to put an end to it. Are we really ending this right here, right now? He asked, watching her reaction closely. To him, such a decision couldn't be made so suddenly. Grabbing her hand, he ordered her to get into his car immediately. But she couldn't go on like this. Their relationship had become too heavy for her. It had to end, here and now. As she spoke those words, tears welled up in her eyes. But she tried hard not to cry in the middle of the hotel hallway. Lee Seung Jo didn't want to hear another word. Harshly, he ordered her to shut her mouth and say nothing more. That same day, a little later, Lee Seung Jo drove her to his apartment in Cheongdam. This was his answer to her words about breaking up. She needed to think carefully about what she had done wrong. His suddenness unsettled her, but now, with him living near the company, the commute would be easier. He went his way, and she had no choice but to follow silently. She thanked him for the filling dinner. The driver said it was good and that he could leave her now. When Chu Yeon asked where the director was, the driver replied he was at his home in Samseong-dong. She asked if he would be coming here tonight. When the answer was no, she couldn't understand why she had been brought here. Clearly, tomorrow she would have to go to work alone, but that was impossible. The director had ordered the driver, more than once, never to let Secretary Chu go anywhere on her own. She understood then. So, thanking the driver, she said they would meet again in the morning when he'd take her to work. That evening, she stayed alone, certain the director wouldn't be coming. Looking at the leftovers from dinner, she realized she had eaten well, not leaving a single crumb. The director would surely hear about it, but for now, he wouldn't check in on her himself. In the few days she spent in that apartment, Seung Jo never once came to see her. He was still angry. Even at work, he didn't look at her, speaking only when necessary for business. Though the situation was hard and exhausting, time moved on. She was beginning to accept that their romance was over, and she had to learn to live without him. But soon Chu Lee Yeon felt lonelier than ever. She missed the evenings with Seung Jo, yet forced herself to adapt, to live differently. Her mood worsened day by day. It was as if she were stuck in quicksand. She kept thinking about how she had said they must break up, and yet he hadn't even argued. He had simply accepted her decision, but she had no other choice but to admit it was over. Nights without him by her side were unbearably lonely. Lying in bed, she ached for his embrace, for his warm kisses that once greeted her in the morning and lingered with her through the day. She longed for the comfort he no longer gave her, and the pain of it was unbearable. The top news of the day, which shocked everyone, turned out to be completely unexpected. It was reported that Senator Cha's daughter, Cha Ju-hui, the former fiancé of Seung Jo, had married Lee Mun-jo, with whom she had been secretly involved. Chu Lee Yeon noticed how her coworker was surprised to learn that the new employee was actually the president's second son. And this time, the reason for the marriage was hidden love. Just last week, the president had announced that he had a second son, without even feeling ashamed that the boy was born from his secret relationship with Madame Seo Era. Her coworker asked if Secretary Chu already knew about this news. For some reason, the girl felt uneasy. It was terrifying for her to even come to work right now. She could barely breathe because something new kept happening every single week. And after checking again, she realized the surprises weren't stopping anytime soon. A video from the department store had already been released online, recorded by the security cameras. The footage clearly showed Cha Ju-hui and her mother causing a scandal, humiliating the store staff. Chu Lee Yeon was curious to watch the video too. She had only heard about it but never seen it herself, though she already knew well that the scandal at the department store was just an excuse for the ex-fiancé to meet with Seung Jo. Once the video went viral, complaint calls and fact-checking requests poured in. Nobody wanted to believe it was real. They thought it had to be edited. The reputation of Jaekyung department store, which once prided itself on the best customer service, had already been shaken by the manager Yoon incident, and now it was collapsing even further. The store's visitor numbers dropped sharply. People passed by while gossiping about the poor service and managers who took no responsibility for it. Chu Lee Yeon couldn't keep up with the phone calls. The workload was overwhelming, and solving these problems took enormous time. Then came an announcement about an urgent meeting, which alarmed all the employees. They had no idea what to expect. An emergency announcement for staff meant one thing: the Jaekyung Group was about to face drastic changes. But why was so much bad happening all at once? The news that Lee Mun-jo was appointed director of Lines Hotel while Secretary Chu was suspended from her job at the company seemed ridiculous. Nobody understood what strange things were happening. But why today of all days? Everyone called it nonsense. How could Secretary Chu leak company information? They asked her if the investigative committee had contacted her. At this point, she couldn't do anything. The only person who could decide her fate was Director Seung Jo, and no one else. And then it happened. The investigation team came to her. From that moment on, Secretary Chu was suspended from any work at the company. The commission's hearing was scheduled for next month. Until then, she wasn't allowed to come to work or handle company matters. Everything was formalized by the chairman's order. She was banned from work but not fired. At least not until the investigation was over. But what had she done that could harm the company? And what evidence did they have against her? The man from the investigation team said nothing, only that it was an order from above. Details would be discussed during the hearing, where all the evidence of Secretary Chu's alleged guilt would be reviewed. She noticed the director was already at his workplace, so she urgently needed to go to him for help with this accusation. When the director saw her, he pretended to be very busy and returned to his office. Though the girl understood well that the director didn't want to talk about personal matters, she had no other choice. His help could be crucial for her future in the company. Chu Lee Yeon dared to enter his office, immediately saying she needed to talk to him. He thought they had nothing to talk about, but ordered her to wait for him at home. She asked what would happen if she didn't wait for him. If she waited, would he really come? She had already waited for him there nearly 2 weeks before, but the director never showed. Maybe this time would be the same. A thought crossed her mind. What if all of this was the director's doing? But then she wondered if she really saw him as such a despicable man. That would be petty and vile. And if he truly orchestrated this, what meaning would their conversation even have? She always wondered how, even in tense moments, the director remained calm and never trembled. But now she felt horrible, as if she was sinking into filthy, murky water. The muck seemed to drag her down, and it became harder and harder to escape. In such a situation, she needed to stay alert and call for help. She knew she missed Seung Jo terribly, but couldn't bring herself to say it. She tried not to think about it, but it was unbearably hard. She saw no point in talking to the director if nothing would change afterward. Yet she still hoped for his help and understanding. She longed to reach out and touch him, but she couldn't. If he had already decided to punish her, then perhaps it was enough. If it wasn't ended now, it might go too far. The man thought she was the one who started all this and decided to end it suddenly. So she should be the one to resolve it, without blaming his character. What puzzled him was why she acted this way. Because even if their relationship was secret, they still felt wonderful together. What irritated him most was that Chu Lee Yeon refused to even justify herself or explain what happened at the hotel with his brother, Lee Jo. The girl never imagined she would have to defend herself against something she hadn't done. And at work, it felt like the same accusations were repeating again. Regardless of how much he trusted her, she should have told him everything about that day. Why did she choose to lie to him? If she had told the truth, he might have understood, or even gone with her to the hotel. But why was she there at all? Why meet Munjo behind his back? This was what she owed him an explanation for, even if the truth would be cruel and painful. Did she still think he wanted to continue their affair? Her career was collapsing before her eyes. Did she really think this was the worst that could happen in the coming days? She tried to explain something but failed. She couldn't even form a few words, her resentment toward the director and the president choking her. And what, in her opinion, was he supposed to do to help her in this situation, when she hadn't told him the whole truth? At that point, he considered their conversation over. He harshly told her to leave his office and never enter again without permission. She could go home and wait for him there. If he said he would come, then he surely would. There was no other possibility. The girl realized Seung Jo was right. It was now impossible to excuse herself. She should have done so immediately. On top of all her problems, Chu Yeon received a call from the chairman's wife. Both she and Lee Do-kyung already knew about her relationship with Seung Jo. She had expected this to happen. Secretary Chu suspected things would end this way. Madame accused her, saying Chu Yeon promised everything would be fine. How could she betray her like this? The girl had nothing to say. It was entirely her fault. She never should have looked at him in the first place. This was a love she should never have dreamed of. Madame didn't want to hear a word from Secretary Chu, repeating that she simply couldn't do this to her. The girl tried to calm her, but it was nearly impossible. The woman was too distressed, irritated by every word. She had trusted her more than anyone. The secretary had been a strong support for her son. Min Kyung-hae called herself a fool, saying she should have been more cautious and attentive. She knew Chu Yeon understood well how she felt right now. Everything she had longed for was stolen before her eyes. She had been thrown into the deepest pit from which she could never escape. And now there was nothing she could do. She had lost all hope that things could ever be fixed. She desperately wished Secretary Chu wouldn't resent her or hold any grudge. Madame had always despised those who had nothing. But now she realized she had lived her whole life in the wrong way. Chu Yeon's only task was to listen to Madame without interrupting her. Maybe it would ease her pain after years of keeping it inside. Ms. Jang was always nearby too, trying to comfort Madame. Chu Yeon had a request for her. Not to tell anything to her mother, because it could cause a huge mess. Min Kyung-hae was complaining, trying to figure out the situation. But honestly, nothing could be added to Madame's or the chairman's words. The woman had many complaints about the secretary, but she clearly knew what she wanted her potential daughter-in-law to be like. The daughter-in-law of the Jaekyung Group had to be completely different. Madame constantly monitored both the secretary and her son, Seung Jo. And now their relationship needed to be broken off, and Madame no longer wanted to see Secretary Chu. She assumed the girl understood what was implied there. The secretary did understand, so she decided to go home. Ms. Jang helped Min Kyung-hae to get up and wanted her to go to her room and rest a little, as the stress had seriously affected her health. The woman was surprised when she noticed her son had come to the house. But he had come to take his secretary, Chu. What kind of joke is this? Madame didn't understand. He ran here to take his secretary, fully aware that Senator Cha wanted to destroy him using Munjo. Lee Munjo wants to take everything from him, working together with Senator Cha. Why would a mother who hated Senator Cha Jun want to marry him off to that scoundrel's daughter? He asked his mother a question, wanting to hear an honest answer. What was really going on that she couldn't tell him? Seung Jo's reputation mattered more to his mother than his personal happiness. She was ready to accept his unhappiness rather than lose all their wealth. His mother needed to understand him and take his side in this fight against the senator. She finally needed to realize that for him, Secretary Chu was the first person he had ever truly loved. He wanted to be with her for the rest of his life, even if the whole world stood against them. He was ready to protect her no matter what, even if she was accused of murder. He didn't need to be forced to tell his mother about this, but he wanted to be happy. Even if she opposed it, he would follow his heart. He just wanted to ask her one thing, not to try to hurt him and not to impose her way of life on him. After talking with his mother on the way to the office, Seung Jo didn't say a single word to his secretary. This was part of her punishment. He believed this kind of punishment was far harsher than causing physical pain or throwing insults at a woman. Chu Lee Yeon thanked the director for giving her a ride, but she still wanted to talk to him even though he was upset with her. Yet the director kept silent, holding back so he wouldn't lose control of his position. Chu Lee Yeon realized that tonight he wouldn't come to her again. Wishing him a good evening, she stepped out of the car. On her way home, she thought about how Madam had already ordered her to break up with Seung Jo. She didn't even have to do anything. Everything seemed to fall into place by itself. Honestly, it felt meaningless and shameless on her part to keep waiting for his affection, when she herself had suggested ending things after failing to tell him the truth. The director's car lingered at the curb, almost as if waiting for her to turn back, as if everything could still change for the better. After a while, the man got out of his car and walked after Chu Lee Yeon. She was completely shocked when Seung Jo caught up to her and pulled her tightly into his arms. He asked why she kept pushing him away, when he had already told her to do whatever she wanted. Maybe it was time to stop being so stubborn, to let go and give herself to her feelings. That way she could finally enjoy life, no matter what others thought or wanted. Was she really happy, sitting alone in her house, living like that? Seung Jo wasn't any better off either when the woman he loved wasn't by his side. She tried to push him away, saying she hated this feeling. She didn't want him hugging her or touching her. And yet it was true. She shouldn't allow this. But he knew she'd been watching him all day, waiting for this embrace. She wondered how he could possibly know. Chu Lee Yeon tried to shove him hard enough to make him finally let go. He almost teased her, wanting to say that her elbows were sharp and her push was surprisingly strong. She was so flustered she didn't even know what to do with him anymore. She wasn't going to apologize for her behavior this time. Instead, she suggested they go inside her apartment. Seung Jo wanted nothing more than to hold her. Meanwhile, she couldn't stop thinking that what they were doing was wrong. A huge mistake. Min Kyung-hae had made it perfectly clear. The secretary needed to end things with her son, and she didn't want to see her in the house again. But Chu Lee Yeon didn't want to leave it all behind. She loved his embrace, and his kisses felt absolutely unforgettable. The director was impatient, kissing her even as they made their way to the apartment, convinced he wasn't doing anything to make her uncomfortable. But he was becoming more and more insistent. If they went any further, breaking up would be nearly impossible. And it would be dangerous too. But he couldn't hold himself back anymore. The only choice was to stay with him. He could handle everything himself. All he needed from her was not to run away. Just stand there looking at him. Then she needed to hold on to him, not keep her distance. He wanted her eyes locked on his. Step by step, all the things that scared her, worried her, or stood in their way, he would get rid of them. With him, she didn't have to worry about problems or threats. She could leave everything to him. He'd protect them both. Finally, they were in the apartment where they could give themselves fully to each other, shutting out the world and forgetting about all their troubles. The more he looked at her, the more he realized how deeply he loved her. And his desire for her only grew stronger. It had been almost 15 days since he last saw Chu Lee Yeon. Seung Jo had hoped she'd be the first to give in and hug him. Maybe he had underestimated her. Still, he knew one thing for sure. Chu Lee Yeon would never beg for anything. Could she even understand the feelings inside him? Feelings that had darkened and turned to ashes because of her words? The unbearable pain weighed on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Right now, he needed her promise that she would never leave him again. Otherwise, everything he'd done, every step he took, was only to see her. So he suggested they play a mysterious little game. The tension finally broke. Chu Lee Yeon suffered all night from a high fever. Only by morning did her temperature go back to normal, letting her finally get some rest. Because of her, he didn't sleep a single minute, and by dawn he was completely exhausted. That night, Chu Lee Yeon herself begged him to make her fully his. When she noticed how surprised he was, she reassured him. She was fine. Everything was all right. Then she wanted him to do it again. Shockingly, she didn't resist this time, didn't push him away. As in fact, this time she even started first, acting freely, as if it were their very last time. Maybe he should have stopped and paid more attention to her condition. She was already running a high fever. When she woke up, she wanted to know how long she had been asleep. Had he really spent the whole night looking after her? Even in her sleep, she could feel that he'd been right there, watching over her the entire night. The only thing worrying her was whether the chairman had called him, because she knew he'd be furious at Seung Jo's actions. Why did she always feel like crying whenever she saw him like this? Or was it just her imagination? That night, she truly felt that Seung Jo loved her and cared for her, just like he had promised. She was craving something sweet again, so she asked the man to buy her some almond cookies. Even with her eyes closed, she could still feel his breath, and that expression on his face, only she had ever seen it. Only she knew it. The girl suggested that Seung Jo lie down next to her, since he also needed a little sleep to recharge before work. He was exhausted, so he happily agreed to her suggestion and immediately laid down beside her. Hugging her tightly, he pulled her close and asked how she felt, if she was happy having him right there beside her. Looking at him, Chu Lee Yeon wasn't sure she could ever give him up to anyone else. And when Seung Jo told her to go back to sleep, she couldn't understand how someone could say something like that with such a beautiful face. When he got tired of their little affair, he would probably ask her to marry him. But deep down, could she really do it? She didn't know. Then it happened. By order of the Legislative Assembly, Secretary Chu was suspended from work. Most likely, the chairman would fire her before the investigative committee meeting. Perfect. Lee Do-kyung took everything too emotionally, so he would definitely go through with it. Had the senator really not noticed anything? If it turned out Chu Yeon had been digging into him, she would have to call right away. The senator was surprised. Why would Secretary Chu be looking for something that could harm him at work and ruin all his plans? Had he still not realized that this girl had been digging under him for a long time? Could it be that he had no idea? That's why she decided to tell him everything. Since Munjo and Jihui were married now, she needed to know everything connected to Senator Cha. If he was on her side, then she had to know who was really in charge here. She just needed to do exactly what he said. That much was obvious, because she could never go against the senator. After all, it was him who made their son, Munjo, into Lee Do-kyung's son. The life of an actress, envied by everyone, was far from happy. Directors often allowed themselves to humiliate her, and because of that, she cried a lot. An unexpected pregnancy became a critical point in her acting career. But the senator suggested she use the child she was expecting to become a young lady. At first, she was surprised, but then she realized she had every chance to do it. The senator was very close to Lee Do-kyung, the director of the Jaekyung Group. Lee Do-kyung was a wealthy man, so she didn't have to worry about the baby's future. He always took responsibility for his actions, so they were sure he wouldn't abandon his child. Despite everything, Seo-era decided then to commit the biggest deception of her life. First, she carefully thought everything through and then decided to put her plan into action. She fully understood that the life of the president of Jaekyung Group's mistress would be difficult, at times even unbearable. Still, life built on lies wasn't all that different from her life as an actress. If she could keep everything in her hands, controlling all that happened around her and her son, she was certain she would achieve a carefree life. Seo-era would surely be able to raise Munjo to the very top of the financial world, securing his future forever. Once she reached her goals, she could laugh at the world that had scorned her and made her cry. Seo-era was ready to do anything to climb out of her worthless existence and become the madam of Jaekyung Group. She knew she had to carefully watch Lee Do-kyung, and if she noticed anything suspicious, she had to report it immediately to the senator. Did he truly want to help their Munjo? But everything depended on her actions, which was why she was determined to do everything perfectly. This time, they had a plan to destroy director Lee Seung Jo once and for all. Seo-era could be useful, so she immediately started weaving ties with Lee Do-kyung back when Chairman Lee Hyun-bae was still alive. The former chairman, Lee Hyun-bae, knew that Lee Munjo had no real connection to their family. Despite his bad feelings toward Munjo, the old man silently endured his presence as he lived and grew up nearby. He never opened his mouth until the very end. And thanks to this, the senator was able to control all of Lee Seung-jo's actions. Once he got that cursed piece of paper, he would have nothing left to worry about. The building where Seung-jo's apartment was located was luxurious. It was immediately obvious that only the very wealthy lived there. When Chu Lee Yeon woke up, she felt much better, though she was still weak and slightly dizzy. Upon waking, she noticed that Lee Seung-jo was no longer by her side. Was he crazy? Did he ever sleep at all? The girl wondered, surprised at how resilient he could be. But what were they supposed to do now? In any case, she would soon be fired, so she needed to think about finding a new job quickly. But where would she be accepted once it became known she had been dismissed for leaking information? Then no one would hire her. Still, she couldn't despair. She had to try. So she went to the director's office to see if he might have left his laptop there. What she saw shocked her. She hadn't known she wasn't alone in the apartment. She was surprised to see the director at home, so she asked him why he was there when he should already be at work. The young man smiled, very glad to see Chu Lee Yeon looking much better. He decided she needed a proper meal, so he stayed home to cook her a delicious breakfast. But what about the company? The girl asked. He decided to be 30 minutes late because he wanted to watch her eat first, then he would go. But why had she woken up so early? Did she always get up like this? Chu Yeon told Seung Jo that she had some errands to run after breakfast. The young man tensed and immediately asked where she was going. The girl didn't want to explain everything, saying it wasn't important. Seung Jo, who had to return quickly, wanted her to stay and wait for him instead of going anywhere. Chu Yeon suspected the director wanted to meet Chairman Lee Do-kyung, and the young man confirmed her guess. He was taking a big risk, since it could make people hate him even more. But Seung Jo reassured her. It didn't bother him at all. It seemed she kept breaking Seung Jo's wings, never letting him soar. Smiling, the man asked her if she knew that Munjo had gotten married. But she already knew. Knowing Munjo had married his former fiancé, wasn't he upset? Wouldn't that cause problems? If Chu Yeon worried so much about everything, it would only hurt him. She needed to calm down and trust him completely. He wanted Chu Yeon to be the perfect woman for him. She shouldn't worry. All men's business should rest on his shoulders, while her bright mind should be occupied with women's concerns. After hearing those words, Chu Yeon thought about how all this time she had been too stubborn, constantly pushing her happiness away. She wanted to be his shadow, a place where he could rest, and the person he could rely on. That day had been an unplanned meeting. She had gone there at the request of the second madam, never expecting things to turn out this way. She deeply regretted hurting him by not being honest. From that moment, she resolved to do everything possible to never upset him again. Seung Jo asked her if maybe she was still sick, since she was saying such strange things that weren't like her. But she answered that she was fine, despite having had a high fever that night. Then she heard a question she had never expected. When Seung Jo asked her if she would marry him, Chu Yeon couldn't believe her ears. For some reason, he thought that at this moment she wouldn't refuse him and would agree right away. But the girl wondered, why should she suddenly change her mind? Lee Seung Jo waited for her answer, hoping it would be positive. But she decided instead to let the director return to work. It seemed Chu Yeon was feeling better as she began fussing around him. The young man told her he would probably be very busy for a few days. While she had time, she should rest and take care of herself while waiting for him. Chu Yeon thought he was already late for work and really needed to go. But not realizing it, she herself was delaying him with her beauty. If that was the case, then he couldn't simply leave her alone. Chu Yeon tried to understand what he meant, but instead of answering, he decided to show her. Hugging the girl tightly, he kissed her tenderly. It felt so good that she didn't want him to leave her at all. From his kiss, it felt like her whole body was trembling and awakening from a long sleep. She had never experienced something like this before. It was even a little frightening, but still so pleasant. This time, Chu Yeon truly wanted him to do it, despite the fact that he was already late for an important meeting. Still, time pressed on, and the director could no longer linger. As much as he didn't want to leave, he understood perfectly well that business had to be handled immediately. The apartment was filled with an atmosphere of love. Lee Seung Jo had to go, but he promised Chu Yeon he would return very soon. So quickly that she wouldn't even notice how fast the waiting time passed. She wished for him to come back soon, while in the meantime she would take a bath and wait for him. Seung Jo kissed the girl and for the first time, called her his sweet beauty. He was almost out the door, but then remembered he hadn't told Chu Yeon that he had put the macarons in the fridge. She absolutely had to eat something tasty to lift her mood and greet him with a smile. As Seung Jo left, she caught herself thinking that she didn't want to part with him at all, even knowing he'd be back soon. If it were possible, she would wish to stay with him longer, until the day inevitably came when they would have to part. This time, forever. Son Jimin had already been waiting for the director for quite a while, so he asked where he had been all this time, since they were supposed to meet long ago. Seung Jo thought it wasn't an issue worth worrying about so much. But how could he not worry, knowing Chu Yeon felt unprotected? Seung Jo did not see her as unprotected, since he was almost always by her side, making it pointless to worry. The most important thing was that he always wanted to stay near her. Thank you so much for staying with me until the end of this video. Love can be so complicated and fragile. In this episode, Seung Jo, usually so calm and collected, unexpectedly showed just how much he cares about Chu Lee Yeon. He got jealous over her old classmate, And for the first time, it seemed like he was afraid of his own feelings. But behind that jealousy, there's something deeper. He desperately wants to uncover the truth about the mysterious death of her father, hoping to protect the woman he loves from a past that still haunts her. There's still so much left unsaid between them. Mistrust and fear of rejection keep them from opening up, but deep down, they both want the same thing: to be together no matter what. What do you think? Will they find the courage to face their fears and discover the truth together? Share your thoughts in the comments and hit like if you believe true love can overcome anything. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this review, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Let me know in the comments what you thought of this story and what manhwa you'd like to see next. See you in the next installment.